고유 비니기스 덕임의 굿 Could it be a destiny? Honestly a mystery Must be you Cinderella, will you be there? Cinderella boy, I love you. Kimiko, you be Nikis. Dalkimiku, could it be a destiny? Honestly, a mystery. Must be you. Gotta be you. Must be you. Cinderella boy, I love you. Cinderella, will you be there? Gotta be you. You are all the things that scare me, and all the love that's in between. I come undone when I'm lying in your arms. Yeah, you know how to keep me close. Too much could be an overdose, but equilibrium is everything you are. When I'm falling down, it's easy to let go, 'cause every time I reach, you're standing below. Lift me with helium, fill me with oxygen. Oh, you are everything that keeps me breathing. When I'm up too high, I'll always be alright, because I know that you are by my side. You are my life support, my respiration. Oh, you are everything that keeps me breathing. Oh, you are everything that keeps me breathing. Oh, you are everything that keeps me breathing. Dead at night when I can't see, and the tidal waves falling over me. I rush to swim, but still I'm washed away. Oh, I'm sending out and no SOS, and gasping for my final breath. But before I can inhale, you save the day. When I'm falling down, it's easy to let go, 'cause every time I reach, you're standing below. Lift me with helium, fill me with oxygen. Oh, you are everything that keeps me breathing. When I'm up too high, I'll always be alright, because I know that you are by my side. You are my life support, my respiration. Oh, you are everything that keeps me breathing. Oh, you are everything that keeps me breathing. lions roaring in the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way, yeah. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start.
Okay. Welcome, everyone. We are going to go ahead and get started with the workshop today. So my name is Nathan Rossi. I am the current coach of Team 8800 Phoenix Lights. As a quick reminder, please make sure you're logged into a Google account if you wish to type into the chat today. Unfortunately, because we're not meeting in person like last year, it's going to be a little different in that we won't necessarily be able to have a dialogue, but I do have planned breaks in the presentation, so that way we can pause and answer some questions. So as you think of questions, go ahead and put those into the chat, and we'll try to make sure we answer as many as we can. So we'll go ahead and just jump right into this. So some quick notes before we really get started. So there's going to be a lot of information presented today. Don't worry too much. After the stream is over, at some point within the next week, I will be sending out this slideshow as well as a recording of the presentation. And you will notice throughout the presentation, I'll have some links and also some embedded links. So that's for your own benefit. So that way you can go and continue to learn later on. So don't worry about, oh man, I got to frantically take down all these notes. Sit down, relax, ask questions as they arise, and I'll try to make sure I answer as many questions as possible, as mentioned before. Also, if the stream goes down, please make sure to check your email. It's unlikely it will, but you know, technical difficulties, they can sometimes get the best of us. So here's the agenda for today. The first thing we're going to go over is team organization. We're then going to go ahead and get into designing a competitive robot, then move into building tips. Then we'll have a 1 hour long lunch break. We'll then talk about judging and engineering notebooks. Then we'll get into best practice at competition. And to finish things off, we will talk about programming and sensors. And I tried to incorporate as many topics as you all suggested. So thank you for providing those. Because you suggested so many topics, I unfortunately couldn't include all of them, but I tried to include as many as I could. So hopefully you are able to take something away from the workshop today. So who am I? If you want to get a background on my robotics experience, so I'm currently a graduate student at Arizona State University, currently studying for my master's degree in engineering. In terms of my robotics history, I started Team 8800 Phoenix Lights back in 2014, and I competed in my junior and senior year. And since then, I have been the coach of that team. Since about half of the viewers today are from out of the state of Arizona, if you're not familiar with Phoenix Lights, they have been very fortunate to win tournament champions and the Excellence Award at the Arizona State Championship for the past couple of years. So they've had some tough competition, and they've been very fortunate to accomplish that. I've also been an event partner since 2018. If you've been to the ASU Polytechnic qualifier for 2019 or 2020, I was the event partner for both of those events. I was also on VexU Pyro for 3 seasons. I'd also have experience in the First Robotics competition for 4 seasons and First LEGO League. So I've been involved in competitive robotics for over 10 years now. So I have a variety of perspective on different competitions, and I like to think hopefully that I can provide some useful insights to all of you. Okay, so let's go ahead and quickly talk about the elephant in the room today, because we got a lot of questions about COVID-19. So what is the season going to look like for this with COVID-19? The first question is commonly, is the season still happening? And the answer is yes, but it is going to look different. This workshop is a little unfortunate in terms of its timing, because we have a few major updates coming out on Monday or this weekend. That's going to be the game manual update, the qualifying criteria, and the judge's guide. All 3 of those are going to be updated very soon and include a lot of changes related to COVID-19. I know some of the information. I'm not going to share anything if it's not officially public yet, though. But throughout the presentation, I will be giving miscellaneous advice about how to deal with COVID-19. Just keep in mind that everything is subject to change. This is a very fluid situation depending on where you are in the world. COVID-19 could be very severe in your region. It could be very mild. Different schools could have different guidelines. Different states can have different guidelines. So everything's going to be very fluid and flexible this season. But you should know that most of the content in the workshop presented in today is going to be timeless. So this is going to be information you can use regardless if COVID-19 is an issue or not. Okay, so let's go ahead and jump right into team organization. So there's one question your team should ask yourselves at the start of the season that's going to guide you throughout the entire season. And that is, what do you want to accomplish? Now, there's two sides to this question. The first question is, what do we want to achieve? So these are concrete goals like, we want to win the state championship. We want to win the design award at our local qualifying tournament. We want to win the world championship. So those are things that you can achieve. But also, I think it's very important to set out, what do we want to learn this season? This is a great opportunity to learn about programming, mechanical design. So if the students on your team want to learn particular things, go ahead and lay that out at the start of the season. Say, we really want to learn how to program or use PID control this season. That's an important thing to set out. Just keep in mind, different goals are going to require a different amount of resources. So say a goal, you set your goal as, we want to win the world championship. That's going to be a very different goal from someone who wants to win a local qualifying tournament. It's going to take a lot more time, a lot more money, because you have to pay for flights and hotels. And it's also, most importantly, going to require a lot of experience to get there. So make sure your goals are realistic. Now, this is not to say don't set low goals for yourself. By all means, try and reach high and do the best you can. A goal should still be a goal. And if you set your mind to it, you can accomplish a lot. The example I would give for what is an unrealistic goal. Let's say you're a brand new rookie team and you have zero robotics experience and you say, we want to win the world championship. Think about the resources your team has. Do you have the time to achieve that, the money to experience that, or most importantly, the experience to achieve that? So think about your resources and how you can realistically expand those resources to achieve different goals. The other thing you want to keep in mind when you're setting goals for the season is you do have alliance partners in this program. And that's important because let's say you set a goal as, we want to have the prettiest looking robot this season. Okay, that's fine. It's like maybe a little side project. But the last thing you want to do is show up to a competition and then you have the reputation of being the team that has this robot that looks great, but doesn't really perform that well. So this is a team sport. Make sure that you are keeping in mind your alliance partners you're going to be playing with. And these goals are, like I said, they're going to guide your entire season because it's going to be a metric you can use to determine whether or not you have been successful or not. And here's just a quick example of working within your limit. So I have two examples here. So this is Phoenix Light's first season back in 2014-15. And our goal for that season as a brand new team was to qualify for the state championship by winning a local event. The second season was we wanted to win the world championship. I will give you a guess on which one we were successful on and which one we were not on. Our very first season, we were very fortunate in that we were able to win 3 qualifying tournaments and qualify for the state championship. In fact, we were even able to go a little higher and actually qualify to Worlds by becoming state finalists. So, we're on a real high after that year. We're feeling really great. And so we're like, all right, this year we're going to win the world championship. It was also my senior year, so that's kind of part of it. It's like, oh, we want to go out on top. And my other teammates also wanted to win the world championship. It wasn't just me. But the thing is, we did not have the resources or experience needed to win the world championship. So as a result, we were trying to reach too high, and we were trying to build a robot that was not within our capabilities. If we had set our expectations a bit lower, maybe said, we want to try and make it to the division playoffs at the world championship, that would have been a very realistic goal for us, and also would have dictated a very different design. And we'll talk a bit later about how your goals are going to dictate your robot design. But I just want to give you an example of what could be a realistic goal and what happens if you set an unrealistic goal for yourself. So, speaking of top teams, why are the top teams so successful? You may notice that it's like the same few teams for about 3 or 4 years winning. And the reason that is that competitive teams are going to set very high goals for themselves, and they're going to learn a lot in the process. They're also putting a lot of time into the program. But one misconception is like these teams are just like, oh, they just pop up and they're all of a sudden good. On average, and this isn't just the VEX Robotics competition, I noticed this in basically any robotics program. On average, it usually takes a team to go from nothing or low resources about 3 years until they develop into a highly competitive team. That's not the rule, but that's what I tend to notice as a general trend. So over time, you can build up your level of competitiveness. And I think one reason why a lot of programs struggle to have what is considered competitive teams is because every 3 or 4 years or so, they have all their senior students graduate and then they're replaced with a brand new set of students who don't have any experience. So what we have always done on Phoenix Lights is we've always had newer students shadow younger students. And this is important because these senior students have learned a lot over the course of their season. And they're there to teach the younger kids everything they've learned. And the younger kids are doing meaningful work as well. They're not just, the senior students aren't just saying, yeah, whatever, and explaining things. The younger students are actually building things, and the senior students are there to give advice all the way through. So they can say, actually, when you're building that, you should do it this way, because back at this one tournament, it failed because we built it this other way, and it was this whole disaster, right? So try to have seniors or younger students shadow older students. The other important thing to do is to try and create a culture of teaching and sharing. You should be creating a culture that encourages curiosity. If a student doesn't have much STEM experience and is like, excuse me, I don't really understand, why is it that when you hook up these two gears together, this goes a bit slower? Instead of being, doesn't even understand gear ratios, that kid. That's not productive at all. So try to create an environment where students are encouraged and feel comfortable asking questions, so that way they can learn. And last but not least, don't complain about good teams winning. Instead, ask what makes those teams successful. And I'm not some holier than thou person. Back when I was in a freshman in high school, there was a particular robotics program where the same team had won the state championship, I think 3 years in a row at that point. And the environment around a lot of teams was, why doesn't that team just go out of state somewhere so we can win? But if you shift that energy from complaining to something more productive, like, well, wait a second, what are they doing that makes them successful? And you channel that energy into trying to improve your team, then you can become one of them. So emulate, don't complain. So for new teams, like I said before, there's going to be a lot of information presented today, and this could be a bit overwhelming. My number one piece of advice for you is to try and network with experienced teams. The best way to have done this previously is to network with teams at events. With COVID-19, that might be a little more difficult. There's also a lot of online groups you can connect with. I know there's a Facebook page that has like 2,000 coaches from around the world. It's like Vex Coaches of the World or something. And so you can join that. And there's always people asking questions. That's a great way to network. Also, a new document the REC Foundation released this year is the Team Guide. And that is a document that helps guide teams who are just starting out through all the steps it takes to get their team going. And I have that embedded in a link here. So when you get these slides, when the presentation is over, you'll be able to click through and read that. So when you're setting goals for the season, it's important to make sure that you understand the criteria for advancing to either your local championship or world championship. And the document you're going to read to understand how to do that is the qualifying criteria. Now, again, this is the one, the document that's going to be updated. It's public right now, but a lot of COVID-19 related changes are going to be releasing this weekend or on Monday. And that's going to outline how you can qualify for the World Championship, how many teams from your region go to the World Championship, and all the fine details in between. So that's a very important document to read. And again, I would link it here when that is posted. Another thing that's very important for getting to the next level of competition is skills, the Robot Skills Challenge. So I can't speak for other regions, but at least here in Arizona, of the 50 spots that were available, and I might be off by 1 or 2 here, I believe it was 24 teams qualified for the state championship by either winning a local qualifying tournament or winning an excellence award at a local qualifying tournament. The other 26, so about half the event, qualified through the Robot Skills Challenge. So you might be saying to yourself, oh, wow. So the global ranking in your state. So you rank all the teams based on the robot skills score, and then you invite the teams with the highest scores that aren't invited at the state championship yet. So you might be saying, wow, those 26 teams must have had really good skills score. Historically, that's not the case. And the reason that is because the number of teams that actually run their robot in the Robot Skills Challenge, at least here in Arizona, is quite small. So the lower end of that 26, you actually don't have to score that many points in order to qualify for the state championship. And even for the world championship, it's very common to have double qualifications at the state championship, in which case those extra spots go to the skills ranking. I don't know this metric off the top of my head, but I believe it was either 3 or 4 teams that qualified for the world championship this year based off of the robot skills ranking. So if you were able to get a high skills score, you got to go to the world championship. So that is a very easy, I don't want to say easy, but a more simple control your own destiny kind of way of qualifying, because with robot skills, you have your robot all by itself on the field. The only variables you're controlling is your robot. You don't have to deal with all the chaos of all the robots driving around. Another new change this year is with the online challenges. So previously with the online challenges, you had like a 3-month period. All the online challenges were posted at the beginning. You had a certain amount of time to complete them. They post the winners, and some of them got to go to Worlds. This year, because a lot of teams aren't going to be able to necessarily meet physically with their robot, or they might not be able to travel to places, they're going to have rolling online challenges. So the RT Foundation's constantly going to be posting new online challenges throughout the season that your team can enter, and they'll qualify you for the World Championship. So definitely take advantage of those if you can. Okay, let's go ahead and get into team structure. So in terms of having a leadership structure on your team, the number one thing I would recommend is to have team roles. And what team roles do is it essentially puts certain people in charge of different aspects of the team to make sure they get completed. So at the start of the season, you may have students that suggest interest in building, or being project manager, or being the notebook, or the manager of the notebook, and so on. So you can assign roles as students, and students can have multiple roles. It's not like a student has to have one role and one role only. And related to that, let's say there's a student that says, I really want to build a robot at the start of the season. So they get the role of the builder. And then, halfway through the season, they're not really liking it too much, or maybe they decide, I actually really want to try programming. But you say, no, you are a builder. You can only build. No. Don't do that. Don't arbitrarily restrict team members to their roles. Let everyone have discussions and contribute to everything. The purpose of the rules is just to make sure that there are people in charge of different aspects of the team. So, decisions. Who should be making decisions on the team? Ideally, because you have such a small team in the Vex Robotics competition, generally teams only make up about, or the number of students on a team is usually only like 3 to 6. And this is great because it's really easy to manage the students and have great discussions because there's so few people. So the number one thing you should try to do to make decisions on the team is to reach a consensus. Now, consensus does not mean that everyone on the team 100% agrees in the direction the team is going and is on board with everything. That's not what it means. There are 2 key factors that you need to have in order to have a consensus. The first thing is you need to make sure that you're valuing everyone's input. Everyone should be actively heard and listened to. So everyone should be able to contribute on what they think on how to go forward. And ultimately, when you make a decision, you can, again, through having a conversation, typically you'll have that conversation and the direction you want to go will usually become fairly clear. And not everyone might necessarily like the direction they're going, but they fully understand why they're going in that direction. So they may have preferred to go on path A, but we're taking path B, and I understand why for reasons X, Y, Z. Now, this is also a STEM program, so you can be objective. So you can measure things like, well, this particular robot design is able to score balls at a rate of such and such per second. And this other robot design, while a bit slower, might be able to have this extra functionality. So you can use data and metrics to make your decisions and try to do that as much as possible to be objective. Being subjective is just going to lead to discussions that go on forever and ever and ever. Also know when to let go. So if your team has made a decision and you are not confident in what, or not, you're not confident. Sorry, I misspoke. If it's not going well, but you are confident that, no, if we just keep with this idea and keep going with it until the end of the season and we get it working, it'll be perfect. You need to know when this isn't working out, we need to try something else and move on. This was probably the number one problem I experienced on teams. I was like, oh, no. If we just get this mechanism working, it's going to be so good. But if we had decided early on, you know what? This mechanism's a little too difficult for us to build. If we switch to this alternative one instead, we're going to be able to finish it in a shorter amount of time and get more driver practice in. That would be a good time to do that. Okay, so now G2 and student involvement. So G2 talks about how students and coaches should be involved in the program. And I'm just going to go ahead and read the rule in its entirety. VRC is a student-centered program. Adults may assist students in urgent situations, but adults should never work on or program a robot without students on that team being present and actively participating. Students should be prepared to demonstrate an active understanding of their robot's construction and programming to judges or event staff. And then there's going to go ahead and be a red box below that with a few paragraphs, but I want to highlight this one. Some of the adult mentorship, teaching, and/or guidance is an expected and encouraged facet of VEX competitions. No one is born an expert in robotics. However, obstacles should always be viewed as teaching opportunities, not tasks for an adult to solve without students present and actively participating. So this is very important because you want to ensure that the students are the ones that own the team and are driving the direction of it. In another robotics program I was involved with that has a different philosophy on student adult mentorship involvement. Ultimately, it was the coaches and the adult coaches' decisions or ultimate. It was their ultimate decision on what the robot design was going to be, and that was kind of it wasn't very motivating for the students because they didn't feel like they owned the robot. It wasn't theirs. Whenever the robot was successful or unsuccessful at the competition, it always felt like it was the adult accomplishments and failures. So you want to try and avoid that and make sure the students are the ones driving the team. Now, if you're curious, well, because the rule mentions here, you need to be a teacher because obviously students aren't going to be born a robotics expert. So where is the line here? Where is I'm interfering too much and where is I'm simply teaching and where is the level I should strive for? For that, I'd recommend reading the REC Student Center Policy. It's going to lay out a bunch of particular examples related to programming, robot design, strategy, etc., of what is considered teaching the students and where's the red line of you're doing too much. Again, as a very long, it's not a terribly long document, but it's a bit too long to cover in the course of this presentation, but I highly recommend you scroll through that. Okay, so the coaches in the audience might be saying right now, okay, so what am I supposed to do as a coach? The biggest thing you can do is you can enable your students for success. So there's a few things you can do to do that. One, you can facilitate discussions. So, high school students and middle schoolers sometimes can be a little unfocused. So you can be there to kind of focus in like, hey, everyone, let's go ahead and get back to the discussions here. Again, you can be there as a teacher to teach skills. If the students don't know how to calculate the amount of torque needed to lift an object, you might be there to teach that as a general skill that they can use. Provide resources. So say you really notice there's a student that's really engaging with something you taught that day. You can say, hey, Adam, I really noticed you really enjoyed when I was teaching gear ratios today. Here's some additional resources you can do to keep learning about that. And if you can make your students independent learners, that is the dream there. Also provide encouragement. So especially after a bad match or maybe things aren't going that well in terms of the robot, that you're behind schedule, be there to provide encouragement and also be excited because ultimately, if you're an excited coach, the students are much more likely to want to get involved. Like, oh, wow, this is a really cool program to be involved with. And lastly, be the adult in the room. Again, middle schoolers and high schoolers, sometimes you need the adult to step in and say, hey, knock it off, guys. Yeah, do adult things. All right, so meetings and timelines. So how many times a week should you be meeting and for how long? This is ultimately going to be largely determined by your age group. Younger students are typically have a shorter time period of productive work. And some high school students also have a shorter period of productive work. But for reference, and this isn't saying that you must do this, but excuse me. Before the pandemic, Phoenix Lights would typically meet for 2 hours, about 3 times a week. Now, they also have different programs that they're involved with. So say they had a tournament for a sporting competition, they might meet less that particular week. So that way that those students are able to participate in those programs. And then they might meet more towards a robotics tournament. So be flexible, but that gives you a general idea of how many times a week Phoenix Lights meet. Meet over winter break if you can. I know for most school districts this isn't possible, and I'm sure COVID-19 makes this even more complicated than before. But most of the higher level teams do meet at least with some frequency over winter break. So if you can allow your students to do that, that's great. If not, it's not the end of the world. Tournaments are ultimately going to determine the deadlines in your timeline. So sign up quickly. Now, most tournaments should be posted by October 1st. With COVID-19, that may be a little more flexible. Let's say the pandemic, for the better, turns around and all of a sudden we're able to have events again like New Zealand. And then event partners like, hey, now that COVID's gone, I wasn't able to host an event before, but now our school is letting us. So they might be able to post an event really quickly, maybe sometime in January or something. So just keep an eye on that. But most tournaments should be posted by October 1st, regardless if they're a 2020 event or a 2021 event. Also have a cushion in your timeline when you're creating a timeline. Oh no, my point here didn't make it. I added a bullet point here. I guess I'll just explain it. So you're going to have a few different phases of the that you want to include in the timeline. So there's the defining the you're going to define your goals for the season, talk about robot strategy, build prototypes, build the robot, program the robot, and then going in driver practice. Oh, it is? Sorry. Sorry, I have someone that's monitoring the stream, and they just told me my points on the next slide. Oh, I accidentally have a duplicate here. That would explain that. Here they are. Anyway, told you technical difficulties. What I just said. So the areas where newer teams should probably concentrate is that the programming and the driver practice are going to require a lot more time than you think, especially the programming if you're new to all of this, and driver practice is vital. You can ultimately, driver practice is going to make the difference between you winning and losing events. And as an example, at the start of the season, or for our very first rookie year, we basically had the exact same robot from January all the way up until March, and we never really changed it. At that first event, we could maybe score like 20 points on our own with that same robot. Just by practicing all and all over and over and over and over again, we were able to double the amount of points that we could score by ourselves. So driver practice is very powerful and something teams often forget to make sure they incorporate into their timeline. Okay, we're going to have to go through these last few points a little quicker so that way we can get to the Q&A. But you might be saying, okay, how much space do we need for our build space? At minimum, all you need is a table or two. Now, again, in the age of COVID-19, that's a little more complicated, but you don't need a lot of space to build a robot. All the parts you see on the table there were all the parts we owned our first year. In terms of creating a safe build space with COVID-19, you can limit the number of people in the room. Please wear masks. Sanitize parts based on the disinfecting guide VEX released. So they have different cleaning products they recommend for the different parts, so that way you don't accidentally damage anything. Wash your hands before touching anything. And if it's possible, try to get some outside airflow in, so that way you're not just recycling the same air over and over again. Okay, practice fields. So a lot of new coaches oftentimes ask, do I really need to buy a full practice field that's going to cost me $1,500? No, you don't. Phoenix Lights didn't actually have a full-blown practice field with a proper field perimeter at all until their 4th season. So we went 3 years without having a full practice field. What we did is we just purchased a few game pieces, and the picture in the top right-hand corner, you can notice there, we built this little thing out of plywood from Home Depot for like less than $10 to set up a little miniature part of the field. And that's all you need. Now, if you can afford it, I highly, highly, highly recommend you purchase the field tiles, just because that's going to be the exact surface your robot's going to drive on the competition. So if you're programming a robot on a hardwood floor and then you're putting it on squishy foam, well, it's going to behave differently. So if you can afford the field tiles, I highly recommend purchasing those. But you don't necessarily need the actual field perimeter, and you can purchase those individually. Another thing you can do, which again in the age of COVID-19 is going to be a little more complicated and might not be possible, but those 3 years we didn't have a field, we would visit other teams' fields. We'd say, hey, you all have a full field. Can we come and practice on it? And like, yeah, sure. Come over at Friday at 5. Okay, lastly, I've at least received a lot of feedback on, all right, what are some activities we can do virtually, since either we won't be able to actually visit competitions or we might not be able to meet in person at all. So a couple things you can do. So first of all, game strategy and robot design discussions. Even if you're not going to ultimately be building a robot, those are still very valuable discussions to have as part of the engineering design process. So those are good exercises you can go through, and we'll get into details on that a bit later. Also, modeling robots using CAD software. So you can build an entire robot virtually in a computer-aided design software, and I'll list some of those out a bit later as well. But that's a great way you can build a robot without actually having pieces. You can learn programming. Of course, software. You can do that anywhere. VexCode VR is a great resource Vex has released. So that's on the little bottom right-hand corner. You can learn how to program a little virtual robot, and it'll respond to your commands. Robot Mesh Academy. That one costs money, and I haven't actually looked at it myself, but I looked at the overview of it. It looks like a great program for people who are new to robotics or are interested in that. That is available. Like I said before, there's the online challenges you can enter. And then let's say you have access to the physical robot, but maybe your school isn't going to let you travel anywhere. One thing you can do is enter a virtual skills tournament. So those are new for this season. And that's basically assuming you have access to a full competition field and you've completed a robot, you'll be able to you'll register for a tournament on robot events just like you would normally. But instead of that event being in person, it's going to be held over some sort of video web conference platform. And you can join a call with a certified referee, and there will be various restrictions in place to make this happen. But effectively, the head referee will watch your robot run skills, and then it will officially count on the world skills ranking. The details on how this is going to work are going to be released in the game manual update coming on Monday. So look out for that. But that's another option. So we will go ahead and pause here for questions. So let's see if we have any in. I have a screen down here. That's why I'm awkwardly looking down for questions. When is the first Arizona competition probably going to be? Well, again, that's tricky. I don't know all of the events myself. Until they're publicly available, I can't say. Personally, what I'm recommending to Phoenix Lights this season is if there are any 2020 events, they're probably going to be later on in the year, either in like late November, early December, just because there's still a lot of uncertainty with COVID-19 right now. So schools might not be comfortable hosting actual in-person events. However, I know that there are some event partners looking into hosting virtual skills tournaments. So if you're a team, I would try to make sure you have a robot done so that way you can enter those virtual skills tournaments in 2020. You're probably going to see more events in 2021 once things stabilize a bit more. So that's just a guess on when you'll see events in 2020 or for this season. But again, that's not a certain fact here. Let's see. Is there a site where we can go to get access to all these virtual activities, descriptions, examples, resources, etc.? Yes. In fact, I probably should have done that. Tell you what, so when I send out these slides, I'll go back and make sure all of these have links to everything. That's why I did this on Google Drive, so that way, if I need to update something, I could do that. So I'll put the links into all those on this slide for you when you get those emailed to you later on. How do you access the virtual activities? Oh, okay, basically the same question. So I will, like I said before, I will go ahead and put all of the links to all those virtual activities on this slide, so you're able to access those at a later time. Any other questions? Make sure I didn't miss any from before. Are you teams assigned by you, mixed grade, mixed skills? I'm not sure I understand the question. So are you asking if the tournaments are mixed grade levels at events? You can go and post a qualifying or mind blank. Clarification. There we go. Oh, sorry. Okay, we're receiving a clarification that, okay, mixed grades. So in terms of mixed grades, Phoenix Lights have had a mix of middle schoolers and high schoolers in the past. If you do have a mix of high school and middle school students, it's going to count as a high school team. So if you have 9 middle schoolers on the team and 1 high school student, your team's going to be a high school team. In terms of actually mixing those students together, as long as everyone is okay with that and the students get along, I don't necessarily see an issue with that. If you want to compete at maybe a lower level at like a middle school state championship, if that's available in your region, you could try and have an all middle school team. But ultimately, I think it's up to the discretion of the coach to determine whether or not they want to have a mixed team, just a middle school team, or just a high school team. Yeah, sure. You are absolutely allowed to share the slides afterwards. By all means, this is a public resource, so this is not like some secret thing that only the people watching the stream right now get access to. Okay, I think we have time for one more question before we move on. Technically a little over, but we'll be okay. I can make up the time. Okay, I don't see any questions coming in, so I think we'll go ahead and move on to designing a competitive robot. So, get my timer out here. I want to make sure. Well, actually, no, we're good. Okay, so strategic design. So, before you design anything on your robot, remind yourself of your design goals. You're going to be basing the design of your robot around a strategy, not vice versa. So the reason I say that is with sporting teams. Do you think they just say, "Oh, well, we're just gonna go out there and just do whatever, place things, throw the ball, and we'll see if we win"? No, of course not. They're going to strategize and say, "What are the strengths of our team? Who are the players we can recruit to best play different strategies, and how are we going to execute on it?" So you want to design your robot design around the ideal strategy, not vice versa. Again, work within your team limits. A team that sets their goal as winning the world championship is going to have a very different design from a team that wants to win their local qualifying event, because you have to score a lot more points in order to win a world championship. Okay, next. So the first thing you should do as part of your game breakdown is read the manual. You'd be surprised at how many students and coaches even do not read the game manual. It is vital that you do so. If you don't, and you show up to a tournament and you're violating a whole bunch of rules, yikes, that's not good for you. And the way you know if you have properly read the game manual is, can you ask meaningful questions after reading it? There's always going to be some inconsistency in the manual that you can find. And if you have read the manual to that degree, you have truly read the game manual. So after you read it, you're going to have questions. Things aren't going to be immediately clear. That's okay. It's not like as soon as you read the game, you're like, I am now an expert in the rules. Of course not. So first, try to answer questions within your team. Like, ask your teammate, hey, I don't really understand G7. How did you interpret that? If within your team you still can't resolve a question, ask other teams like, hey, we're having issues understanding this rule. If other teams can't answer it, check the official Q&A. I have that linked here. Sorry, glanced over. If you still can't find an official answer on the Q&A, then you can go and ask a question on the official Q&A. In order to do that, you need to have a team that's registered for the current season. The most common things you would ask a question on the Q&A for are like conflicting wording between a couple of rules. There's a definition that's a little unclear. Maybe there's a gray area because it's very subjective and you want to try and parse out, okay, where's the line here of what's acceptable and what's not? I'm trying to figure it out. Those might be examples of why you might ask the official Q&A question. Okay, I'm just going to put all 3 points here. So from a high level, here's what I'm going to be explaining in the next 20 minutes or so. So when you're breaking down the game, first thing you're going to do is you're going to list out all the actions robots can complete in the game. Second, you're going to determine of those actions which are most worth the investment. And by the end, you're going to have a priority list that prioritizes what the robot needs to do in order of importance for your team. So the first step, the first thing you want to do after reading the game manual, of course, is you want to list every possible way to score or actions that lead to scoring. So this can be as obvious as place a ball into the top of a goal to score, or push a ball into the bottom of a goal to score. But an action that leads to scoring would be pick up a game object. Am I going to be able to place a ball into the top of a goal if I can't pick it up in the first place? No. So that's going to be an action that leads to scoring. So you're going to want to get very specific with all these examples. And even in a simple game like this one, where you only have one game object, you're going to have a lot of different examples of how you can score or actions that lead to scoring. Get creative in this part. After you've completed that, the next thing you want to do is list every possible way to deny the opponent points. Remember, scoring 5 points is just as good as denying your opponent 5 points. Ultimately, you just want to have more points than your opponent. If it's a blowout, that's just as good as winning by 1 point. So keep that in mind. So that's fairly simple, straightforward. So playing defense in terms of driving in front of people, pushing them as they're trying to score, dropping down barriers so it's more difficult to get there, et cetera, et cetera. And one thing is for this season and the previous season, Vex has returned to the glorious rules of you still need to start in your 18-inch cube at the start of the match, but at the start of the match, you can expand to an unlimited size. And a lot of creativity can happen with that. So get creative with your thinking. If you want an example of a really cool robot, go ahead and watch Gateway Finals. Watch 2W. They built this really cool wall bot that had this giant arm that would cover up a goal, and they would only unlock the goal when their opponent or when their partner was scoring in it, and lock it when their opponent was trying to score. Next thing you want to do is you want to understand the ranking system. You need to understand which designs are going to rank you high, which designs are going to rank you fairly low. So for this year, the ranking priority is win points, autonomous points, and strength of schedule points. And win points are fairly straightforward. It's at 2 win points if you win the match, 1 point if you tie a match, 0 points if you tie the match. But new this year, if you're able to complete the home row during the autonomous period, you get an additional win point regardless of whether or not you win. So that's going to really encourage teams to have advanced autonomous routines. And when you're designing your robot, or your strategy, I should say, you can either choose to have a robot that is going to try and rank as high as possible, or you can go with a riskier strategy that you're not necessarily going to rank high, but you're going to be banking on being picked. An example might be if you choose to go with an all defense strategy where, all right, we can build a robot that's going to deny 15 points consistently. So a team that ranks first is likely going to be a high offensive scoring robot, and they're by themselves able to score like 10 points. And the number one seed's looking down at all the teams they can pick, like, okay, we can either pick this other team that's able to consistently score 8 points every single match, or we can pick this defensive team that's able to prevent 15 points every single match. Now, keep in mind, if you're going to go with a strategy like that, it is very risky, and you need to demonstrate that you are effective, and you ultimately need to have a good relationship with the teams that you think are going to be ranking high. So you can go with that strategy, but just keep in mind it is risky because you're relying on others to basically pick you. Next thing you want to do is you want to estimate how many points you need to win a match. This is going to be different for the elimination rounds and the qualifying rounds. The biggest thing is don't overestimate. Oftentimes the scores are actually pretty low. And one way you can get good at this is you can look at a previous game and see, okay, I'm going to guess based on this previous game, on average, how many points were being scored. And then you can look at actual tournaments in your region and see if you were correct or not. And that's a good way you can build up the skill of getting a general sense of how many points you need to score. Okay, next thing you want to do. So now you have your big giant list of ways to score, things that enable scoring, and ways to prevent scoring. Now you want to conduct a cost-benefit analysis on all those actions. So you want to find what are the easiest tasks in this game that give me the most points. And there's a couple ways you can do this. The one way we've done it on Phoenix Lights is we give it an out of 10 rating. So a 10 out of 10 rating is this action is extremely easy and it gives you a ton of points. And then on the opposite side, a 1 out of 10 is this action is extremely difficult and it gives you basically no points. And you just go through each of the actions and give them a rating. The other alternative is you can rank all the actions in terms of difficulty, just straight top to bottom, and then in a column next to it, just write down what their associate point value is. Up to you in terms of what you want to do there. So once you've got that, then you want to consider the different approaches to play the game. So once you have this cost-benefit analysis, it gives you a general idea of, okay, these are the ways we can win matches. How do we specifically want to play the game? Which one of these actions do we want to pick out? Try to picture what an average match is going to look like. What kinds of robots are going to be out there? Do you want to be the team that is just solo? We want to guarantee the number one seed, so we're just going to score a ton of points, no defense, all in. Or maybe you do some mix where we're going to play some offense and defense. Another valuable exercise is to look for a chokehold strategy. This is a strategy that, when executed, guarantees you the victory. Now, the GDC knows teams are looking for these, so they're generally not possible. And if they are, they're extremely difficult to pull off. Maybe only like the top 2 or 3 teams in the world could pull it off, kind of difficult. But in trying to do that sort of analysis, you will get an understanding of, okay, what is the perfect strategy? And how can we get close to levels of perfection without necessarily reaching it and win 95% of our matches instead of like flip a coin 50-50? Then the last thing you want to ask yourself is what approach best fits our team? If you're a newer team, maybe a strategy that's more of a support role is more beneficial to you. If you're a team with a lot of experience, maybe a strategy that is more offensive minded and wanting to rank high is more of an approach for you. It's ultimately going to depend on your goals for the season. After you've done all of that and you decided, okay, this is the strategy we're going to go with, this is how we want to play the game, you're going to want to create a priority list of the robot actions. So I'm going to use an example from last year's game's Tower Takeover. For those of you that aren't familiar with it, basically there was these blocks and you just had to stack them in these goal zones in the corner. And then there was these multiplier towers in the center. I don't want to give you an example for this year's game because I want to make sure you go through the exercise on your own. But this is what a potential priority list could have looked like for a competitive team. Notice number 1 on here is traverse the field. Now, traverse the field is your drivetrain. And why is that? Well, let's say during a match, my drive breaks down and I'm dead in the water. I'm effectively unable to do anything for the rest of the match. So by far, the most important thing is your drivetrain. If you can't drive, you can't do anything. And that's important because let's say my scoring mechanism breaks. That's unfortunate, but if my drive's still working, I can still maybe push some game objects around to my partner or play some defense. You're still able to play the game in some capacity. The second, so that's with very few exceptions, like 2 or 3 teams in the world exceptions, once every few seasons. Number 1 on your priority list is always going to be traversing the field. Second is almost always going to be collecting game objects. You're not going to be able to score game objects if you can't collect them in the first place. So keep that in mind. The next thing on your priority list is oftentimes going to be getting the game piece from your collecting mechanism up to your scoring mechanism. You'd be surprised at how difficult that is. A lot of teams would say, slap a conveyor belt on there, the ball will just go from here to there. It's actually a lot more difficult than you think. And I'll have some tips on how to best do that in the building the robot portion of the presentation, but just keep that in mind. And then this is where you finally start getting into the actual, all right, score is here, score there, et cetera, et cetera. Now, you also want to make sure you list everything that is out of scope. The reason that is because at the start of the season, or once you make your strategy, you want to make it abundantly clear. We need to do X, Y, Z. A, B, C are not worth our time. It's very tempting later on in the season to think, oh, man, if we just, I think I figured this out. I think we can do this now. You clearly put on your out of scope, so it's just out of your mind. You're not thinking about it. Almost every single year, the GDC incorporates some aspect of the game that looks really tempting, like, oh man, it'd be so cool if we could do that. But it's one of those 1 out of 10 things where it's extremely difficult and not worth your time. For Tower Takeover specifically, that would be the center goal here. This thing was so much taller than all the other multiplier goals that it was not worth your time to even attempt it. Okay, so we'll pause for questions here. Let me go ahead and get to the first question. Okay, so one quick question from the last section. Are the online challenges compatible to perform on Chromebook? So the online challenges are going to range in what they actually are. So some of them are, at least to use past examples, there's a photography challenge, there's a CAD challenge, there's ones where we had to write essays. Again, they're going to expand the scope of it, but it's not necessarily is the software compatible for the online challenges. It's different challenges that you can complete. Vexcode VR is fully, yes, okay. I guess I need to look at the YouTube chat. Let me find out where. Okay, so as a coach, do you walk your students through all these steps? How much time do you allot? So as a coach, yeah, you can absolutely facilitate this discussion, especially since your students might not be familiar with this approach. So as a coach, you can prompt them, say, okay, first we're going to do this, and then this, and then this. But let your students lead the discussion. You can be there to just make sure that they're staying on track and doing these things. In terms of how much time it's typically going to take, usually Phoenix Lights spend about a week, maybe 2 weeks, depending on how early in this, how frequently they're meeting. But it might only just be 1 or 2 meetings that are about 2 hours each, where you're doing this game breakdown. Let me go in. I'm going to pull up this on the side so I can see where I'm at. Other questions. On a scale from 1 to 10, how would you rate this season's game? I'm going to refrain from answering that just because almost always, whenever I first see a game, I'm typically not a huge fan of it, but then by the end of the season, I'm its biggest fanboy. So, plus we haven't really seen that many matches yet, so I don't want to give a final answer. I can give you ratings on previous games, maybe at the end of the presentation. All right, let me make sure I'm not missing any questions, and then we can go ahead and move on. See how are we doing on time right now. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on then. So, okay. After you've made your priority list, this is where you start getting to the fun part of actually designing and building a robot. So based on your priority list, you have listed out the actions that your robot needs to complete, right? So looking at this previous slide, we have like Place a stack of cubes in the goal zone. Place cubes in the low height tower. So each of these objectives your robot needs to complete is an action it can come complete. So you want to like write those out. What I recommend doing is like on a whiteboard or something. Then what you want to do is you want to brainstorm individual mechanisms for each of those actions. So let's say I need to lift up a ball into the air. And so the action is lift ball. What are all the different ways I can lift a ball into the air? And you just brainstorm. Now, brainstorming is not the time to be applying a filter. This is when you're trying to get all your ideas out there. Good, bad, crazy. The only ideas that aren't necessarily welcome during this phase is unrealistic ideas. We're going to use a laser to like, put a beam over the ball and pick it up. Things that you can't realistically do. Those are just silly, leave those out. But bad ideas and even crazy ideas, this is the time for brainstorming. Say them out loud. The reason that is some crazy ideas, on first glance, you might be like, that's, yeah, whatever. And then on second thought, you go, actually, even if that idea itself isn't necessarily useful, there might be some small portion of it like, well, actually, if we pick this little design aspect out of it, this could legitimately be useful. So brainstorming is to just get your ideas out there. No filters yet. Yes, time for crazy ideas. Also, if you can avoid it, I know we're somewhat into the season at this point, so it's kind of hard to do, but try to not look at the internet during this phase. Try to keep your mind pure and make sure you haven't seen anyone else's design. Again, this is difficult to do, but the reason why I recommend this is that if you can brainstorm ideas without having seen anyone else's designs yet, that means there's going to be a lot more creative ideas because you're legitimately trying to figure out how am I supposed to solve this. As soon as you see someone else's design, your mind tends to fixate on must build that. So as much as you can, try to avoid the internet. You will do that eventually, but not at this stage. So once you have creatively thought of all these ideas on your own, this is where you want to go ahead and research designs because there's no need to reinvent the wheel. You want to know your robotics game history. We're very fortunate this year in that the game piece is a ball. Every single robotics competition in the world at some point has used a ball as the game piece. In terms of just Vex robotics games, the past 4 seasons that have had balls have been Turning Point, Nothing But Net, Toss Up, and Gateway. So you can look up, what did the robots look like from those previous years? These are just ones I could find pictures of. Some of them were excellent. Some of them were just, it's hard to find pictures of robots back from 2012 that are online. And you can see, okay, they have different approaches for picking up the ball. So these more recent two are using these like top rollers. These ones are using horizontal rollers. The thing you want to keep in mind is that it's foolish to just blindly copy those because every game has a different set of priorities. The reason why the designs change from year to year is because what is valuable is going to be different to that particular game. So you can look at previous games and then assess them for the current year. Okay, is this design going to be useful for the current year for reasons X, Y, Z? And then after you decide, okay, I think these are the mechanisms from previous years that might be useful for this year, you can prototype them yourself. So prototypes are just going to be a rough build, proof of concept sort of thing to prove that your team can actually build these mechanisms. In terms of how to research designs, YouTube is a great resource for finding potential designs. What I like to do is I'll put in a search term into the search bar, and then I filter by upload date. Because by default, YouTube's just going to show you like what it thinks are the most relevant results, which will kind of result in the same videos showing all the time throughout the entire season. Excuse me. So this is a great way to just upload it so that it's the most recent uploads first. And then here are some useful search terms you can use. Again, I won't go over them in detail, but when you're looking at the slides later, feel free to use these. Okay, when you are looking at videos on YouTube, be cautious of flashy reveal videos. You can make a garbage look like perfection with a carefully edited video. That's not to say that all the videos on YouTube of robots are trash. That's not the case. My point is that what you see in a video can be carefully edited to have 20 takes of the robot trying to do this one thing, and it works 1 out of 20 times, and that's what you see in the video. So assess the video yourself. See, okay, that's a cool design, but is this realistic to build? And that's where prototyping comes in to prove whether or not it would actually work or not. Your best friend is going to be match videos. No editing, no beating music, like, oh yeah, I'm really into this. It's just the robot is on the field playing the game. That is going to show you the difference between the great designs and the not so great designs. Another thing is teams may share ideas on the Vex forum. Again, just make sure you use a critical eye here. Not everything everyone posts is going to be something that you want to follow. So use your best judgment. The other thing you do, visit or please volunteer at tournaments. This is a great way to reach out to the teams, see their robots in person, and ask the teams, hey, how are you building that mechanism? Yeah. So once you have completed that, so you've listed out all the potential designs from your own mind, then you've done research and you listed out all the potential possibilities from previous games and other teams, this is when you want to get to prototyping. Now, this is where you start applying the filter. So before, again, we were just brainstorming. We were just trying to get ideas out on the paper. Now we're going to say, what are the good ideas? What are the bad ideas? One way you can do this is by using a design matrix. Effectively, what you're going to do is you're going to create a table, and you're going to list out certain things you value. For a drivetrain, and you can see an example of this in the top right-hand corner with an excerpt from someone's notebook. They were rating drivetrains. So they have compatibility, structural integrity, speed, torque, and the weight of the drivetrain. And you're going to give each one of those categories a certain weight. So let's say I'm a team and I really value speed. So I'm going to give that weight a 10. And then with structural integrity, it's important, but it's not as important as how fast the robot can go. So I'm going to give that a weight of 7. Then you're going to put each of the designs you brainstormed down, and you're going to rate each of those drivetrains in each of those categories. Then sum up the points, and that's going to give you a rating based on your weights of what's theoretically the best. Now, this isn't to say that the design that has the best score in a design matrix is the best design, and that's what you should go for. You're oftentimes not going to perfectly get the weights of the design matrix perfect, and so this is just a filter. If you have one design that has the highest score, but you're looking at like, I know from experience that's not actually the best design, and the one that's actually second here is the one I want to go with. That's totally fine, and you can justify in your notebook saying, the weights of our design matrix weren't perfect. We know this one will probably work better for reasons X, Y, Z, so that's what we're going to prototype. So it's not a hard rule that you must go with the design that has the best score in the design matrix. Okay, so once you have decided, okay, these are the mechanisms that we think will work best for reasons X, Y, Z, this is when you want to prototype them. So you just want to get a rough idea of how the mechanism is going to work on its own. So you can, this is not the time where you're going to be getting the fine details of the geometry. This is just a proof of concept to make sure your team can build it. This is also the time where you can get an idea of what the general geometry of the part's going to look like. Okay, how much space is this mechanism going to take up? What are ways we can cut down on the size here? How can we like maybe make this expand out so we can fit in the 18 inches? Things like that. Alternatively, what a lot of teams do is they build a complete prototype robot. Because all these mechanisms have to interact and play with each other, a lot of teams who are experienced with building very quickly will just build a full robot. For new teams, I recommend building the prototypes because it helps make sure that you prove a design actually works before you jump in and just build an entire robot. But some teams do just build a prototype robot, decide if they like it or not, and then improve on it. And just to give you a quick idea of what this is like, here's a picture of a mechanism from a couple years back. So you can see the general idea back when it was just on the whiteboard. And then you have the very first rough-looking, janky prototype to the final, close to the final design here. And you can see it went through a lot of different iterations to finally get to where it was. But you can see very rough proof of concept, slowly improved over time until it looked like this. Okay, so if you're a team and you're like, I don't even know where to start with building. I've never built a robot before. My students have never built a robot before. How do I even start doing anything? The thing I would recommend doing is try and build Crunch, and that's the hero robot. So every year VEX is releasing instruction manuals for a basic robot that can play the game. This year that robot is Crunch. If you've bought one of the competition kits, you should be able to build Crunch. And the reason why I recommend that is because if you have no familiarity with how the VEX robotics parts work, this is a great way to get familiar with, okay, so these are how the bolts work. This is how I interface with a motor. Here's how I do a basic gear ratio and use sprocket and chain. So this is a great resource to just get a general feel of what it's like to build something. And then if there's a particular mechanism you want to build, you can go ahead and search on Google the name of the mechanism and then restrict it to only results on the VEX forum. Because again, most mechanisms are fairly generic and there's so many resources out there on how to build things. And again, I'll have in future slides, I'll provide some more resources on great places on how to build stuff. Okay, so we'll pause here for questions. So let me awkwardly turn here to this other screen and see if any questions have gone in. What is the recommended drivetrain speed for V5? That is a great question. That's going to depend largely on the level of experience of your team. By default, the easiest kind of drivetrain is going to be 4 V5 motors, each of them at 200 RPM, so the default speed that without swapping out the cartridge, and with 4-inch wheels. That is going to be fine for pretty much anyone. In this current year, a lot of teams are actually doing this fancy gear train that speeds up the drivetrain to 257 RPM. If you're an inexperienced team, you'll do just fine with a 200 RPM drive. But some of those higher level teams really want to push the limits and get a higher speed drive. The thing you want to keep in mind is that the faster you make your drive, the more likely it is to burn out. This isn't as much of a problem with V5 as it was with the Cortex motors, which really were just so fragile. You poked them and they would die. But the faster you go, the less torque you're going to have. And so you're going to be sacrificing being able to push other robots for speed. So that's just going to be a design philosophy on how you want to play the game. Do I want to zip around the field, or do I want to be able to push people? Would you recommend doing CAD drawings like on Fusion 360 before building a prototype? It's up to you. For prototypes, my recommendation would probably be it's supposed to just be a rough proof of concept. So the beauty of the Vex Robotics platform is that it's meant to be a rapid prototyping system. So for a prototype, the idea is to just get a quick mechanism built together to see if it actually works. CAD is I would more so recommend for when you're trying to implement the final design and get a sense of how everything's going to work together. But in this era of COVID-19, maybe you won't have as much time with the parts that you have access to, and it would be beneficial for you to try and CAD the part or the prototype ahead of time, so that way when you do have access to the parts in your classroom, you can quickly build it and you know what you're doing ahead of time. Does Vex Forum/Education have guided CAD courses? I know there are some YouTube tutorials, I believe for Autodesk, that are posted on how to specifically use CAD in a Vex Robotics context. So I'd have to look those up again, but I when you just search YouTube like Vex CAD tutorial, a lot of results will pop up. Ultimately, the one you use is the software you use is going to probably depend on which ones have good student licenses or which ones are free. But yeah, there's some tutorials online on how to do some basic CAD. And the thing about CAD with Vex is that you're pretty much just pairing parts together. So there's not too much in terms of creating parts from scratch. You're primarily just taking existing parts and putting them together. Where can you find CAD Vex parts? Great question. So on the Vex Robotics, actually see if I can just pull it up. I'll talk at the same time. On the Vex Robotics competition website, if you go to any product page, in the details, there should be a tab for each individual part that lets you download the CAD of that particular part. Now, it's going to be a part that is generic, and then you'll need to save it as the whatever file format your particular software uses. So I almost have a part up. So let's see. Make sure it's on here. Yeah, here we go. So I'll just put this on the screen real quick. Liking this many tabs open. All right, so here, I pull up some random web page. If I scroll down here, I can see one of the tabs is CAD parts. And then there's downloads for all the individual parts. I can even preview them. Actually, I'm not going to do that because it's going to hurt my computer. It's on the edge right now. It doesn't like live streaming and doing this at the same time. But you can download the parts from there. People have also made CAD libraries. So if you don't want to go through and download every single part individually, there's some communities out there that have already downloaded all the parts. So you can just download a zip file and just open up all the parts and have them readily available. What else? Make sure how we do on time. I think I just answered that. Is there a CAD library? Not officially provided by Vex, but like I said, there's some online communities. I think there was one even posted on the Vex forum within the last couple of months. So if you just search on the Vex forum for CAD library, you should have some results that pop up. I know I've seen like multiple people post their CAD libraries. And just make sure that's not too much of an outdated link. There was one CAD library a couple of years ago. I downloaded a CAD library from like 5 or 6 years ago, and I think the link got corrupted since then, and I accidentally got a virus. So that was my fault for being stupid. but most CAD libraries are fine. Just make sure it's an up-to-date current one that hasn't been compromised. Yeah, that sounds familiar. I'm pretty sure there's an Autodesk Fusion 360 and Inventor library that students can download. How do you recommend students splurging for grants/sponsorships and get more money? That is a great question. Not really within, I don't have that within the scope of the presentation, but I don't mind talking about that for a couple of minutes. It's hard, I won't lie. The biggest piece of advice is to find as many grants as you can and just apply to all of them. In terms of getting your students motivated to do that, I mean, you don't want to like threaten them with, well, if you don't get money, you don't get parts, but kind of the reality of it. Oftentimes reaching out to local businesses in the era before COVID-19, that was a good piece of advice where, hey, go to a local business, like, hey, can you donate $100, $200 and we'll put your logo on our team t-shirt. And oftentimes local business will be more than willing to do that. That might be more tricky now. There's also REC Foundation grants that are available for newer teams that you can apply for, so you can look into those. Are Mechanim wheels helpful in this game? We will get to that later. That is going to be in the robot design part of it. Yeah, I'll share my more detailed thoughts on that a bit later, but yeah, there's a dedicated slide for that. I'd recommend students applying. I think yeah. Any other questions before we move on? In fact, I think the Mechanim wheel is actually coming up pretty soon. Look at my slides ahead. Oh, yes, I think they are. Okay, yeah, so I'll definitely get to your question. All right, if there are no more questions, we're actually doing pretty good on time here, so I think I can slow down a little bit. I was trying to make sure I was leaving plenty of time for questions, so I'm glad we're doing okay on time. In rehearsal, I kept going over because I kept explaining things in too much detail. Anyway, let's go ahead and move on. All right, so you've gone through the entire phase of planning things out. You've decided, okay, we've built some prototypes. We know these mechanisms work. Excuse me, we know these other ones don't. So this is where you're finally going to get into the design of your final robot. So if you went with the approach of building individual prototypes and not necessarily a full robot, in an ideal world, what you would do is you would take the best prototypes for each action that the robot can complete and combine them into one perfect robot. Except we all know that there's no such thing as a perfect robot. This is where your priority list is going to be extremely helpful. You are going to have to make design trade-offs. It would be fantastic if we could dedicate half the motors to every single mechanism on the robot, but you can't, unfortunately. So this is where you want to look at your priority list. What did you say was the most important action in the game? And sorry, lost my train of thought there. I saw a comment posted. When you have two mechanisms and say, okay, both of these are perfect, but one of them is going to have to drop a motor so that way we can have the other. And when you're trying to decide which one of those is going to get more resources allocated to it, you want to look at your priority list. So if you're deciding between your intake or your scoring mechanism, more than likely your intake is going to be higher on the priority list. So you should give more resources allocated to that. So that's how you're going to inform design trade-offs. Don't put it on the screen yet. Now, ideally, what you can do is you can combine functionality. So you might see some overlap. So notice, part of the reason why it's helpful to list out all the different mechanisms for every individual task is you might see some overlap. So you might see, oh, wait a second, we can pick up balls with a particular mechanism, and we can see, and we can also descore balls from the bottom of goals with that same mechanism. So let's combine them together into one. You can do that. Just keep in mind that not generally speaking, sometimes when you combine the functionality of two different actions together into one, the quality of both might drop. One example is, and this is my personal feelings on it, no offense if any of you have these, a phone case wallet. So your thought is, I don't want to have two things in my pocket. I want to combine these together into one awesome function. Well, here's the thing. Now, every single time you want to pull out your phone, you have this big honking mass with all your credit cards and your money and your phone, and you might have to like hold it with two hands because it's nice, big and clunky. And anytime you need to pay for something, you got to pull out your phone and your wallet at the same time. But for some of you, you might think, that's not a big deal. I don't mind having this massive thing in my pocket. For others, you might say, it's a little bit too much weight in one object. I'd rather have those two separated, and that way they work better at their intended function. It's up to you to make that design trade-off. Okay, so when you're designing the robot, you want to use the KISS principle, and that's keep it simple, sweetie. The reason for that is that the more complex your robot becomes, the more points of failure you introduce. So if you have this robot that's got all these crazy mechanisms, all these moving parts, if even one of those points goes wrong, now your entire robot's not working. So you want to try and reduce the number of degrees of freedom. And a degrees of freedom is just a point where something is able to rotate or actuate in a linear manner. So if you can reduce the number of points of failure, that is the best thing you can do. It's also easier to build a simple design in a shorter period of time, which leaves you more time for things like driver practice, which, as I stressed before, is going to be very, very, very important. The other thing to keep in mind is not everything needs to be an active mechanism. Now, an active mechanism is just something that is going to have a motor allocated to it. So this is something where you might say, okay, say there's something really low on your priority list, but you still want to be able to complete it in some shape or form. What you can do, I'm sorry, I didn't explain passive mechanism. I need to do that first. Active mechanism, something that has a motor. A passive mechanism is something that is able to complete an action without being powered by a motor. So an example might be some sort of funnel on your robot. So if you want to center a ball onto your robot, what you can do is you already have a drive, so you can drive into the ball, and there'll be a funnel that will passively bring the ball into the center of your robot. So not everything needs to be active. And because you have so few motors on the robot, you'll probably need to have passive mechanisms. Now, the other thing with passive mechanisms is that judges really like them, because you can say, well, we have the motors allocated this, but then we have this cool passive mechanism for these certain actions. And there's usually a lot of creativity with passive mechanisms. I come from a first Lego League background where passive mechanisms ruled, so they're really fun to play with. Now you might be saying, okay, where do I use passive mechanisms? The most common place you're going to use them is on, like I mentioned before, items lower on your priority list. So items that are high on your priority list, you're more than likely want to be active mechanisms because they're going to be much more efficient and they're going to run better. But for things that are less important, you can have a passive mechanism. For example, let's say you want a mechanism that can de-score balls from the bottom of a goal this year very quickly. A passive mechanism will be a stick, and you just kind of whap them out of there, right? An active mechanism might be some sort of roller that pulls the balls out of it. Now, again, this is an example of combining functionality. So your intakes can dual purpose as a way to de-score without really any consequences. But that's just an example. Try to incorporate passive mechanisms where it doesn't necessarily need a motor and it's lower on your priority list. Okay, so you've decided, here's our robot design. Now sketch it. The first sketch should just be a rough sketch to make sure everyone's on the same page. This is what we're building, right? Great. So have some sort of rough sketch like you can see on the bottom right corner. And then what you'll want to do is you'll either want to have a detailed sketch. So if you don't have access to CAD software, go ahead and because you built the prototypes, you should have a general idea of how much space things are going to take up. So you can have a 2-scale model. And the beautiful part about this is that the engineering notebook that comes in your welcome kit is graph paper. So it's very easy to draw things with scale. Get a ruler out, get a protractor, go ham. Specify the mechanism or the dimensions for mechanisms. Like I said before, this is so important to make sure you build the robot within 18 inches. And also that's able to expand out to the proper size. For CAD software, the most common pieces of software are SolidWorks, Autodesk Inventor, Onshape, Fusion 360. Robot Mesh Mimic, I wouldn't necessarily recommend. It's kind of like a last resort. It's not a true CAD software. It's kind of just like this online web tool you can use. It's very finicky. I recommend trying to use any one of the proper CAD softwares if you're going to do CAD. Now, a question might arise of like, do I have to do a CAD model of the robot? Most teams don't. Most teams are just going to draw a detailed sketch and then go straight to the physical design. Because again, because Vex is a rapid prototyping system, you can build robots, as long as you have some experience, relatively quickly. However, again, let's say you don't have much access or time in the classroom to build the robot. You can spend more of your time outside the classroom, distancing from everyone, and working on the CAD model of the robot. So that way, when you actually get to the classroom, you basically have an instruction manual for your robot. You just have to essentially copy and paste it in real life. Okay. So, one word of warning. Your starting limit is 18 inches cubed. You should not design your robot at 18 inches cubed. There's always going to be some zip tie or some bolt that's slightly sticking out of the 18 inches, and that's your responsibility to make sure it doesn't. At most, you should be making your maximum length when everything is folded up 17.5 inches max, because things are magically going to expand a little bigger than you thought they were. And if the difference between your robot working and not working relies on that half-inch difference, maybe it's time to consider a different robot design. The other thing you need to keep in mind is most field dimensions are going to have a plus minus 1 inch tolerance. And this is because, think about this from the event partner's point of view. So they need to set up 4 or 5 fields within a limited amount of time, and they're doing the best they can, and they're double checking all the dimensions and everything. But no one is going to be able to perfectly nail to the exact quarter of an inch or decimal point the field, right? So there's a slight tolerance on everything, and your robot needs to be able to account for that. Another thing to keep in mind is game object placement has a tolerance of plus minus 1.5 inches, so it's a bit bigger. Again, thinking about this from an event perspective, your field resetters do an awesome job at really quickly resetting the field in like a minute or less. Well, maybe not less than a minute, but very quickly. Do you think a field resetter, from your perspective, can you perfectly put a ball down on the exact same spot every single time? Of course you can't. So there's going to be a slight tolerance. Now, of course, if there's like an extreme violation spec, like something like the ball's like clear like 3 inches this way or something, or that goal's kind of not built correctly, go ahead and just point that out to the head referee or maybe some of the field staff, so that way they can fix that. The best time to do this is before the qualification matches start, before things are really going and there's teams on the field. You can ask some event staff if you could be allowed to go to the field and go ahead and measure everything, just make sure everything's okay, if you want to double check all that. All right, tolerating error. So how to tolerate error. So I mentioned, again, you have all these potential tolerances. How do you actually tolerate it? So like I said, if you're finding yourself saying, oh, our robot works perfectly as long as it's perfectly lined up, that's a sign of a bad robot design. Here are some mechanical ways that you can tolerate error in your design. For one, you can have active mechanisms. So if you have a mechanism that rotates or has some sort of roll that rotates really quickly, as soon as a game, so for the ball, for example, if you have something that's rolling, as soon as the ball touches that active mechanism, it's going to pull it in. Whereas if you have a passive mechanism like a ramp, right, you're going to have to try and drive on it. It goes up, came back down, now I got to try again, up, back down. So generally speaking, active mechanisms are a great way to tolerate error. So if a ball is slightly off, your intake's still able to reach and pull it in. Part of that, again, have a large intake area. So instead of having a very narrow channel that your robot must be perfectly lined up to pick up a ball, try and see if you can widen it a little bit. So that way, even if the ball is a little bit this to the left or a little bit to the right, your intake is still able to grab it and pull it in. Another method is passive guides. So it's very common for teams to put a little V-shaped thing on their robot, and it's just this rigid structure. And what it does is, in order to score, I need to be perfectly centered on this object. So what you do is you have this V shape, and your robot just drives into it, and then it self-centers your robot. So you drive forward, centers, drive forward, centers. So that's a great way you can do that. Have physical limits. So if you have an arm and you don't want it to go past a particular point, put a hard stop there. So that way you can just slam your arm towards the top, and you know it's not going to go past there because you have something preventing it from moving. The last thing is flexible parts. Now, for the past couple of years, the game objects have been hard plastic. And if you have a rigid structure that interacts with your game objects, you're just asking for your mechanism to get jammed. That's why you oftentimes see with their conveyor belts and their intakes, they have those flexible rubber flaps. So that way it's able to mesh the game object. So even if it's slightly off kilter, it's still able to let things pass through because they're flexible. Again, that's for mostly game objects that are going to interact with, those are for mechanisms that primarily interact with your game objects. For things like your drivetrain, make sure those are as rigid as possible. And we'll get to that. And here's just a little example of kind of all these principles put into one. So this is Pyro's robot from a couple of years ago. Notice it has passive guides to pick up the object, line it up onto the pole. It also has an active intake roller to pull the disc in. And it also has a hard limit on the arm to make sure that it stops at the correct height. All right, ways to tolerate error in software. The biggest thing is going to be sensor feedback. Now, it might sound kind of obvious, but that's how you're going to tolerate error. Oftentimes, you're going to have sensors that are going to say, okay, move this object until I sense it is at that location. One piece of advice I'd give you is make sure that you have timeouts in your code. So if you expect, okay, my robot should reach this object in about 5 seconds. And if it takes longer than 8 seconds to get there, something's probably gone catastrophically long. And I want to make sure I exit that loop so I'm not stuck in an infinite loop the entire match. So make sure you have timeouts if you're waiting for a sensor feedback on something. Closed loop control systems like PID or more simple proportional control loops are going to be recommended for this. And we'll go over that more in the programming area. And here's an example of that, again, from Pyro a couple of years ago. So instead of having encoder ticks to say drive a certain distance, we told the code to drive forward until you pick up the goal. And notice we got off kilter a little bit by that cone that accidentally got in our way. But because we told the program, don't stop driving forward until you get to the goal, the robot just kept pushing on and it got it. Whereas if we told it drive 2 feet forward, it would not have gotten it. Ease of control. So think about this from, all right, I'm at the match, I got my controller in hand, and I'm driving the robot. You want to try and automate as many systems as you can, because the last thing you want is to say something like this. Well, in order to score the ball, I just have to press all 3 of these buttons in rapid sequential order. Yikes. In the moment of a match, the last thing you want to be doing is trying to pull off a button combo to successfully control your robot, right? So this is where you can use sensors to automate systems. So you just have to hold down one button and the robot does all the work for you. Here's a great example of this from 929U from back in Turning Point. So notice how he's just holding down one button and the robot is executing a series of, I believe, I counted 5 actions. So it launches the ball, adjusts the angle, load onto another ball, launch another ball. And if you were doing that manually, that'd be a lot of button presses to get all that working. But instead, holds down a button and the sensors take care of the rest. You want to try and make your robot as much of like you're just controlling an object in a video game as much as you can. Because then it's just, oh yeah, I'm just having fun driving my robot around, not, I gotta press all these buttons. Okay. Other things for ease of control. If you can, try to have your robot intake game objects and score game objects from the front. It's very difficult to drive your robot backwards. It takes so much driver practice in order to nail it. And even then, even if teams are driving backwards to score things, even the experienced ones, it's not going to be as nearly as good as if you're just scoring from the front. So as much as you can, try and do everything from the front side so you're not trying to drive backwards. Sometimes 2 drivers is going to be better than 1. Now, generally speaking, you're going to want to have 1 controller and 1 person controlling the robot. Why is this? Well, if you have 2 people controlling a robot, so just for reference, in case you aren't familiar, you're able to tether one controller to another using a wire, so you can have 2 people controlling it at the same time. If you have 2 people controlling it, then you might have mixed signals. So one person might be thinking, oh, I need to go over and score that ball, while the other person thinking, I need to get out of here and score the ball over there. And then you get conflicting actions. And you'll see that on the field. Like, why is a robot like doing things that don't make sense? So as much as you can, try to have 1 person controlling the robot. Now, I think, yeah, I'll cover it now. The best application for 2 drivers is you still have your primary controller that has everything automated on their controller and they're driving. But let's say for whatever reason, a sensor breaks on your robot and all of a sudden your automated system isn't working. What I recommend doing is having your second controller be the manual backup. So you have a person there at the ready just in case the robot breaks so they can take over manual control. I think that's the best use scenario. Also, the robot's like super complicated. It might be beneficial to split among 2, but it's better to try to just automate systems. Avoid lining your robot up at an angle at the start of the match. Again, you're not going to be able to consistently, by just your eye, starting the robot at an angle. So if you are, or if you do need to do that, use some sort of alignment jig, so some rigid structure you can put down on the field to get you lined up. Okay, ease of control. Or we're still on ease of control, my bad. So by far, the biggest time waster for inexperienced teams that I have noticed any year is acquiring game pieces. They'll spend the entire match trying to pick up 1 game piece. And that's why it's so important to give your intake mechanism a lot of attention. Ideally, your intake mechanism should be a touch take intake. So the moment I touch the game object with my intake, it's in my robot and I'm done. I don't have to worry about chasing it around or anything. Like I said before, have a large area for collecting game objects, and don't underestimate the ability of or the difficulty of transporting game objects within the robot. And I'll 2 more slides from now, I'll give some details on that. Other thing is prepare to take hits from defense. There's a rule in the game manual that talks about that benefit of the doubt. If there's an unclear violation in the rules, the benefit of the doubt is given to the offensive robot and versus the defensive robot, since the game is primarily meant to be offensive. But a lot of people tend to interpret this rule as defense is not allowed. That could not be further from the case. Watch the World Championship Finals, where you have the best head referees from around the world, and you're seeing a lot of defense. So don't be afraid to take hits at top speeds from other robots, or if you accidentally ram into the wall top speed. You should try to make sure your robot as rigid as possible. You should try to make sure you have a firm grip on game objects. So if someone hits you, you shouldn't actually let go of your game object. Reinforce problem areas by saying by having a triangular brace. So that's a very simple way to create more structure on something. So if you have a tower, put a triangle brace on there, and then that will make it a lot more rigid. And then design the robot with maintenance in mind. Now, you could design the robot such that you have all these overlapping structures on top of one another, but say something were to break in the middle of it, then you would have to take apart all these different pieces just to get to the middle part. So when you're designing the robot, keep in mind, well, if we build it this way, it's going to be really hard to maintenance. The last thing is do the math, then build. If you're blindly building without doing some just rough napkin calculations ahead of time, you're going to have a lot of wasted time. In terms of some resources you can use to find some math that would be useful, here's 3 resources that I would recommend. STEM labs, those are great for a classroom environment, but also just if you're learning on your own. The VEX knowledge base has a lot of great articles, and also just the old VEX curriculum. They have so many different articles on the various math you can use in the competition. Okay, iterative design. So the last thing you want to do is you want to, after a tournament, or maybe some period of time because of COVID-19, maybe you didn't go to an in-person tournament, you want to evaluate, okay, did our design meet the goals on the priority list? And does our robot need to be rebuilt, or does it need to be refined? Yeah, just an example here. This was a season where a lot of things went wrong. You can see that there are 3 different major design iterations. This was the robot we brought to the first tournament, or I wasn't on the team at this point. This was the robot that was brought to the first tournament. Team determined does not meet our goals. They had to rebuild and then rebuild again. Now, more times than not, you'll just have to refine the design you currently have. And if you plan on trying to rebuild the entire robot, and you need to ask yourself, the only reason you should be fundamentally rebuilding the entire robot is there's something fundamentally wrong with the design. And again, this isn't usually the case. Normally you can just, okay, we need to tweak this particular aspect of the robot. Okay, I think yes, so time for questions. Let me see what we're doing here. What questions do we have? Yes, just a quick note from before with a robot CAD. Just make sure that, just to be clear, you cannot 3D print parts in the VEX Robotics competition for high school and middle school. With the exception of the license plates, you can read the game manual on the particulars on that. But the CAD software is meant to put pieces together. So you're not 3D printing objects. That's for VEXU. Once you get to college, you can do stuff like that. And that's clearly defined in the rules. Okay. Would you recommend buying the licenses to practice programming available on VEX Robotics Virtual World? Up to you. I'm sorry. I haven't personally used that myself, but I would use your best judgment. I would look at free resources first if you're maybe tight on your budget. And then if you're finding that the free resources aren't serving your team, then maybe look at particular options that maybe cost a little bit of money. Virtual world. Okay. Other questions? We have about 2 more minutes dedicated to this section, so I want to make sure we have time to have a repeat last question. Simulators. So just asking in general. Well, let's see. Oh, like XRC simulator. So for those that aren't familiar, there is a simulator that that has been developed by the community, where it's basically a little game that you can play the robot with. The thing about those specifically with the XRC simulator, and I have messed around with it, it's more purpose-built for the first robotics competition. So the physics with the Vex robots are really wonky. If you want to practice, it might be a decent way, but I would more so consider that a fun activity rather than like serious, like this is going to be our driver practice. If you don't have access to the robot, I suppose it's better than nothing, but the physics of how that robot handles is so much different than how an actual robot handles. So maybe better than nothing, but I don't know if I would recommend it for official practice. It's more of a thing for just for fun. The biggest problem with it is the acceleration of the robot. Vex robots can accelerate pretty quickly because they're so lightweight, but because it's built with FRC in mind, it takes the robot a little bit to like get up to speed. Any other questions? We have about 1 minute left before we move on to build tips. Okay, I think we're good to go then. So now we will go ahead and move on to building tips. Okay, so in terms of the parts you can use, you are primarily going to be building your robot using Vex EDR parts. And those are going to be parts that are officially sold by Vex. And if you're curious, those are the red products on the Vex Robotics website. There's a link to that right there. And again, this is laid out in Rule 6 if you want the details of what particular parts are allowed and not allowed. So what parts to buy? So if you're a brand new team and you want to figure out what parts should I buy, what I would recommend purchasing is the Competition Super Kit. It's going to give you a lot of the fundamental tools and parts that you need to compete. The additional parts you're going to need are going to change from year to year because depending on whatever the design that is best playing that game, you might want different parts for that. But just as a general rule, parts that you can never have enough of are going to be aluminum C channels, standoffs, axles, spacers, shaft collars, and then nuts and bolts. Those you can never have too many of because you're going to use so many of them on the robot. So design creativity. So besides the obvious, I'm designing an out-of-this-world robot, there are 4 main materials that a lot of teams take advantage of in terms of creating a creative design. And that's anti-slip mat, 4-inch and 11-inch zip ties, not just any zip tie. The game manual does specify it has to be those particular types. Number 64 and number 32 rubber bands, and then polycarbonate sheets, or a plastic sheet in general, but most teams use polycarbonate. So using anti-slip mat. A lot of teams use anti-slip mat as some sort of net on their robot. So that way game objects don't accidentally get stuck in areas they're not supposed to. So here's an example on the far left over here. So in this particular robot, they had anti-slip. This is Pyro's robot again. There's some net on the robot, so that way if a cone accidentally fell out the intake, it wouldn't accidentally get stuck in all the mechanisms down below. It would just kind of bounce off and then onto the floor. Another one is because it's an anti-slip mat, you can use it for friction. So this was a robot that had to grab a bunch of objects at once, and you wanted to make sure that it didn't accidentally slip out. So you can see there's some anti-slip mat on the claw here, so that way there's some friction, so that way the objects can't easily slide out of the claw. Also, when you have a conveyor belt system, oftentimes you want to have anti-slip mat backing, so that way there's a little more give and squish to the game object that's going up. Also, you might want to have it so that way instead of the ball translating directly upwards, it's actually rolling, so you're getting it ready to give it backspin. Say if you have like a flywheel design. Zip ties. So the main purpose of the zip ties are going to be cable management. So here's a picture from 60X, and they had a very beautiful cable management. If you can get your cable management to look like that, whew, it looked great. As long as you are just getting your cable management down in general, so that way they don't accidentally get entangled in things, that's what you're striving for. However, there are some teams that actually use zip ties as part of their robot design. And one example was from a couple of years ago in the zone. There were some teams that used these passive zip tie intakes to hold the game object. Now, it was a passive intake, so it wasn't nearly as good as active intakes. However, it was a creative design that some teams actually used. Polycarbonate. So this is where you're going to see probably the most functionality and creativity. So the game manual specifies you can use a few different types of plastics from a sheet that's 12 inches by 24 inches up to 0.07 inches thick. I apologize to our international viewers who do not use the imperial system. The metric is laid out in the game manual as well. Here are some examples that I could find from teams on how they use this. Now, the reason why you see so much creativity is because it's a blank canvas, and you can cut that thing as much as you want to the exact shape you want, as long as it all fits within that one 12-inch by 24-inch sheet. So you can see some very simple things like this hook to the catapult from a couple years ago. So there's these hole cutouts for the balls to rest in, this entire bracket on this one robot, just these guide rails on the tower takeover robot. So there's a lot of different things you can use the polycarbonate for, and that's where you're going to see a lot of creativity show from teams. Okay, so hardware. So the main thing you're going to use is primarily aluminum. So most of the kits you will purchase from Vex are going to include steel in them. Most of the time, you're going to want to use aluminum as the primary structure of your robot. The reason that is because it's a lot more lightweight, and for most structural applications, you don't really need the steel and that rigidity it provides. With the V5 system, this isn't as much of a concern as it used to be with the Cortex. Like I said, those motors were being pushed to their limits, and if you didn't keep your robot lightweight, your robot pretty much couldn't move. So with V5, this is less of a concern, but still try to have most of your structure aluminum, and then use steel selectively in places that might need to be slightly more rigid. So the other thing is keep everything straight and properly spaced. Might sound obvious, however, with the Vex hardware, because they use square holes, the bolts that go through them actually have a bit of play in them. So if you're not careful to directly line things up, over time, you can have all these different square holes lining up to the point of where your robot is a little crooked. So just be mindful that when you're tightening things down to make sure, line it up, make sure it's nice and square, then tighten it. Shoulder screws can help get rid of this slop. So Vex sells some shoulder screws, and that's just a screw that has a thicker diameter towards the top of the bolt head. So that way it's more so prevents that slop from happening. And also RoboSource sells them, which I'll mention in a minute. So in your Vex kits, you're primarily going to get these Keps nuts, and you're also going to get these nylocks. Now, the Keps nuts are great for prototyping because they're very easy to take on and off. So it's good for a proof of concept sort of thing. However, on your final competition robot, you primarily want to use nylocks because unless you've used it like tens of times, a nylock, once you tighten that puppy down onto your robot, it's not coming loose. So for your final robot design, try to use primarily nylocks. Where you want to use Keps nuts is maybe in a part of the robot that you expect to maybe be maintaining a bit more. So what you want to do is, in combination with some nylock nuts on some bolts, have some Keps nuts on the other bolts. So that way, if the Keps nut accidentally falls off, you still have that rigid nylock keeping everything together. And it also makes it a little easier to take on and off if you need to make a last minute repair. And again, that's designing for repairability and maintenance in mind. Also, if you can purchase a cheap low torque hand drill that's just battery powered, you can get them on Amazon for like $20. That is very helpful if you can just put a little hex or Torque-X bit in there, and then you can just zip, get that bolt out, zip, get that bolt out, or zip, tighten it down. Okay, so motion. So when you have an active drive shaft, the one thing to keep in mind is that if you have something that's not exactly lined up, your drive shafts are going to easily bend over time. So make sure you're checking them. And before you put a drive shaft on the mechanism, what I like to do is I like to put it on a perfectly flat surface and press down on one end to see if there's a bend. And if you see a slight bend, it's going to be quite obvious because over the course of the drive shaft, you'll see the other end is like actually lifted off the perfectly flat surface. So check them before you put them on your robot. Also check for friction and alignment. So like I said, alignment before, because that's going to prevent bending, but also friction. So oftentimes a lot of when a mechanism is not working, or say it doesn't have enough torque to lift something, or one side of your drive isn't moving properly, it's oftentimes due to friction. So please make sure you're constantly checking for friction. Best way you can do this is pull the drive shaft out of the motor and spin or rotate the mechanism freely to see and feel for the friction. If you're feeling resistance and it's not even in the drive shaft is not in the motor at that moment, you know you've got a friction problem and you need to find it. Please use bearing flats. A lot of inexperienced teams, and that for reference, that's the part in the bottom right-hand corner here. Bearing flats are used to make sure that your drive shaft is not floating around in the Vex square hole. Because again, it's just kind of going to sit there if you don't do anything with it. So the bearing shaft is there to provide a low friction area to support your drive shaft. Also, use the 2 support rule of thumb. So what that effectively means, if you have a drive shaft, try to support it in only 2 areas. The reason that is you're effectively connecting 2 points with a line. So say you do have a misalignment and it's slightly crooked. Well, that's not great, but at least it's only connecting between 2 points. If you're supporting that drive shaft at 3 different points, now all of a sudden you've introduced 3 potential points where you could be bending the axle this way on one side, bending the axle this way on the other side, and that's just asking for friction. So most commonly, the one side of your support is going to be the shaft inside your motor, and then on the other side, it's going to be supported by a bearing flat. And again, that's the rule of thumb. There may be times you need to do 3. You can do that. I'm not saying never use more than 2, but it's a rule of thumb. Also, reduce the number of external gears and sprockets when possible. Remember, this comes back to we're trying to make the robot as simple as you can to reduce the number of points of failure. So if you have a very complicated gearbox that has a very particular gear ratio, and you're like, okay, I need to have this very specific gearbox to mesh all these gears together, then you're introducing a lot of friction between those points, and it's going to become more efficient and more points of failure. Okay, drivetrains. So there are many different types of drives. I've linked a VEX knowledge base article here if you want to read more. Here's the thing. Omnidirectional drives. So by most drives you're going to see is what is commonly referred to as a tank drive. And that's just 4 wheels. There's a motor on each. You can drive forward, backwards, and then turn, right? That is the simplest design drive that basically everyone should be using, with a few exceptions. So they're very easy to build. They work wonderfully. You're never going to have that many issues with them. And it gives you a lot more time to focus on other things. Omnidirectional drives, just generally speaking, are going to be a little more tedious to maintenance. And that's because you need to have a lot of resources put into an omnidirectional drive in order for it to work at the optimal level. So what do I mean by that? So the 2 main forms of omnidirectional drives, and for those of you who are familiar, I should have explained this. An omnidirectional drive is a drive that, instead of being just able to move forwards and backwards and turn, is also able to strafe side to side. So that's a really cool feature to have. However, not quite there yet. So the 2 primary omnidirectional drives you see in the VEX robotics competition is an X drive. So you have 4 omnidirectional wheels that are rotated 45 degrees. And then you also have mecanum drives, where the actual rollers on the drive are going to be rotated at 45 degrees. And then based on how you turn each one of those wheels, if you do some vector math, you can see, okay, move the robot this way, it's left, to the right. I don't know if my image is mirrored or not, so it may look kind of weird. Anywho, unless you have a very good reason not to, please go with tank. There are a couple reasons why. In order to get an omnidirectional drive working, the first thing is you need to have a lot of mechanical maintenance. If any one of those 4 wheels is going slightly slower due to friction, instead of perfectly moving sideways, your robot's going to arc in a particular direction. Another thing you have to keep in mind with an omnidirectional drive is your weight distribution needs to be very even. So if one side of your robot is a lot heavier than the other side with an omnidirectional drive, instead of strafing sideways, it's going to strafe around that point. It's also going to require a lot of software to make sure you're constantly correcting. Because even with a perfectly sound mechanical system, the motors might sometimes not be moving at the exact same rates. And then that will cause you not to strafe perfectly sideways. So you're going to have a sensor feedback of, okay, how fast are all 4 of my wheels moving? Is my angle off? Okay, quickly correct this side, correct that side. Your time, generally speaking, is going to be better spent on a tank drive rather than an omnidirectional drive. The only use case for an omnidirectional drive is going to be pretty much in the programming skills challenge. So if you're trying to gun for a really high programming skill score, it can be useful to, instead of turn, drive forward, turn, resume, to just move sideways. Just keep in mind that you're going to have to spend a lot of time maintaining this. And if you're going to have to spend a lot more time on your drivetrain than you are on your intake and your scoring mechanism. So just be very mindful if you go in that direction, that it's not something that you're going to be able to just nail it down the first time, not think about the rest of the season. It's going to require constant maintenance. Okay, so with the drive itself, in terms of other tips, one thing to keep in mind is that especially the older wheels, they have a plastic, it's from a plastic mold. So when you put a drive shaft through, over time, this especially applies if you have a classroom that maybe has some older parts, over time you'll notice that you can actually move the drive shaft like maybe a solid eighth of a rotation without it actually driving the wheel. And this is one way that you can get wheel slipping. So what you can do is you can try and lock the axle to the wheel. So that way, as soon as the drive shaft starts moving, the wheel's going to move as well. One method you can do that to do this is you can use these parts called drive shaft locks. What they do is you effectively just put them on either side of the wheel, clamp them down with a bolt, and that puppy is going to move straight with your drive shaft. Oh, actually went backwards. In terms of the number of motors you put on your drive for V5, minimum 4. Really, in the context of high school robots, you don't need more than 4 motors on your drive. There's not much benefit to going to 6. It's negligible difference. So those 2 motors are better spent probably on like your intakes or your scoring mechanism. On the other hand, downgrading to a 2-motor drive is a substantial downgrade. So unless you have a very weird creative design, and again, unless you have a very good reason to not have a 4-motor drive, basically just put 4 motors on your drivetrain and have that be the rule if you're a newer team or maybe you're not a top level team. But I would never recommend downgrading to 2. It's just asking for trouble. Okay, so in terms of different lifts you'll use in vector robotics competition, again, I have a link here to some different lifts that are on the VEX knowledge base. In fact, these pictures are from the article. So there are a few common types of lifts. So one very easy to build and common lift in the vector robotics competition is a simple 4-bar mechanism. So what that's going to do is you're going to have 2 parallel arms that are linked at either end that allow the end effector to stay perpendicular to the ground the whole time you're lifting up and down with a 4-bar. They're very easy to build. It lets you reach fairly high up, and they're very simple. They're great for beginners. If you want to reach a little higher than that, you can also build a 6-bar. So this is essentially a 4-bar on top of a 4-bar, except you have one lever arm going through the entire mechanism, which is why it's called a 6-bar. If you count the number of points or arms, you can see there's 6. And this is going to compact a little more. It's also going to reach a little higher up. The downside is the 6-bar, because again, with a 4-bar and a 6-bar, you're going to reach, it's not going to be linear up and down. It's going to start at a point down at the bottom here. It's going to reach out horizontally, and then when you extend back up, it's going to reach the top. So it's sort of an arc. With a 6-bar, that arc's going to be more exaggerated in the horizontal direction. And for particular designs, that might be useful to you. Maybe you want to be able to have a small footprint when it's retracted and then reach really far out when it's fully extended. So that is very common in the competition. Very similar to a 4-bar is a chain bar. It's effectively doing the same thing, except instead of having 2 parallel arms next to one another to keep the end effector perpendicular to the ground, instead you're fixing a sprocket at one end and having a free spinning, well, that's not free spinning. You want to have a semi-fixed point to your end effector on the other end. And what the chain is going to do, it's going to have the same purpose of making sure that your end effector stays perpendicular. And depending, there's a discussion to be had whether or not chain bars or 4-bars are better. 4-bars are a little easier to build. Chain bars require a little more maintenance, but they can be more compact if done correctly. Now, if you're lifting above approximately 3 feet, a double reverse 4-bar, which is the mechanism you see on the right, is generally going to be recommended. Now, this is sort of the gold standard in the vector robotics competitions for I need to lift something up super high really quickly. Now, double reverse 4-bars are very difficult to build. If you're a brand new team, oh goodness, just hope the game doesn't require building a double reverse 4-bar in order to be successful. They require a lot of maintenance. Everything's got to be perfectly lined up, and they're very difficult to build. But once you get it working, they're so nice because you can reach really high up and have a very small, well, it's not a small footprint, but for the amount of height it gives you, they're very nice and fast as well. Now, one thing that was on the previous slide that you may notice on here, and this applies for the 4-bars and the double reverse 4-bar, because again, double reverse 4-bar is just a 4-bar stacked on top of another 4-bar in opposite direction. So it's close to linear motion, keeping it perpendicular. What you can do is you can put rubber bands on the double reverse 4-bar to try and help the lift go up. Not just for double reverse 4-bars, again, with normal 4-bars as well. So what you're doing is you're putting a bunch of elastic energy on such that really the only thing the motors are doing is kind of just giving the lift a nudge up. And then you're effectively, once you pick up a game object, the motors are just working to lift up the game object while your rubber bands are doing the work of pulling up the lift. So there are other lifts in the Vex Robotics competition. However, these are the main 4. You may see others, but just know that these are the most common ones you'll see. Intakes. So like I said before, ideally intake should be touch take. So as soon as you touch a game object, pull it in, the object's yours. The 2 most common intakes you're going to see in the Vector Box competition is some sort of claw/pincher, so some giant claw that's able to grab a bunch of objects. With things like balls, you're going to see a lot of active rollers. So that might be a top roller from previous year, so just one roller that's going horizontal to pull things in, or 2 vertical rollers that pull things in. The benefit of a top roller is you have a much bigger range to pick up a game object. So if the ball's off by a few inches, your intake's so wide that you can pull it in no matter what. Whereas with those side rollers, you have a much narrower channel in order to pick up game objects. Depending on the game, one or the other could be more beneficial. You may see a lot of teams using side rollers this year, but you'll notice from the few match videos that have been released, they do have a hard time trying to pick up balls from the middle of the field. The reason they're going with those side roller designs, that way they can very easily descore from goals. But there are other robots that have decided, you know what, I'll have a separate mechanism for descoring balls. I'm going to use a top roller, so that way it's really easy to pick up balls from the midfield. It's up to your team to determine what's the better method there. They both have their pros and cons. Okay, game piece transportation. So I got the ball in my intake. I need to get up to my scoring mechanism. So polycarbonate, or whatever plastic material you choose, but polycarbonate is somewhat the standard, is excellent for this because it is flexible and it's also low friction. So it's very easy to have a rigid point at point A, a rigid point at point B, maybe have some rigid point where you're fixing it in somewhere in the middle, and then you kind of just have the polycarbonate there, and the ball object and the game object just rolls on through your robot. They're very easy to implement, has flexibility. I would not recommend, because Vex sells these plates that you can bend. Those are going to be very rigid. I try to avoid those if you can. Zip ties, this was something that a lot of teams did last season, can also be used to create a low friction surface. So say you're low on polycarbonate, like, oh goodness, I really need to smooth this area out. What you can do is you can take a zip tie and you can wrap it around the metal such that only the smooth part of the zip tie is exposed. And now you have a smooth plastic surface for an object to slide off of. You can also have a rubber band backing. So if you really need a flexible part, so you're like, great, polycarbonate flexes, but I want something that really is going to comply with this. That's what rubber bands could be great for. Just string a bunch of rubber bands and then make sure nothing can escape from it, obviously, but that can flex outwards. And then if for whatever reason you need the object to not slip as much, you can use anti-slip mat on the back to have a firm grip on the object. Here's an example from Disco Bots a couple years ago, probably one of the best teams in the world. Well, or I'd say the best team in the world, both the teams that they had. And you could see, so they have 2 rigid points here, and there was a 3rd rigid point towards the bottom, but that's not pictured here. And they just have some polycarbonate connecting these 2 points, so the ball's able to flex outwards if it gets off kilter a little bit. Okay, electronics. So make sure to label the ports your motors are in, and also label the wire on either end. So you can put little things on your motor that say motor 1, and on the wire itself on either end, you can say motor 1, motor 1. And that way, if you just unplugged a bunch of things because you're trying to quickly repair something, you quickly know this wire goes to port 1, this wire goes to port 10, this is motor 10, this is motor 9, this is motor 8. So when you're trying to make quick repairs, everything's perfectly labeled, so you're not guessing, goodness, where does this wire go? It's going to help you a lot when you're trying to panic. It's worth the investment. Also, don't have any loose wires. If you have a loose wire that gets caught on your arm as it comes down and it accidentally unplugs your robot, that'd be no bueno. Then another thing is make sure you're mounting your radio up high. This is actually a rule in the game manual to make sure you do this. If you put it inside your robot around a bunch of metal, you're going to have constant disconnects. So try to put up as high as you can and weigh as much metal as possible. I would also recommend mounting your V5 brain and radio on rubber links. That's the little piece you see right here at the bottom right. You can buy them from Vex's website. And what that does is it helps absorb shock. So the V5 system is known to have problems with something called the white screen of death. And this is when it loses power for a very short period of time. So if you have a bad battery cable, and let's say you slam into a wall and your battery cable comes loose a little bit and the robot loses power for a brief few milliseconds, the screen's going to turn all white It's not going to respond to any input, and the only way to get rid of it is to unplug your battery. The problem is if your robot has moved during a match, you can't maintenance it. So by putting your brain and the radio on these rubber links, that can help reduce the white screen of death. It's also related to electrostatic discharge, but luckily this year, well, most events should have these brand new foam tiles that have some chemicals in them to help prevent static buildup. Okay, lastly, where can you buy some non-VEX parts that are legal for the competition? So to be clear, the game manual specifically specifies some examples of, here are some things that aren't specifically that VEX sells them, obviously, but if you want to buy them from somewhere like Home Depot or something, you can do that as long as they are identical to the one VEX sells. So one of them is 4-inch zip ties and number 64 rubber bands, polycarbonate sheets, spacers and washers, low profile nylocks. So those are nylock nuts that are lower profile, so that way you can save on some weight and space. And then some white lithium grease, which you can use in small quantities. You're not allowed to like lather your robot in white lithium grease. And the website I'd recommend for purchasing this stuff is going to be RoboSource. They sell a lot of these things for an extremely reduced cost compared to VEX. Okay. With that, well, we're not quite at lunch yet. We still have 5 minutes until. So any questions about the actual build process, I'd be happy to answer now. Let's see. Okay, to cut drive shafts, do you recommend using a hacksaw and a metal file to cut it and smooth? What is the best way to get a straight edge? So yes, a hacksaw will work perfectly fine. What I would recommend is that if you have a vice grip somewhere or just a table, whatever, blanking on the terminology, that can help keep the axle nice and straight when you're cutting it. One thing to keep in mind is that if you're not careful, so if you're cutting the axle with a hacksaw close, far away from the point where it's clamped, you can tend to bend it as you're cutting it. So try to cut it as close to where the axle is being supported as you can, but a hacksaw will work perfectly fine. That is what Phoenix guys have been doing to cut axles for the longest time. If you have the money, a Dremel is really nice to have for cutting axles, so you can just like buzz through one of them. But yeah, by all means, having a hacksaw and then filing it down to smooth it out, that works perfectly fine, and most teams do that anyway. What's the best way to get a straight edge? Just being very careful when you're cutting. It's going to take practice, unfortunately. But the biggest thing, don't have a dull saw blade. We had such a dull hacksaw our first year, and it wasn't until we got a brand new hacksaw with a brand new blade, it was like, oh goodness, this is slicing it like butter. So keep up your saw blades every now and again. That can really help you get a solid cut. If you also have like a little table bandsaw, that's another easy way to get an easy straight cut on a drive shaft. Okay. So high strength axles, let's address that first. So high strength axles, I'm personally a big fan of them. A lot of teams aren't. So biggest thing to keep in mind, don't use them everywhere. They are great for things like your drive, in my personal opinion, because you want to make sure that your drive is never going to break. And because drive shafts have the tendency to bend over time, just from the weight of your robot, or maybe things is slightly misaligned. If you have a high strength axle, and so for reference, those are drive shafts that instead of being 1/8 of an inch thick are 1/4 of an inch thick. Those things are beefy. I once tried to bend that with my hands. We like passed around an axle and no one was able to bend it, even with the leverage we had. So if you put one of those things on your robot, it's not going to bend. That's a blessing and a curse at the same time, because a high strength axle, because it's not going to bend, if other things shift around your robot, that might actually introduce some friction while that stays rigid. So it introduces a new problem, but I like them because it guarantees your drive's not going to have issues. Or maybe you have an application where there's a lot of weight on something and you need something a little more rigid and guarantee it's not going to bend. That's what high strength axles are great for. Another thing about high strength axles, if you're using them on the drive, it helps lower your center of gravity to be lower because you're using more weight towards the bottom. And then, do you think Mecanum drive will be useful in this game? Ultimately, it's your team's decision whether or not you'd be using it. My personal opinion is, unless you're trying to go for a perfect programming skills run, no. But I'm not an authority on this. So if your team really thinks it's great and you are willing to put in the time and you think you have the expertise both mechanically and software-wise to do it, by all means, go for it. But from normal match play, the thing you have to keep in mind is that it's a very open field this year, and there's going to be a lot of pushing and shoving. When teams don't properly implement a Mecanum drive, I oftentimes just see them using it as a tank drive. And at that point, it's almost like, well, was your time better spent just building a tank drive and dedicating to it? So ultimately up to you. I think that's the biggest use case for it, is being able to strafe during programming skills. But during an actual match, I think tanks are going to be king just because there's going to be a lot of pushing, and strafing isn't necessarily going to be super beneficial. But if you think it's valuable, by all means, go for it. Any other questions? We have about a couple minutes left before our lunch break. Let me try to miss any questions from above. Just a bad swallow. Don't worry, folks. What is the best method to cut polycarbonate into curve/shapes? That's a great question. Excuse me. With a hacksaw, making sure clearly outlining things, and a lot of patience. The best method is by far a Dremel. If you can get a Dremel to cut those shapes out, that's going to be your best method. Well, I guess the gold standard would be a CNC machine, but most schools aren't going to have that. Some of the really high level teams have some CNC machines, but it's really not worth the investment, I would say. As long as you've got a Dremel and some patience, or even a hacksaw and some patience, it's all feasible. If you're trying to cut like a circle in the middle of a sheet, what you do is you cut some holes in that pattern, and then what you do is you hacksaw to each of those points. So curves are definitely difficult to pull off with just like a hacksaw and a Dremel, but by all means, it's possible. It's just not going to be an easy process. Make sure there's any other questions. It is 12 o'clock, so okay. I'm glad you mentioned that. That's a good thing to mention. We have access to a laser cutter. Do you have any experience using that on polycarbonate? Please do not use a laser cutter on polycarbonate. When you use a laser cutter on polycarbonate, it releases toxic fumes. I had a friend that cut some parts with a laser cutter, or cut a polycarbonate part with a laser cutter, and they handed the part to me, and I immediately, just by holding it for a minute, got a headache. So it's going to release toxic fumes. Some teams say, oh, well, we got like this exhaust. It's just please don't laser cut polycarbonate. It's not good for it. You're going to release toxic fumes, and it's not good for anyone. So as much as it would be useful to cut it with laser, please don't. You have any schools in Arizona that have practice fields? Most schools are going to have a practice field. Again, it's going to be a bit more tricky this year to reach out to teams to figure out if you would be even able to come and visit them. It's going to be a case-by-case basis sort of thing. So I would just, if you're trying to look for a team that has a practice field, you can see the teams are registered for the season. Try to contact school teams first. Like, hey, we're team such and such. We built our robot. We're trying to practice and we don't have access to a field. Does your school allow visitors? And would it be okay if we come to visit for maybe a couple of hours so we can test our robot? So that's going to be an individual case-by-case business or basis. Okay. Any other questions before we break for lunch? Oh, yes. Thank you, Baron, for posting the map of teams in your local area. And you can put various filters on that. Okay, I'll give it like 10 more seconds, but it looks like we are good on questions. So thank you, everyone who is here right now. We will be resuming in an hour at 1 o'clock Arizona time. And for all your other time zones, time zones are confusing, man. One day, daylight savings will go and it'll become a little easier. But thank you for everyone who's here right now. I think we'll go ahead and break for lunch.
Forget about the world we're living
falling down hard, when the sky is falling down hard, when the sky is falling down hard, when the sky is falling down hard. Don't hold me up, just stand back, just stand back. I'm chasing the storm. Don't hold me up, just stand back, just stand back. I'm chasing storms. chasing storms. Don't hold me up, just stand back, just stand back. I'm chasing the storm. Don't hold me up, just stand back, just stand back. I'm chasing storms. Don't hold me up, just stand back, just stand back. I'm chasing the storm. Don't hold me up, just stand back, just stand back. I'm chasing storms.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. With crimson secrets and forbidden bliss, can't stay still, don't stop that thrill. My bones crave your skin, temptation within, mistakes ignite the silence. Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
Crack it. Crack it.
I spend my days thinking about you. Like something to prove. A sweet escape with a beautiful person. Save me from breaking through. You are the sunrise on the loneliest night. Oh, the sunrise on the loneliest night. Oh, the sunrise on the loneliest night. Oh, the sunrise and you are golden. You are the sunrise on the loneliest night. Oh, the sunrise on the loneliest night. Oh, the sunrise on the loneliest night. Oh, the sunrise and you are golden. Blaming me for playing with fire. Leave your fears and worries behind you. A better way, you're flying solo. I wish you'd stay to make it worthwhile. We scream loud on a coast of sunshine. Nothing can stop us, we're on the best ride. Only you can keep me smiling. Beautiful that you are hiding. You are the sunrise on the loneliest night. Whoa, the sunrise on the loneliest night. Whoa, the sunrise on the loneliest night. Whoa, the sunrise and you are golden. You are the sunrise on the loneliest night. Oh, the sunrise on the loneliest night. Oh.
just here to have the time of my life, the time of my life, and make it last. I'm just here to laugh, leave the sadness behind, joy on my mind all the time. No, I won't waste a second, I won't waste a single minute. I'm just here to make the most of life, with happiness in me. So tell all the rain clouds to move along, the storms of this life can't take my happy song. The hurricanes will tread on a different place, this joy in my heart no one can take away. So tell all the rain clouds to move along, the storms of this life can't take my happy song. The hurricanes will tread on a different place, this joy in my heart no one can take away. Just here to have the time of my life, the time of my life, and make it last. I'm just here to laugh, leave the sadness behind, joy on my mind all the time. No, I won't waste a second, I won't waste a single minute. I'm just here to make the most of life, with happiness in me. So tell all the rain clouds to move along, the storms of this life can't take my happy song. The hurricanes will tread on a different place, this joy in my heart no one can take away. So tell all the rain clouds to move along, the storms of this life can't take my happy song. The hurricanes will tread on a different place, this joy in my heart no one can take away.
Fire burns out on an afternoon. The flame was so bright, but it burned so soon. There was nothing left to go up in flames. Don't you look back, don't look back in sorrow. The clouds of today will pass tomorrow. Don't you look back, don't look back in sorrow. These ashes don't look so bad, remind us of all we had. We're living life in a dream, living life on the other side. We felt alive in a dream, we brought a light to the other side. Don't you look back, don't look back in sorrow, because of today will pass tomorrow. Don't you look back, don't look back in sorrow, 'cause ashes don't look so bad, remind us of all we had. Living life in a dream, living life on the other side. We felt alive in a dream, we brought a light to the other side. And I'll stay forever. And I'll stay forever. I'll stay. And I'll stay forever. And I'll stay forever.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can
is alive, beating a soul. Need you Can you still feel my heart's beat? Can you still feel my heartbeat? Faster every time I see you. Can you still feel my heartbeat? Heart is alive. Can you still feel my heartbeat? Faster every time I see you.
As far as I can go, rest assured the way will lead me far from home. Let's sail this world, the water beneath me is so clean, is so neat, is so pristine, splashing over me. Let's sail this world.
I am what I am, there's no changing that. I said what I say, there's no turning back. You do what you do, it don't matter now. I'm not hoping and praying to work it out. go in and out of apathy for you and me. We're hanging on possibilities, too lonely to stay, so I have to leave. I'm running through the wild right now. Your love is like an empty crowd. My cry is the only sound. Baby, turn around. Last chance, it didn't work out. I'm on the edge of scream and shout. I'm falling, I'm free, already gone. Hotter than steam, you make me weak. Detoxify my every need. Don't wanna melt in your misery. Our battles won through that mystery. I'm running through the wild right now. Your love is like an empty crowd. My cry is the only sound. Baby, turn around. Last chance, it didn't work out. I'm on the edge of scream and shout. I'm falling, I'm free, already gone. I'm already gone. Tried a million times for you. Can't wait too long. Baby, now we're through. Already gone. Already gone. Already gone.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Hopefully, you had a good lunch break. So, we're going to go ahead and go over the last three topics for today. That's going to be judging, best practices at competition, and programming and sensors. So, excuse me, we're going to go ahead and jump right into the judging portion. So, what are the judges looking for exactly? What makes an award-winning team? What mysterious magic are they working behind the scenes? Well, it's not actually hidden. In fact, all of what the judges do is publicly available. So the judges utilize the design rubric and also the judges guide to help determine who is going to win awards. Now, the judges guide and design rubric are publicly available right now. The reason I don't have them linked is because, like I said at the beginning of the presentation, they're going to be updated any day now. So I will make sure to put links to the brand new ones onto these PowerPoint slides. So again, when you get these slides emailed to you after the workshop is completed, you'll have access to those because they're going to outline some changes related to COVID-19. But again, that's what the judges are using to determine who wins awards. So you can read through the entire process and understand how they determine winners. And we'll be going over that today as well. The one thing you need to keep in mind about judging is the experience of each judge from event to event is going to be a bit different. So you may have some judges who have industry experience. Maybe they did some robotics competition back when they were in high school, so they have the context of what it's like to be on the VEX robotics competition team. Or you might have some inexperienced judges who have been recruited the day of, who have been trained by the judge advisor that very morning. So you need to be prepared for a vast array of experience. You need to be able to explain things simply to someone that might not be familiar with robotics. And you also need to be able to explain highly technical things to someone who knows their stuff. So you need to expect both sides of the spectrum there. This is what the engineering design rubric looks like. So there's one page for evaluating your notebook, one page for evaluating your judging interview. We'll go over those a bit later, but this is what it looks like in case you're curious. And again, you can find that in the judging guide or on the REC Foundation's website using their search bar. Okay, so let's go over how the judging process works, because ultimately, if you understand what processes the judges are going through, you'll be better prepared to understand what it's like to be a judge and how they're evaluating the teams. So at the start of the day, the first thing the judges are going to do is they're going to split up into pairs. And those pairs, depending on the number of pairs there are at the event, is going to depend on how many people, or I'm sorry, how many teams are at the event. If you have a lot of teams, there's going to be a lot of judges and a lot of judging pairs. The first thing they're going to do is they're going to start categorizing the notebooks into one of two categories, either developing or fully developed. So if they're flipping through the notebooks and they notice that the teams haven't really put much effort into them, page that's not following the standards, it's very obvious the team has not been using this as an engineering tool, then those are going to go into the developing pile. If it's very obvious that the teams have put some work and effort into the notebook one way or the other, they're going to go into the fully developed pile. So immediately there's a filter of flipping through the notebooks, making sure that there's been some quality work put into it. And that's a very broad filter. So that's not like the judges are being very strict at this point. This is just separating out beginning notebooks from maybe more average notebooks and advanced ones. After the judges get their stack of fully developed notebooks, the judging pairs will then pull out a judging rubric and start evaluating each of the notebooks using the design award rubric. At that point, they're going to identify all the outstanding notebooks. And this is either going to be the top 5 notebooks at the event or the top 20% notebooks at the event, whichever one is larger. So again, judges will be going through your engineering notebook with a fine-tooth pen. I think it's whatever. Anyway, and they're going to be determining which are the outstanding notebooks. After the judges are done going through your notebooks, then they're going to begin interviewing the top teams. Now, the judges are going to interview everyone, but the judges guide stresses that the teams that are considered to have an outstanding notebook will probably get a longer, more in-depth interview because they are potentially going to be winning an award. So if you notice your interviews may be lasting a little longer than normal, you might be up for an award. So just keep that in mind. So when the judges come up to you for the interview, they're usually going to have a little clipboard with the engineering, with the design rubric on the other side for the interview. And they're going to be jotting down little notes as you're speaking. After the judges are done interviewing teams, they're going to begin deliberating with the other judges, because again, not all the judges are going to be able to speak to every single team. So certain pairs are going to be assigned to certain teams. So then the judges are going to have a discussion about who should win the award based on what they saw in the notebooks as well as in the interview. Now the judges, in doing that, like I said, I just said that. Sorry, lost my train of thought. The different judging pairs may or may not, depending on how competitive the notebooks and the interviews were, cross-reference. So say there's 2 teams that the judges are heavily considering for the Excellence Award, and one set of judges interviewed one team and another set of judges interviewed the other team. What the judges may do is they may swap and they may go do a second round of interviews, so that way each pair of judges gets a sense of, okay, what was the other set of students like, so we can see what they're like. And that way they get a firsthand experience and not just taking the word of the other judges. And then they're able to make a more informed decision about the judging process. So there are 4 key factors in you trying to win a judged award. So the first one is going to be your engineering notebook, how well you've worked on your notebook. Second is your interview performance. Third is your competition performance. So how well did you do in the robot game? And fourth is the robot skills performance. And ideally, do as best as you can in all 4 categories, especially if you're trying to win the Excellence Award. You need to do well in all 4 of these. And we'll go through each of these point by point to outline what it takes to do well in each of those respective categories. So we'll start with the engineering notebook. So the engineering notebook is a tool that you can use to document your team's journey to the engineering design process. If the engineering notebook is being utilized properly, it is a great engineering tool to not only record down your ideas, your decision making, your testing results, it's also a place that you should be storing your timeline, your deadlines, and how you're managing the team from a project management perspective. So it is a legitimately useful tool if your team is using it properly, in addition to trying to win a judged award. So the engineering design process, like I said, the engineering notebook is a way to go through the engineering design process. Now, there's many ways you can define what the engineering design process is. At a very top level general sense, the way I like to define it is, first, you define the problem. Second, brainstorm solutions. Third, evaluate potential solutions, and then repeat the cycle. So when you evaluate the solutions, that's going to define a new problem, and you're going to keep going through the engineering design process over and over and over and over until you hit a deadline. Also sometimes called the iterative design process, because you're iterating on your design. And your engineering notebook is a way to document this. Now, here's just some graphics of various engineering design processes that you may see. Again, there's no uniform standard defined by some committee. Well, I'm sure there's some committee out there trying to define it, but you're never going to see like the gold standard engineering design process. Everyone has their own little way of like expanding on. Like, for example, with define the problem. Some people might think it's important that you clearly define that. No, you need to have a research phase in order to define the problem. That's totally acceptable, and you'll probably be doing that to define the problem anyway. But at a very high level, this is how I'm going to define the engineering design process for the purpose of the engineering notebook. Okay, so one question I received quite a bit was, will digital engineering notebooks be allowed this year? And the answer to that is we don't know yet. That's going to be in the updated judge's guide, like I said, coming out any day now. So I can't speak to whether or not it'll be allowed, but stay tuned for that. And again, I'll include a link to the judge's guide in these slides when that is posted. If it is legal, I would highly recommend Google Docs. That's a great collaboration tool that you can have a lot of people working on at the same time and recording your progress. Next important question is, let's put aside all COVID-19. Let's pretend it doesn't exist for a second. It's a great reality. Should we handwrite our notebook, or should we type it and then print it? Now, in the design award rubric, there is a category that gives you a 5-point bonus for if you have a bound handwritten notebook. Now, remember how I said earlier you want to make sure that you're catering towards both experienced judges and inexperienced judges. So what the design award rubric is for is to have the judges give a general sense of the quality of each notebook based on a set of criteria. Now, the judges have that as a tool to kind of continue to filter results, but they're not just going to go straight off of the point value. So in other words, if one team's rubric says this team has a 27 out of 30 notebook, and then another team's notebook based on the rubric says it has a 29 out of 30, the judges aren't just going to reward an award to a team that has a better metric on the design rubric. The reason for that is that different judges are going to have different standards and interpretations. So if one pair of judges looks through a notebook, they might give it a 7 out of 10, while a different set of judges might give that exact same notebook a 9 out of 10. And that's why the judges have to deliberate to discuss, based on the various perspectives in the room, what is considered the best award. Now, those are for experienced judges that have properly read the judge's guide, have an experienced judge advisor in the room, and know what they're doing. However, unfortunately, judges are kind of hard to find in the state of Arizona. There isn't necessarily a consistent set of volunteers that do that at a lot of events. Like tends to be a lot of overlap with people that do field queuing, field reset, and the referee crews. But I generally don't notice the same people doing judging. And oftentimes you'll see more inexperienced judges. And again, usually there's a trained judge advisor that's there that knows their stuff. But in the case there isn't, sometimes the judges might just go purely off of the design award rubric. There are cases where I know this has happened. So if you're trying to guarantee that you want to win a judged award, or you're trying to win the excellence award, you never want to give the judges this moment, or you never want this moment happening in the judging room. This team is excellent, but you want to make sure there's never that second part of the statement. You want to make sure the judges are just enthusiastic and like, this team is fantastic. I can't think of any flaws. Figuring out all those various little things that judges might critique comes with experience over time. If you have friends who are engineers, I would highly recommend and encourage them to volunteer as judges, because, or even volunteer yourself if you can, and if you're of the appropriate experience level, just because being able to judge a competition yourself gives you a great perspective on what it's like to actually be in the shoes of someone who's judging. You'll get a better sense of what it's like to be back there. For example, I have not personally been in the judging room for VEX competitions, but I have been doing judging for First Lego League with the robot design for, I think, 6 years now. So that was very helpful for our teams in identifying, okay, what are the various little things that maybe some inexperienced judges might obsess over a little more than experienced judges. So that's something to keep in mind. And I'll try to go over some of those things in this presentation. But you want to try and get into that mindset of how can we make sure we're properly addressing the rubric, and also making sure that if the judges aren't as experienced, they are happy as well. Okay, so very top level engineering notebook tips. Like I just said, write the notebook with the rubric in mind. If you're writing the notebook with the rubric in mind, it's going to be a legitimately useful tool for your team as well, because that's where you're going to be recording your timelines, your design ideas, etc. So it's not just, oh, write the notebook with the rubric in mind just because that's what the rubric wants. Like, no, it's there for a reason, to help guide you through the engineering design process. Keep in mind your target audience. When you're writing an English essay, you have a target audience in mind. This notebook is no different. Your target audience are the judges. Also, make sure you write frequently and don't slack on quality. If the judges see a large gap in entries, like there's like a 2-week gap without any reason, and some mechanism goes from from like nothing, like just you thought about it, to completely finished, then then that shows that your team hasn't been keeping up as much. Let's see. All right, so we'll go ahead and go through each of the points in the engineering design process one by one and how they're addressed in the rubric. So the first part at a very high level is identifying and defining the problem. So when you're reading a rubric, it's important to not only read the expert category and understanding what do I need to do to be perfect with my engineering design notebook, but also you want to look at the difference between expert and proficient. So let's go ahead and read the first thing here. So identifies the game challenge or robot design challenge in detail at the start of each design process cycle with words and pictures. States the goals for accomplishing the challenge. Now you want to look at proficient and see what the difference is. Identifies the challenge at the start of each design cycle, lacking details in words, pictures, or goals. So you see the clear difference here. If you're lacking too much explanation, or you don't have any diagrams or pictures, that's going to ding you down some points. In terms of addressing this point specifically, the current game challenge is the current game. And so remember how at the start of the season you outlined your goals for the season? You want to include that in your notebook. You want to clearly say, this is what our team wants to accomplish this season. And so in order to do that, we're going to have to reach this level of competitiveness. So that's that. And it also mentions here, you also need to identify when the robot design challenge, when a new cycle in the engineering design process begins. So remember, this is going to be an iterative design process. So when you get to, the start of a new cycle, so you get back to identifying the problem. So you went through one loop of the engineering design process. You want to clearly define, okay, we're back to the phase of identifying and defining the problem. One way of doing this is right below the title of your notebook entry with the date and all that stuff. Maybe you can write down, this is the phase of the engineering design process we're in, and highlight it. That clearly shows the judges where you are in terms of the design process. Okay, next one, brainstorming solutions. So this is the next phase of the engineering design process. List 3 or more possible solutions to the challenge with labeled diagrams. Citations provided for ideas that came from outside sources such as online videos or other teams, And then if we look at the difference, we have list 1 or 2 possible solutions to the challenge. No citations provided for ideas that came from outside sources. So there you can see the clear difference here. Expert, you're listing at least 3 possible solutions. Proficient, only 1 or 2, and you're not citing teams that you found during your research phase. Now, if you're not able to think of at least 3 possible solutions during your brainstorming phase, trust me, you're going to have so many. When we're brainstorming ideas on our whiteboard, we have maybe 20, 40 plus ideas. So you should have no problem trying to list 3 or more possible solutions to something. Just keep that in mind. So this is where, again, this point rubric's hitting on the different approaches to play the game, the different mechanisms you can use to play the game, and make sure that if you do find a cool design, instead of just blocking away in your memory and then maybe accidentally subconsciously bringing it up later, like, oh, what if we did this, forgetting that you actually got it from some research, just make sure you save it somewhere. Maybe give the video a like on YouTube. Clearly you like the design because you're considering putting on your robot, so give them some support. All right, then you reach the next phase of the engineering design process, and that's evaluating a potential solution. So explains why the solution was selected through testing and/or decision matrix, fully describes the plan to implement the solution. And then we see the difference here is proficient, explains why the solution was selected, mentions the plan. So you see the clear difference here of 1 is fully describing the test plan and how you're going to evaluate this mechanism in detail, and also what were the exact metrics and details you used to select the design in the first place. So when you went from your brainstorming down to which prototypes are you actually going to build, you may have used the design matrix. Write that full design matrix into your notebook. Or maybe if you did some testing, so, okay, we built an arm and we want to test to see if it's able to lift up a particular amount of game objects. So you can, one test you might be able to do is have like a stopwatch, put a game object on, move it up a few times, see how long it takes to get to that height, put more game objects on, increase the weight, and time it each time, and just record those test results into your notebook. Yes, and so the initial approach, why it was selected, so that's going to be your initial robot design at the start of the engineering design process. Also, future plans and development. So when you implement the solution, ultimately, you're going to want to say, okay, we tested it, here are the results, here's our plan for the future. And then another next point on the rubric is records all steps. So this is just being thorough, making sure you're documenting everything. All right, and at that point, it's just rinsing and repeating. So it shows that the design process is repeated multiple times. So you're clearly identifying, yes, we went through the engineering design process multiple times, because you will go through it multiple times. It's just whether or not you documented it properly. And then you can see this proficient shows the design process is often repeated for individual design goals with the overall robot or game performance. So that's where you can see the difference. One is frequently showing, here's where we are in the engineering design process. The other one is, you're sometimes talking about it. Yeah, engineering design process is endless. And that's really all there is there. All right, so the next 2 points in the rubric are kind of related to notebook quality. So the first point here, records the entire design and development process in such great clarity and detail that the reader could recreate the project's history and build the current robot from the notebook. And then I'm going to go ahead and jump down to the second rubric instead of reading the next column. And that is records the steps to build and program the solution, includes enough detail that the reader could recreate the solution following the steps in the notebook. Now, this is clarifying that you need to be thorough in your documentation. So the first point in the rubric is more so related to the project management part of it. So what were your timelines, deadlines? How did you document all of that? The second one is more so showing what particular designs and programs did you implement on the robot itself. So they're both basically criteria on how thorough were you. One's just covering more project management. The other one's covering more so the actual build, design, and program of the robot. So again, if you have a large gap in entries, that shows a lack in rigor, and you want to be thorough. Excuse me. But please don't misinterpret that one line saying includes enough detail that the reader could recreate the solution following the steps in the notebook. That is not saying to create a literal instruction manual. I know of a couple of teams that have done that, where they actually made an instruction manual on how to build the robot. What that point is getting at is that because you've been so thorough in your documentation, with you including all the dimensions, with you explaining why this is why we chose this gear ratio with these motors and this geometry, is that someone can fully understand every design decision you've made, and based off that, can build your robot. So if you were to just hand some random stranger who has some robotics experience your notebook, like, hey, there you go, build my robot, they could flip through and figure that out. Excuse me. Okay. You also want to be detailed and clear. So you want to explain why you made changes. So you want to make sure you include enough technical terms that judges with a lot of technical experience can follow. But also you might want to give like a sentence or two quick explanation for maybe the more inexperienced judges so they can understand what you're actually talking about. And also, please make sure your notebook is clean and easy to read. I know some of you out there might not have the best handwriting. Excuse me. Take a sip of water real quick. Please try your darndest to put your best handwriting forward, because if the judges can't read your handwriting, then they can't really evaluate your notebook that much. So do the best you can. Make sure your robot or make sure have your robot look neat too, but make sure your notebook looks neat and clean, so that way it's easy on the eyes. Because if you have a notebook that's really messy, and sometimes it will be, that's not something to freak out about, like, I'm gonna lose. No. And oftentimes an engineering notebook is going to be a little messy because it's a way to document everything. But if the notebook is clean and easy to navigate, that's going to be a lot easier on the judges to recommend it for an award. Okay. And then here's just a ton of different points on what you need to do in terms of formatting. The important thing here is that you need to make sure that the information is easy to find in your notebook. So when you have a table of contents at the beginning of your notebook, it should be very easy for the judges to navigate to particular points in your design process. Because if you have some weird archaic system that only your team understands, then the judges aren't going to be able to easily find information from it. So having a clear table of contents, maybe highlighting things in the table of contents based on their relevance in the engineering design process, those are things you can do. In terms of your project management, this is an important time to make sure you're including your timeline and your deadlines, because you have internal deadlines within your team. So make sure you're documenting them in your engineering notebook. Calendars and Gantt charts are a great way to do this. So calendars, print out the page for that month, literally say, hey, these are when we're meeting. Here's some deadlines for particular mechanical devices on the robot. And that's a great visual aid for the judge to look at and clearly see. Another one is a Gantt chart. If you're not familiar with those, you can go ahead and just search one of those online. They're commonly used in engineering applications, but it's another way to show when particular parts of your aspect are going to be, or parts of your project are going to be due. So that's another great visual aid you can use. And also, make sure that everyone is contributing to the notebook. While there's no penalty for only one person writing the notebook, you can do that if you really, really want to, but it's going to be a lot easier if everyone is putting in their part. It also shows the judges that everyone is truly actively participating on the team. Part of that's going to be done in the judge's interview, but it's really easy to make that, or it'll make your life a lot easier if you're showing, hey, every single member on the team is contributing to the notebook. So obviously everyone's contributing here. Okay, so for various complications and logistical reasons, you will not receive written feedback from the judges at an event. In fact, the judges are not allowed to give you feedback. And there's some various reasons behind that. Maybe I can get into it in the Q&A if you all are interested. But it's up to your own team to honestly assess the quality of your notebook. So one way you can do that is try and come at it from a completely objective mindset. Open your notebook like, oh, this is just some random team notebook. Have the design award rubric next to you and evaluate it and see where are the holes. What are things we can work on and improve. Another thing you can do is you can have friends or family members evaluate. So if you have some friends that are engineers, or even if you have a parent that's really into robotics and is interested in this sort of stuff, or even someone with no robotics experience at all, as long as you give them a little background on what they're looking for, have them evaluate it. See what people find holes in, and that will help you inform you what you can improve on. Now, one thing is that you might be thinking to yourself, oh man, we already started our notebook and we're not following a lot of these things. You can't go back and make changes to it, unfortunately. However, you can still improve future submissions. And that is an excellent way to show that you progress as a team. So don't worry too much like, oh no, our first few entries are bad. That's okay. Just make sure you improve it for the future. Also, make sure your notebook is your own and do what you think is best for your team. You'll notice that I haven't included screenshots of a notebook yet, and that's been very deliberate. That's because there's a lot of different creative ways you can address these points in the rubric. Now, if you're a brand new team and you're like, I don't even know what a notebook looks like, and I need some reference here, the link at the bottom here is to an excellent engineering notebook from a few years back. It should be noted that the engineering design rubric was got a pretty major overhaul a couple of years ago. However, this notebook pretty much still follows the current rubric as well. And it's an excellent notebook if you want a reference on what a great notebook looks like. But ultimately, try and have your own view and perspective of your team in there. So you might read a point in the rubric and think, oh, what if we did this to show our design process? Go for it. The more unique your notebook is, the cooler it is for the judges to talk about, right? And one last thing I just want to quickly mention real quick, especially if this should apply to all teams, but just remember that another key criteria in winning awards is that the teams are respectful and following the code of conduct. So everyone is well behaved. If you want to go over I really should include the code of conduct in these slides, but the code of conduct is basically it sets the expectation of behavior at events. The quick and dirty summary of it is, as long as you're not a jerk, you're okay. That's coming from me. It's not stated anywhere in the document, but that's a document I'd highly recommend going over with your students, or if there's any students watching, your coach is not watching, just go over with your teammates, and that clearly defines the expectations laid out. And in order to win an award, you need to make sure your team is following those points in the code of conduct and you're respectful to everyone at the event. Okay, so we'll go ahead and pause for questions here. Do you have a scanned copy of a really good engineering notebook? Yes. Previous slide. Any other questions? We're actually doing really good on time right now. I'm going a bit faster than I normally do. So that's a good sign. I'll wait a few more seconds to see if someone is typing a question right now. Because next up, we will be talking about the judges interview. Goodness, I really breezed through that. It took me 45 minutes to say all that in my rehearsals. I don't see any questions coming in, so let me just make sure I didn't skip over anything. I guess not. Okay, I guess we'll just jump straight into the next portion. So that is going to be the interview. So the interview is a time when the judges are going to be able to speak to the students and check the student understanding of what they know about the robot. Now remember, the judges can see the final product of your robot. And to be frank, most robots are going to look pretty similar by the end of the season. So the judges aren't necessarily interested in your final design. That's certainly part of the process, but they're more so interested, what is the process that brought you to where you are now? Again, that's what your engineering notebook is for. It's also what the judges interview is for. So you want to make sure that all the students know the notebook inside and out and are also able to do well in the judges interview. Now, your goal during the judges interview is to try to make the judges your advocate. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, remember, you don't get to go into the judging room and petition why you should win an award, right? You effectively have representatives in the form of the judging pair that's interviewing you. And you want to make sure that the judges go back to the judging room and say, man, that team was awesome. They should really win an award. And they're going to debate and argue for you to win. So you really want to put on, or you really want to have a successful interview. And in that sense, the interview is, while it's also an exercise in your technical knowledge and how you went through the engineering design process, it's also an exercise in charisma. So if you're somewhat unenthusiastic and speaking in monotone, and you're not very excited about the robot, you may know everything, but the judges, they'll try to evaluate for what you know. But just from a human perspective, if you're really excited and upbeat and you're really sharing ideas, the judges are more likely to remember your team and go back to the judging deliberation with positive feelings towards your team. And that's just going to come with practice. And speaking of practice, you can practice judge interviews before the event. There's some sample questions in the judge's guide you can use. Now, these sample questions are not the questions the judges are going to ask. These are what was I going to say? These are just general suggestions for if the judges don't know necessarily what to ask. However, for maybe some of the more inexperienced judges, they might just look at one of those sample questions and base their question off of one of them. So if you know those ahead of time, that's a great thing you can do. That being said, with practicing, the judge's interview is not a presentation. It is a natural conversation. So the one thing you want to try and avoid is you don't want to sound scripted, because ultimately this is just a way for you to talk with the judges about your engineering design process. And if you practice too much, sometimes you can get into this habit of reciting things, of just sounding kind of robotic, like, well, you see, with the engineering design process, first we went through this step. So again, just try to avoid that. Just relax. Also, don't expect a particular format or flow of questions to be consistent across all events. Different judges are going to ask you different questions. Just roll with it. Now, what you should do during the interview, though, is you should be making mental notes of what topics have been covered from the design rubric, specifically the present or the judge's interview portion of the rubric. And the reason that you want to do that is because I have seen two different kind of philosophies when it comes to judging. I've seen most judges are this first way, and that is the judges are actively trying to make sure you're addressing every point on the rubric. So they will ask you a question directly related to a point on the rubric, and they'll see, okay, so the team has addressed this point, they've addressed this point, they haven't addressed this yet, I'll ask a question about that. So they're going to kind of make sure that they're working with you to ensure that you're properly addressing everything. I have also seen the judging attitude of it's the student's responsibility to make sure they address everything in the rubric. So that's why in your head, you should be making mental note of what have we covered, what have we not. So that way, if you do get that kind of judge that expects you to address everything in a notebook without prompt, you are saying that. So that's just something to keep in mind there. Now, in terms of particular judging interview tips, one great thing you can do is you can reference back to your notebook. So say you're talking about some particular part of your robot design, like, oh, so we went through a couple of iterations on these intakes. You can actually see that in our notebook on the few pages and the various different solutions we considered. So that way we can look at this and understand what, sorry, let me, lost my train of thought there. I have the chat on the side, so I keep looking to the side by accident. I should really pay attention here. So when you reference back to the notebook during your judge's interview, that plants a little bug in the judge's minds, and they think, oh, okay. So when they're deliberating with the other judges and they're saying, oh, it's really unclear if this team did this, and then the judge thinks, well, actually, the students mentioned that they have that document in their notebook. So then they can open up your notebook and show it to the other judges, like, oh, no, here it is right here with this team. So that's one way you can kind of, again, get into their mind and make them think about you more. Again, make sure you talk about the timeline and the phases of your design process during your judging interview. And these points are basically just addressing the rubric right here. Talk about why you had the design you ended up with. So again, you can briefly talk about the why or the design you have and the various features it has, but ultimately you should be explaining how you got here. The next thing you want to do is you want to make sure everyone speaks up without prompt from the judges. So the last point on the rubric basically talks about how the students are all contributing during the interview. And if you make sure that every student is speaking up without prompt, that will look good from the judges because they'll know, okay, everyone has contributed. Sometimes you'll have a situation where maybe you haven't had a student that hasn't had the chance to speak yet for whatever reason, and you'll have the judge point to that particular student and say, would you mind, you in particular, would you mind telling me about this part of the robot? This can be a little dangerous because maybe you don't know about that part of the robot. Don't panic. If a judge points to you and asks you a particular question, to say, actually, such and such are in charge of that area of the robot. I actually worked on these aspects of the robot. I'd love to talk to you about those two. So that's a way you can pivot to say, like, I didn't work on those, but I did work on this, and I'd be happy to talk about it. And this just goes to a larger point of don't freak out if something goes wrong. It's a conversation. If everyone spoke perfectly in a conversation, that'd be wonderful, but we make mistakes. One example is at the World Championship a couple of years ago. We had a judge who asked us a question, And one of our team members didn't interpret it quite, or didn't quite address what the judge was asking. He thought he was talking about something else. It was tangential to what he was asking, but it wasn't really what he was asking. And he spoke for a solid maybe 2 minutes about this other topic that wasn't really what the judge wanted. And then the judge, after 2 minutes, was polite, like, actually, I was asking about this. And in that moment, you might think, oh no. But I just quickly chimed in. I said, oh, sorry, sometimes we get a little excited about the different parts of our robot, but we'd be happy to tell you about that as well. So again, all these things just are going to come with practice. All right, so those are all the various tips for the judge's interview. Competition performance. So again, if you're trying to go for the Excellence Award in particular, you either need to rank in the top 10 in your respective division, or in the top 30%, whichever is larger. For the Robot Skills Challenge, you need to rank in the top 10 or the top 20%. Now, the reason there's a tighter tolerance on the Skills Challenge is because, again, with the Skills Challenge, you're all by yourself. Everything is controlled by you. In the competition, things can happen. You can get a difficult schedule where maybe you lose a couple more matches more than you were expecting. So that's why there's a little more leeway there. Skills, please remember, skills has other benefits besides just trying to win an award. It can also very easily qualify you for the state or world championship. Okay, we'll move on to questions. Is there only one award for each category? So by category, do you mean points on the rubric? I will go with the assumption that's what you mean first, and then clarify if that's not what you meant. So there are a few different kinds of awards. The main awards that are going to be offered at basically every competition is going to be the Excellence Award. That's the highest award you can receive in the VEX Robotics competition. It's basically a team that represents it's a model team that all students can emulate. There's the Design Award, which is basically a team that has an excellent engineering notebook and engineering design process and a great interview. They don't necessarily have to have the best robot with a Design Award, but it's a team that's very thorough in documenting everything. Then there's usually the Judges Award. The Judges Award can be given to any team for any reason. Usually it's given as sort of like a third place, like, oh, this team was also really good, so we want to give them a trophy. But you can literally give a judge award out for any reason. You could be like, we really like the team with the pink shirts and the flamingos on their head, so we're going to give out the judges award for the most silly team. So the judges award can vary in terms of what the judge wants to give out. And then, of course, there's tournament champions and skills. Now, those are for local tournaments. At your state championship and even the world championship, they're going to give out a lot more particular awards. Goodness, what are they off the top of my head? I think there's Amaze, Build, Innovate, Create. No, that is an award, but I don't know if that's a standard one. But there's other mini awards that an event may or may not offer. And then, what do you do if the judges don't come to your table to judge? Great question. So if that happens, one of two things could be happening. One, they're very short on staff, and they'll get to you eventually. If you're really concerned and you see the judges maybe are just like hanging out in the pits and they're not talking to anyone at the moment, and your team is ready to go, by all means, just go ahead and politely walk up to them and say, hey, we haven't been interviewed by any judges yet. Do you have some time to talk to us? We'd love to speak with you. I thought I had this somewhere on my slides, but one practice I think it was in the competition part, but one best practice is try to always have one person, or one student, I should say, one student at your pit table at all times. Because if the judges go up to your pit table and they don't see you there, they're not going to be able to talk to you. But if you always have someone at your pit table and the judges walk up and say, we'd like to interview you, that student can quickly gather up all the students from around the event and you can start the interview. Because if you're not there, you can't coordinate that. So that's a general best practice, to always have a student. And if you can't have a student, have a parent there, and the parent can make sure to grab everyone. What awards have your team won? Which season do you want to talk about? Most notably, we won the Excellence Award back when I was in high school. My VEX University team won a couple of Excellence Awards in VEX U. We also won the Amaze Award and the Build Award at the World Championship. So we've won a few. And how many teams win each award? So each team is going to win, or how many teams are? how many teams are in each award? So generally speaking, one. I think the only exception is tournament champions. They give out two of because it's an alliance, but they'll give out one excellence award, one design award, one robot skills award, a maze, build, create, etc. So yeah, there's typically only one award of each at each event. Make sure. Let's see if there's any other questions. But yes, if you're curious what the full list of awards looks like, you can see that in the judges guide. So again, the judges guide is kind of like your end all be all. It's like anything you want to know about judging, read that document. You'll be an expert. The other note is, I should have mentioned this with Excellence Award. If you have enough middle school teams at an event, the event will have both a middle school excellence award and a high school excellence award. And the reason this generally is in some regions there's a middle school championship and a high school state championship. So that way they are able to send more teams each of the respective state championships. But you need to have enough of each particular team at the event in order to get both of them. But you might see two excellence awards, one for middle school, one for high school. And just one more clarifying note: the reason why you'll see Excellence Award, Design Award, Judges Award, Tournament Champions, and Robot Skills at every single event is because event partners are going to get those trophies for free. Any additional awards they'll have to pay money for, and the trophies are fairly expensive. So that's why you might not see extra awards at additional events, but it's more commonplace to see them at your state championship, and you will see them at Worlds. Any other questions? Because we are way ahead of schedule. Let me see if there's. Make sure. Yeah, because this next we have the competition stuff. So, assuming you all don't have any questions, we're actually done with the judging portion. I'll wait maybe like 10 or 30 more seconds, and if it's okay with you all, I guess we can start ahead of schedule. It's a little unfortunate we aren't face to face because normally we're able to have a dialogue in all of this, but COVID-19 happens. What is the best way to fit skills in your competition schedule? Great question. Depending on the event, at least most events here in Arizona, skills is generally going to be offered in the morning before qualification matches start and during lunchtime. Some events are going to have a dedicated skills field running all day, in which case you can run skills whenever you want. My recommendation is that try to run skills as early as you can before the qualification matches start. The reason is that this is the general trend at every single tournament. No one's entering skills. There's not a line. No one's entering. Skills closes in 20 minutes. Everyone's in line trying to do skills at the same time. So as long as you're taking initiative and doing skills as early as possible, that's how you can fit it into your competition schedule. Just don't be last minute about it, and you'll get your runs in just fine, especially if there's a dedicated skills field. If you're trying to get, if you're trying to get the skills in between your matches, say, because there is a dedicated skills field, you know your schedule ahead of time, so you can see, okay, we have back-to-back matches here, but we have a big block of time between these two matches, so you can plan to run during that time. But also keep in mind that you want to make sure that you still have someone behind at your table in the pits, because the judges may also see, oh, this team has a big block in their schedule, or big, why am I blinking on this? Gap, break. There we go, break. And they may be looking for you at that time. So again, try to have someone at your table so that way the judges can reach you. Any other questions? I think that would be it. Oh, let me go ahead and get back to this slide. Got to put it on the question slide. Oops, I went way far back. Here we go. All right, so I think we have all the questions answered there. So unless I see one posted right now, we'll jump right into best practices at competition. And this is good because that means there's more time for me to talk about scouting. Okay, so tournaments for the 2020-2021 season. So you're going to see three main types of events this season. Again, they're not going to look identical to seasons past, unless you're in New Zealand. So the first category is traditional in-person tournaments. You're probably going to expect different modifications. Now, no event is going to look identical. Every event in a different state, is in a different county, is in a different city, is in a different school district. Everyone's going to have a different restriction for based on trying to combat COVID-19. So if you go to one event and they have different rules than another, just please be flexible with that. We're all trying to work through this together. Some typical modifications you might see are masks required. I think that one's kind of a no-brainer. No spectators. So if COVID-19 is not doing great in your region, they need to try and limit the number of people at the event, so there might not be spectators allowed. So it's just the team members. And in extreme scenarios where maybe there's a really bad outbreak and you can't have events over a certain number of people, you might even see limited team members. Again, this is all going to change based on how things are going on. So a tournament could have a policy that says one thing one day, and then based on how cases are increasing or decreasing, could be different the other day. So expect change. Don't expect anything to be static this year. One thing the REC Foundation is bringing back this year is skills-only tournaments. So these were kind of decommissioned a couple of seasons ago, but they're bringing them back. So this is a tournament where you don't have the competition portion. Instead, you still show up to an event. You still, have practice fields, but instead of running actual matches, you're just running skills all day. They're very relaxed, kind of like a practice environment. But one modification you might see to them is that instead of you being there from a 9 to 5 sort of thing, they might have time slots instead. So there may be a tournament that says, okay, there's going to be 10 teams here for this period of time. And then all those teams leave. The event quickly sanitizes everything. Then a new set of teams comes in for the next block of time. Rinse and repeat until everything is finished. So it's just an opportunity for you to run skills and have it count on the official World Skills Ranking. And again, details on that are going to be posted in the qualifying criteria, which is coming out very soon. Another option is going to be virtual skills-only tournaments. So let's say for whatever reason cases are pretty bad in your part of or in your neck of the woods, and you can't really host in-person events, or say you're a school and you can get access to your school, but maybe the school is not letting you travel. So virtual skills only tournaments, basically what's going to happen is that if you have a full regulation competition field, access to it somewhere, and you have your robot done, you can get onto a conference video call with a certified head referee and other teams as well, and you can run your robot and have it officially count. Now, there's going to be a lot of restrictions and various things to make sure this works and that it's fair. Those are all going to be in the game manual update that are posted on Monday. So I'm sorry I can't lay out some specifics here, but just know that they will exist. You'll register for them on robot events just like you would any other tournament, and then you just show up virtually instead of in person. So again, all those details are going to come in the game manual update. I'm just seeing. And just to quickly address this question, since I noticed it, how many times can you run skills and skills-only tournaments? The skills-only tournaments are still going to have the same restrictions. So you still only get 3 driver runs and 3 programmer runs. It's just that you have a longer period of time to run. Or if you have a time slot, maybe you're trying to get them in really quickly. Again, so all this, very flexible. Everything's subject to change this season. So I may be saying one thing right now, a month from now, something could be different. So please just keep that in mind. Okay, so before the event. So generally speaking, before an event, let's pretend COVID-19 isn't a thing, or even if you are showing up to an in-person event, that potentially could be happening. First thing you want to do is you will need to determine what equipment and spare parts you need in order to make repairs on the robot. Again, things will break. Expect them to. Don't be ignorant and think, robot's fine, and you don't bring any spare parts. All of a sudden, you break in finals, and then you're out of the tournament. Another thing, please make sure you back up your code on a thumb drive and have a laptop that you are able to program the robot on. You may show up to an event thinking, I've got my cellular network. I can download the code from there. There will be events where there's no Wi-Fi available and you don't have cell reception. And then all of a sudden, you're frantically trying to find your code to update. So please make sure you have it backed up on a thumb drive and a laptop that can program. Also, bring a couple of game pieces. So it might be helpful to bring 2 or 3 balls with you this year. So that way, if you want to test out one of the mechanisms on your robot, you don't have to go onto the practice field. Don't bring a whole set. It's unnecessary. Just 1 or 2, so that way you can make sure everything is working properly. If you have time, highly recommend an equipment list. In the age before COVID-19, again, this may be less popular than it previously was, but oftentimes teams are running around like, do you guys have an Allen key I can borrow? We really need to fix a robot. We can't find ours. Like, yeah, sure. Here you go. You can borrow this for a minute. An equipment list helps make sure that you keep all your parts accounted for. Again, might be less common now, but it's still good practice. Other thing is label your equipment. If you label your equipment, you accidentally lose it, it can eventually find its way home because you've clearly labeled everything. So whether it be a label maker or it be just some Sharpie on your game objects, anything to show that this is mine. Whoops, accidentally advanced the slide on my other screen here. Also, this is a fun thing. So complete a pre-mortem. So you might be saying, that doesn't make any sense. I know what a post-mortem is. So this is something that I haven't done with my teams yet, but I read this on JVN's blog, and JVN is a mentor for a First Robotics competition team. And their teams complete this thing they call a pre-mortem. So it's basically this little thought exercise where before the event, they sit down and they go through this thought exercise of, okay, we just lost the tournament. What happened? And they brainstorm all the various ways that they could have lost the tournament. And generally speaking, these things are going to fall into 2 categories. Things that were under our control that we could have fixed, and things that are out of our control. And the reason why this is a valuable exercise, it helps identify in your mind what can potentially go wrong. And for the things that are within your control, you can try and implement different processes for, okay, if our robot breaks, we have the spare parts. We know this routine to swap this out really quickly, and we're good to go. Whereas if you don't think about it ahead of time, it could break, and then you're frantically going, oh no, what do we do? Then there's the other category of things out of your control. Obviously, they're out of your control. There may be things to soften their blow. So maybe you can reduce their impact, but it at least gives you a heads up like, this could happen to us, and we won't freak out if it does. If it happens, it happens. Okay, tournament roles. So much like how you have roles during the build season, you'll have roles at the tournament. So these are all the things I could think of. Mechanic, so someone who's responsible and working on the physical robot. A programmer, who's in charge of the software. Strategist, this is someone who knows game strategy inside and out and is able to really develop a bunch of strategies on how to play. A scout, this is someone that collects information on other teams for the use of in alliance selection or in match strategy. We'll go in details on that later. A battery specialist, someone who's in charge of making sure you always have a fully charged battery ready to go at any point in time. Pit boss, someone who's in charge of managing your pit table to make sure it stays clean. A driver, so someone that is a student that's on the field driving the robot. And a drive coach, this is a student that's at the competition field during a match but doesn't have a controller in their hand. People will have multiple roles per person. So again, this isn't only one person's doing one thing. Again, don't arbitrarily restrict your team members to one role. This is just to make sure that all aspects of what needs to get done at a tournament is getting done. So people have different responsibilities. Especially at a reduced capacity event where maybe not all your team members can come to the event, you unfortunately might have to make some decisions on, okay, such and such might not be able to come. So this other person on our team is going to have to pick up what they would normally do. Okay, the pit. Oh, goodness. If only we could have tournaments like that again. Just looking at the picture. So the pit, generally it's going to be a small folding table. Again, bring your essential parts for repairs and maintenance. Like I said before, the pit boss, make sure they're there to keep the table clean and all the parts organized. The last thing you want is your robot just broke after a match. You're frantically trying to fix it, and all the parts are scattered across your table, and you're digging through things, and you can't find anything. Pit boss is there to make sure everything stays neat and organized. Also, have water. Speaking from experience, you'll get distracted by the tournament, and the tournament's going to become your 100% focus. Please make sure everyone has water. And this is a great position for all you adult coaches out there. Remind everyone to hydrate. Walk up, say, take a sip of water, and make sure they take a sip of water. Snacks are another great thing to have to keep everyone's blood sugar up. Just keep in mind, a lot of venues don't allow food indoors, so just please be respectful of that if the venue does require that, and just keep that food in the car outside or eat it outside before you come indoors. Minimize the number of people at the table or in the pit. This is especially important now in the age of COVID-19, but even before, if you have grandma and grandpa, your mom and dad all crowding around your pit, and these teams are crowding around you, it can get very congested and difficult to work. So, by all means, you can have visitors come over to the pit and talk to you and do things, but try to make sure you're encouraging people to, and this is part of the responsibility of the pit boss, they can make sure that only the people that need to be at the pit are at the pit and are managing the visitors appropriately. Okay, batteries. So like I said, the battery specialist should always make sure batteries are charging. If someone says, we need a battery for the match, the battery specialist knows battery 3A has the best charge. Here you go. Off to the races you go. So have someone who is dedicated to this role. There are tournaments that are won and lost because someone did not have a fully charged battery. Speaking from experience. Okay. So what do you need to do before the match? So the strategist should be gathering data from the scouts. So again, the scouts have collected a lot of information on different teams. The strategist has spoken with the scouts. They understand all the information they need. Then the drive team and the strategists are going to develop a plan for the upcoming match with their alliance partner. And the plan for that match is going to be based on what everyone is able to do in the match. Now, please be honest about your own team's abilities. It's going to be a detriment to your alliance that match if you lie about, we can score 10 balls every single match, when in reality, you've been only scoring 5. And a lot of the times, you're not intentionally lying. Like, you are thinking that we really can score 10. It's just maybe the robot hasn't been performing that well that day. And that's why it's important for your scouts, when they're collecting information on teams, to also collect information on your own team to see how well you're doing. So that way you can be honest with yourself about, okay, how are we actually realistically doing? Because if you're realistic and you know exactly what your capabilities are, what your alliance capabilities are, you will be able to plan a much better strategy and are much more likely to win instead of developing a plan around a false assumption. Have backup plans. Nothing is going to go according to plan on the field. Have some backups for things that are likely to go wrong. If such and such doesn't score a ball in this goal, we'll be there as a backup to get there in place, able to do it in their place. So just keep that in mind. Have backups. Also, complete a pre-match checklist. Things like, do we have the correct license plate colors? Is the battery plugged in? Did you select the right autonomous? Did you fold back the mechanism correctly? Everything you need to check before the match, have a checklist, print them out, have someone dedicated to making sure every item on that checklist is completed. Again, tournaments are won and lost because of a lack of or an inclusion of a pre-match checklist. They are very important. Again, speaking from experience. Okay, during the match. So you've planned the match out. Now you're actually playing. So the drivers are going to be driving the robot. Okay, drivers is any student that has a controller in their hand, and the coaches are going to coach. And by coach, I mean a student at the field who doesn't have a controller in their hand. Adult coaches are not allowed to give directions or communicate with students during the match. You just get to sit back and watch, for better or worse. So the coach, their responsibility is to watch the overall flow of the match, because the drivers, the people controlling the robot, they're very focused in on making sure that the robot is properly operating. The coach should not be focusing in on your own team. It's very easy to do that because you've worked so hard and you want to see how well you're doing, but the coach should really be watching the entire flow of the match. The reason that is because if you notice your opponent messes up in particular ways, or we'll just go with that example, then you can take advantage of their shortcomings. Whereas if you're just focused in on your robot, you might not be able to see that, and then you might lose the match instead of an easy way of winning. So that's why the coach needs to watch the overall match, and they need to direct match flow. The coach should be calling out, all right, head to the left corner of the field next. There's an open goal there to score in. And because they're watching the overall flow, so they know what's the next best action. And if you're not on the drive team, no direction. So students and coaches, this adult coaches, this applies to both of you. Speaking from experience, when you're driving there on the field, you are so focused in on the match, you're tuned out of everything. You don't hear the music that's playing. You don't hear the person screaming from the audience. You're 100% focused. So if you're screaming from the stands, get over to the other side of the field. Trust me, it's not productive. It's against the rules, and the students can't hear you because they're dead focused. Another thing to keep in mind is that if you've never had the experience of being a driver on the field before, matches go by really quickly from the perspective of someone that's there driving on the field. This is the number one piece of advice I tell new people when they're on the drive team. It's because when you're watching a match from the audience, it feels like the match is going on forever and ever and ever. You play your first robotics match as an actual driver, you swear the match ended as soon as it began. It goes by so quickly. There's so many decisions being made in such a rapid amount of time that it's just going to go by so quickly. Last thing, make sure you count the autonomous bonus. Head referees are very good at quickly counting the autonomous bonus, but we're all human. Sometimes we do make a mistake, or maybe we don't notice something that you did. If you notice an error, so head referee is like, all right, blue just won. And then you're like, wait a second. We scored that as well. And the head referee goes, oh, sorry. And then they can adjust accordingly. The reason it's important to point this out before driver control begins is once the robots start moving, the state of the field is now different. So you have to point this out as soon as you see it, not afterwards, because you can't see what the field looked like after the end of autonomous, because now it's the end of driver control. So just please make sure you're doing that. Okay, so the match just ended. And now what you want to do, I highly recommend downloading the VRC Hub app. So that includes a little scoring calculator on there. And it's a very handy way of calculating the score of the match yourself. And once the scorekeeper referees are done scoring the matches, either they'll do it on a tablet or they'll do it on their little piece of paper. Verify with a scorekeeper referee, especially if the match is a pretty close score, that you both have the same score. The reason why you want to do this before the field is reset is because as soon as the field is reset, scores are final. The reason this is a rule this year is because as soon as you start resetting the field, you have no idea what the score looked like. So you need when the field starts getting reset, scores are final. So check with the referees before they reset the field. And in that same vein, don't reset the field. Don't touch your robots until the head referee gives the all clear of score is final. Go ahead and reset. The last thing is that if there's a potential rule violation, the head referee will sometimes have a quick word with the scorekeeper referees, and then they'll go ahead and go up to the potential team that had a rule violation and speak to them. So don't leave. Make sure you stick around. Don't reset anything. If you have a concern about the match, speak to the head referee about that. The reason why you want to speak to the head referee only is because that is going to be the voice of the tournament in terms of making sure it's consistent. Because if you speak to the scorekeeper referees, maybe they might have a different perspective from a different referee that saw something. That's why the head referee discusses everything with all of them, makes a decision, and then the head referee communicates that to you. So all communication go to the head referee, and they'll clearly identify themselves at the beginning of the day. And usually they're wearing the fancy zebra stripes, as you see there. Okay, so robot skills challenge. So some tips for the skills challenge. Like I said earlier, try to run this as soon as you can. Like I said, all the teams run. I feel it almost feels like as soon as the tournament announces it's about to close, everyone then gets in line. So the early in the day you run the robot skills challenge, the better. It's going to be a different setup than the normal game for this particular year. In most years, it's going to be a different setup, but this year is one of them. So please keep in mind that the field is different. New this year is the skills stop time. So this is a new feature for VRC this year. Effectively, what you can do here is you can choose to end the match early. And the reason the GDC implemented this is because this skills challenge is relatively easy to get a perfect score in. Again, relatively speaking, it's still going to be a challenge, but compared to other games, it's going to be a bit easier. So then programming skills and driver skills, just to get those scores combined. But in the case of, you have perfect ties in those areas, what's going to be a tiebreaker is how quickly were you able to finish it. So if I got a perfect score with 5 seconds remaining, I'm going to have a better skill stop time than a team that finished with 7 seconds remaining. Again, this is all outlined in the game manual. This update was posted. Goodness, it feels like it was just posted not that long ago, but I think it was like a month or two ago at this point. So you can read about that change now. I believe that link goes to a video of the head of the game design committee, Grant Cox, explaining the rules about this and the changes and why they made those changes. So I highly recommend watching that. It's a new concept this year, and there's some various things involved with that. The biggest thing, though, is if you do plan on having a skill stop time, make sure to give the scorekeeper referee a heads up. So before the match starts, tell them, hey, just so you know, we plan on ending the match early. I'll walk you through of when we're getting close to the end of our match. So set up that expectation so the scorekeeper referee knows and expects to stop the match early. When you're getting close to the end of your run, say, okay, I'm going to be rounding this corner. I'm going to score this last ball, and then I'll yell stop when it's time to go. And you score the last ball, and you'll stop, and then the head referee will stop. So it's just as much it's your responsibility in addition to the referee's responsibility to make sure that you stop at the proper time. Because if you don't set up that expectation, you're just silent the whole time, and you haven't set any expectation of this, and you just yell stop, the head referee is going to be like, oh, go quickly. So if you set up that expectation, you're much more likely to get an accurate skill stop time. So it's on you just as much as it is the ref. All right, virtual tournaments. So please make sure for virtual tournaments that you find the person who has the best camera, whether that be a laptop camera, your phone, or maybe a good webcam. See who has the best stable internet connection, and then find the other materials needed for a virtual run. Again, all these are going to be outlined in the game manual update posted on Monday. Know who is doing what. So who's going to be filming, who's going to be running the robot, who's going to be doing field reset. The more you have things organized on your end, it reduces the load on the event partners trying to run the virtual tournament. And lastly, please be patient with the technology and the event. This is all a brand new system that everyone's trying to experiment with. And as you know, technology can sometimes be a little finicky. So if there's some technical difficulties, just go with the flow. Other random tournament advice, again, like I just said, be flexible with the event. Have fun. This is the culmination of your robot, right? This is the time when you get to see other teams, hopefully, and really get to see the results of what you built. And so it's a fun time. If you aren't having fun at an event, I don't know what you're doing. If tournaments are just fun in general, I love going to them. This is another great time to network with teams. Please stay hydrated, stay fed, have a good team brand. This is also important for judging, right? If you have a very professional team brand, or even a silly brand, whatever you want to go with. But if you have a memorable team brand of like, oh yeah, it's that team. They're the Wild Tigers. Oh, those Wild Tigers, we love them. You know, having a team brand is good. And I think I've said this a million times, but it is super important. Please do skills. So before we get into the scouting portion of this, let's go ahead and see what questions we have. Looks like we have a few. Okay. Do you recommend spraying motors to cool them before matches? So this, for context here, some teams back in the Cortex days, so before V5, would take canned air, and when you turn it upside down, it releases all the compressed air in there, and it's super cold. And if you get it on your hands, it gives you frostbite. So keep it away from human body parts. So please be very careful with that. The reason why teams would spray down their motors with this stuff is because the Cortex motors got really hot really quickly, and there was a thermal resistor in there. Not resistor, that's an incorrect term. There's this thing in the motor called a PTC, and basically it was like a little mini circuit breaker. And if the motor got too hot, it would thermally disconnect the connection to your motor. So if your motors got too hot, it wouldn't let the motor run anymore to make sure you don't accidentally burn out the motor. Now, with the V5, they manage all this in software now to make sure you don't accidentally burn out the motors. So with V5, no, it's not necessarily recommended to cool down your motors, just because the V5 motors are so much more powerful than the Cortex motors. Frankly, if you're getting the V5 motors to the point of where they're getting really hot and stalling, you probably want to reconsider your design, or the biggest thing is check for friction. There's probably some mechanical inefficiencies that you can fix before resorting to that. So with V5, spraying down the motors shouldn't be necessary anymore. Can we drive over wall bots if they keep blocking us? That is highly situational and context-based. So generally speaking, let me just pull up the game manual real quick so I can just quote it directly. I don't want to accidentally misquote it. But before I did mention the rule of the benefit of the doubt rule, and let me just pull it up because again, I just want to make sure I read this exactly what it states because I don't want to give bad game manual. So bear with me for like 30 seconds here. I have it pulled up. I'm just trying to find it in the rules. General game rules. Here we go. Respect, your resistance center program, use common sense. Driver line says control advance. You know what I should have done, and this is just something I can say while I'm finding this. On the VRC Hub app, they also have the game manual on there, and you can actually just search for particular rules, and that is a much faster way of finding these rules. Okay, here we are. G12. Let me zoom in on that. Put that on the screen. Okay, G12. Don't destroy other robots, but be prepared to encounter defense. Strategies aimed solely at the destruction, damage, tipping over, or entanglement of opposing robots are not part of the ethos of the Vex Robotics competition and are not allowed. If tipping, entanglement, or damage is ruled to be intentional or egregious, the offending team may be disqualified or may receive a disqualification from that match. Repeated offenses could result in disqualification from the entirety of the competition. And then we're going to go ahead and go this one. The Vex Robotics competition changeup is intended to be an offensive game. Teams that partake in solely destructive or defensive or destructive strategies will not have the protections implied by G12, see G13. However, defensive play, which does not involve destructive or illegal strategies, is still within the spirit of this rule. So what this is effectively saying is that if you have a wall bot and you've driven over them, because they've gone with a solely defensive strategy, and again, all this is very highly context-based, so I don't want to give like a general end-all be-all. This is a definitive answer. But generally speaking, if there's a wall bot, they're only playing defense, and let's say there's some sort of damage inflicted onto the defensive robot or some sort of entanglement, etc., etc. Benefit of the doubt, and again, highly context-based, will be given to the offensive robot. By solely playing a defensive strategy, the team has accepted that the protection given by G12 is effectively null. So just keep that in mind. Again, I don't want to just blanket say always that's going to be the case. It's highly context-based. But generally speaking, if there's only a defensive strategy, then benefit of the doubt will generally be given to the defensive robot. Okay. Can you give your controller to your team? Oh, and also, just a quick side note. If you have like a particular example, like, okay, I have a very particular question in mind with the game manual and this particular interaction, you can always ask the official Q&A. Because again, I'm just a volunteer. I may be the ultimate authority at some events, but that's based off of what the game manual says, what the updates say, what the Q&A says. So if there's a particular example you have in mind, please ask the official Q&A. Okay. Can you give the controller to your teammate in the driver box? You can. There's nothing against that in the rules because you're allowed to have 3 students up at the field at any point in time. So if you want to pass around the controller, you can. I recommend against it, for one, because of COVID-19 and sharing the same things that you're touching. But also, if you're switching in between the middle of the match, that means your robot's gonna have like a little point where it's like stuttering a little bit. So you can do it. Nothing against it, but I'd recommend not. Can a drive coach and the team pit use the scoring app in game? I believe this was officially asked on the Q&A this year, and the answer is yes. Don't quote me on that, but I believe that was specifically. Oh no, you know what? This was asked last year in the Q&A, and they said yes. And technically, Q&As don't carry over to the next season, so that would actually be a great question to ask the GDC this year. So go ahead and submit that to the official Q&A if you want. I'll have to double check to make sure that it wasn't asked this year, but they'll probably just reaffirm it. But again, I'm not the GDC, so make sure you ask that in the official Q&A because I cannot speak with authority on that. Let's see. Any other rules or any other questions before we get into scouting? Do you recommend only 2 players at the field and not 3? 1 driver, 1 coach. Would that be the purpose of the optional third? Or what would be the purpose of the optional third? It's helpful to have another set of eyes. So let's say you're with a partner that is a one-person team. That's sometimes common in the Vex Rocks competition. You may have a team that only has 1 or 2 students on it. And if that's the case, then you might want an extra set of eyes on the field. So if you only have 1 person controlling with a controller, you can give each one of the second and third student different things to look out for. For example, you could have 1 student dedicated to keeping track of the rows and change up to see how many rows are in our favor, how many rows are in their favor, what are the best what are the best goals to put a ball in to be advantageous to our roles. And then maybe the third person is specifically looking at match flow to see where the opponent robots are currently located, where you're currently located, and where you should be going next. So it kind of just helps split up the workload between the students if you only have 1 person controlling. So up to your team if you want to have all 3 students up there. We personally do, just because, again, multiple eyes on the field is better than just 1 set of eyes on the field. So that's what I would say. Okay. So I think, so if you have any more questions, I think that's all of them. Great. So we have about, oh, did I not answer this? Can you give your controller to your teammate in the drive box? Did I thought I answered this, Baron. Posted twice. I'm pretty sure I did, Baron. I'll just quickly say it again. You can pass the controller between teammates in the drive box, but I would not recommend it. It was the first question to answer. Is there a way to fix a burned out motor? Depends. Generally speaking, no, unfortunately. That's why you need to have extras. You can get in contact with the official Vex tech support. They'll be much better able to figure out if there's a way to redeem your motor. Again, that's going to be very situational based. I can't necessarily comment on if there's a way to fix it. Okay, let's go ahead and get to the next question then. Oh, accidentally advanced the slide on the wrong thing again. All right, so let's go ahead and get to scouting. So, scouting. This can give a huge advantage to your team in a couple of different contexts. One is alliance selection, and second is match strategy. So scouting, in the general sense, like I said before, is just collecting information on other teams to be used in those 2 contexts. So there's 2 main types of scouting you'll do. Pit scouting, which is just used to understand general robot design. So this is walking up to teams in their pits, looking at the robot, maybe asking a couple of questions of the team, and going away. Match scouting is going to be used to collect data on robot performance. So this is where you're going to collect concrete data that you can use to inform your decisions. So with tournaments potentially having less personnel because of the fact that there may be the number of people at the event is limited, that might mean your scouting system is a little less rigorous and you not might be able to collect as much information. So keep in mind, these future slides are kind of assuming that you can have all hands on deck collecting information. Just take what there is and cut down from there to what you think is appropriate. And I'll have a couple of suggestions of where I think you can cut some information. Okay, pit scouting. So pit scouting is primarily going to be helpful for early matches because you don't have any data on how well everyone's performing yet. So this is a way that you can get a general idea of what is everyone at the event able to do. What design is this? What are they able to score? So this is a robot that doesn't have a mechanism to score balls at the top, but they can push the balls around. Or this robot is able to score and descore, et cetera, et cetera. You're just getting a general feel of what the robot's like. You might want to pay attention to things like motor allocation. So how many motors are on their drive? Do they have 2, 4, 6? How many motors do they put on their scoring mechanism and their intakes? And then you also want to look at general build quality. So if you have maybe a not as experienced team, maybe you notice that this robot maybe isn't up to the same level as an experienced team. So that just gives you a sense of how well it might perform. Another thing you can do is you can take a picture of the robot. Now, please, if you're going to take pictures of another person's robot, please ask the team before you do so. It's not against the rules or anything, but it's highly discouraged. And remember, this is a team sport. So if you upset another team because you took a picture of the robot without permission, they might be less likely to alliance with you in the future. Yeah, just please be respectful of that. It's also a common courtesy that you do not publicly post any pictures or video of another team's robot without their permission. Generally speaking, match videos are more okay because you can't really see the details of the robot design, but it's still a common courtesy that if you have a bunch of teams in the match, to ask each one of those individual teams, hey, I took video of this. Is it cool if I upload it online? And just be respectful of whatever they decide to do. Okay, match scouting. So you have completed pit scouting. Now there is match scouting. So this is where you're going to be collecting information that you cannot derive from the score. So this is things like the number of game objects scored by each team, number of game objects descored by each team, autonomous routines. So you want to be interested in, okay, in this upcoming match, we're playing with this team. Are our autonomous modes compatible with one another? And that's important because two teams could have excellent autonomous routines, but if they're both scoring in the same location, well, we can't run them at the same time. So you want to see how everyone's performing their autonomous, and then it's compatible with your own. You also want to keep track of if defense was played on them. This is important because if you're counting the number of game objects scored by a team every single match, so you're looking at some random team, they score 10 balls, 9 balls, 11 balls, 6 balls, and then all of a sudden they only scored 3 balls in this match. You go, whoa, what happened in this match? Why did they score so few balls? And then in your scouting data, it shows someone was playing defense on them. And this could be as simple as like a little checkbox that defense was played on them. And you realize, wait a second. So this team really dips in their performance when there's a team actively playing defense on them. And then you might look at another team that's maybe a little more middle of the road where they're scoring 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 6, 5, and then they drop down to maybe only 4 at the minimum. And you notice that their constant defense is constantly played on them, but their performance doesn't drop as nearly as much. So that can be useful information to have. And there's 2 ways you can collect this information and data. One is through paper. So this is fairly straightforward, just taking notes on teams in the match. So match number 13, team number such and such, score this many game objects, this is their times routine, et cetera, et cetera. What's becoming more common now is Google Forms /Sheets. So this is a way to electronically collect data. So what you do is effectively you create a Google survey, and then you submit those surveys into a spreadsheet, and then you have this giant spreadsheet with all this data. And this makes data analysis a lot easier, because if you have paper scouting, you have to flip through all these pieces of paper in order to find information on teams. But if it's all in a spreadsheet, it makes it much easier to organize columns and such. And this is what that could look like. So you have, say, that team number, match number, what they did in autonomous, and then it's going to spit out numbers into a spreadsheet. Now, the scouting system is often going to be created by the strategist. So this is going to be a student on the team, and they're going to see what's important information to collect. Pit scouting generally only takes 1 or 2 people because it's very informal, just walking around the pits, seeing what everyone's like, and taking some notes. Ideally, in the perfect world for match scouting, you would have 1 person watching 1 robot every single match. That means you would have 4 people watching the field at once. Now, this is tricky because the REC student-centered guidelines document makes it somewhat ambiguous, but effectively it makes it such that coaches and adults cannot collect this data. It needs to be the students collecting it, which makes sense. So if you don't have that many students on your team, which is quite common in the Vector Robotics competition, you only have 1 person. You can reduce the scope of how much data you're collecting from each team, or you can try and reach out to other teams before the event and say, hey, we are trying to form a scouting alliance. We can all share the data with one another. Ultimately, how you use that data is up to those individual teams. But if each team has a student or 2 to volunteer, that can be a way you can get enough personnel in order to properly have a full scouting system for matches. Another thing is to try and take breaks and swap out people as much as you can. It's sitting down and watching robots for 4 hours straight. It does get tiring. So if you have enough people, try to swap them out. And like I said before, if you don't have that many people to scout, reduce the data collection to maybe a few key teams. So you might know before the event, and you can also do some pre-event scouting. So you can say, okay, what teams are attending this event? Have they been to events previously? And you look at how many points they scored. There might even be video online of them performing. So you get an idea of what they are like before you even get to the event. So you can reduce your scouting just to hone in on those particular teams. So how can you use this data in match planning? So the strategist should, like I said before, give the information to the drive team. Information that can be relevant is how many points can our alliance score? How many points can the other alliance score? Will our methods of scoring conflict? Are we both scoring in the same places? And if we do, how can we split up the work better between us? Does our alliance partner tend to receive penalties? If they've been receiving the same penalty all day, maybe they get disqualified from the event, but try to make sure that they don't commit that penalty again. And what are some weak points we capitalize on? So again, if you're keeping track of if someone's playing defense on a team and you notice they really drop in performance after defense has played on them, then that is a great time to say, hey, if we play defense on them, their scoring ability drops by 70%. So let's go play defense on them. Okay, so the other thing you can use your data for is making a pick list. So it may sound kind of funny, but one of my favorite parts of the tournament is alliance selection. You're saying, oh, kind of weird. Robots aren't playing. Why is that interesting? Because this is where tournaments are won and lost. This is where you're going to determine who you're playing with for the rest of the day. And I find it very fascinating the teams, the picks teams, the picks teams make based on whatever data they have or lack of data. So the biggest thing you have to keep in mind when you're making decisions is you have a relatively small sample size. You only have 6 or 7 matches, maybe more if you're lucky, to work with. So you don't have this large data collection on this team from the day. It's a very small pool of information. So with that in mind, you also don't have much time to make decisions. It's pretty frequent that as soon as the qualification matches end, maybe 5 minutes or 10 minutes after they end, is a line selection. So it's a very quick turnaround from qualification matches over, a line selection, you need to pick who you're playing with. So that's why it's best to have a preliminary pick list completed during lunchtime. At that point, usually all the teams will play 3 or 4 matches, and you can have a list completed when you have that hour-long break. And that's when you can have detailed discussions. And then, based on whatever you see after lunch, you can tweak that list accordingly. Because generally speaking, if you have a team that's been consistently good before lunch and then it's consistently good after lunch, you know, okay, we know what's up with this team. So what should you look for in an alliance partner when you're actually making a pick list? Number one thing is compatibility. Like I said, if you both have strategies but they conflict with each other, that's not going to work out. So try to pick someone who's compatible with you first and foremost. Second is consistency. You want a team that is consistently scoring about the same amount the entire tournament, not a team that is sporadic. So I'd much rather have a team that is a 7 out of 10, 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 than a team that is 9 out of 10, 0 out of 10, 0 out of 10, 9 out of 10, 0 out of 10, 0 out of 10. Because what are the odds that team hits its 0 or its 9? You don't really want to take that risk. Or unless you want to have a really fun tournament, maybe you do, I don't know. Well, actually, there's a scenario earlier on we'll explain where that might be the best pick for you. So you also, with the data, look at mins, maxes, and the average. You can also use this in your match data to determine what's the scoring capability in our alliance and the other alliance. So those are helpful. What's the min of this team, the max, and the average? Last thing is synergy. So you're going to be working with this team for the rest of the event. If you're buds with this other team, like, oh yeah, we've been playing with them for a couple of seasons now, we know each other really well, that's very helpful because when you're on the field together, you're much able to better communicate. So that's why you oftentimes see some of the teams, even if there's a team that might be better, but they have better synergy with them, they're able to better work with one another and maybe execute on a more risky strategy or a better strategy. Okay, so, and just for clarification, so remember, you have the 2 phases of the tournament. You have the qualification matches. That's where you're randomly paired with people. That's where you're collecting match data. And then you have the elimination tournament. So you have alliance selection, pick your partner, and then you play with them for the rest of the event. So making the pick list. So when you're making your pick list, you want to make sure you are making the list as if you are the number 1 seed, even if you're ranked lower. The reason that is because every single tournament, there's a team that should have been selected a lot sooner than you think. So if you discount a team saying, man, we're ranked 10th right now, we're never going to be paired with team such and such. But if you make the list from the perspective of you being the number 1 seed, and you put them as the 3rd best team at the event, and for whatever reason, no one picks them, you can pick them up and you can get to play with them in the tournament. So don't discount and think, oh, I'll never get to play with them. put them on the list and pick whichever team is highest when you finally get to pick. So, like I said before, make your primary list during lunchtime and then tweak it based on the trends you see. Is this team improving in performance all day? Is a team declining in performance? Or is a team pretty much staying about the same? The biggest thing you want to watch out for is last minute shows. So oftentimes a team can be maybe mediocre and then they'll have a really great final match or final qualification match. And it gets really tempting to say, ooh, maybe we should pick them. Use your data. Remember, that could just be a fluke with their match performance. And you'll have to talk to that team to get context as to maybe why they had that match. Was their robot broken all day and they just finished fixing it? Or did they just really have a great match for reasons XYZ? You don't want to have a team spike in performance, and then as soon as the elimination tournament begins, they're right back down to the bottom where they were the entire day. So if you are not ranked high, try to talk to the top teams and make a good case. So be honest about your abilities to say, we can consistently do XYZ. We think we make a good alliance partner for you for these reasons. Make your pitch. If the team says, apologize, but we've already planned on picking this team, respect the decision, move on, and try to find out who you're going to be paired with. So during alliance selection, you have the ability to, there's one rule during alliance selection. So for those of you that aren't familiar with it, I probably should explain this a little further before this. During alliance selection, whoever is ranked first at the end of the qualification matches gets to pick a team that they want to play with them. They can choose to either accept or decline that offer. If they accept, they join together. They're on the same alliance for the event, for the rest of the event and then the elimination tournament. If they decline, that team that declined can no longer accept an invitation from any other team. So as an example, let's say the number 1 seed invites the team that's ranked number 7. The team that's ranked number 7 declines their offer and wishes to be the alliance captain of their own alliance. That means the number 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 ranked teams cannot pick the team that declined the invitation. They have to control their own destiny. So only decline an offer if you know you can do better. Have your list see, okay, if I decline this invitation, am I going to be able to realistically get a team that's better? The answer is most of the time, it's probably just best to accept, unless you really know what you're doing. And again, this is just going to come with experience. So let's say you are ranked a bit lower. Let's say you have to go up against the number 1 seed in your first match. That's a difficult match to win. So remember before how I said consistently it should be highly valued. Yes. So that is going to be highly valued for something like a number 1 seed. The number 1 seed is going to want to try and set a consistent high bar for themselves. But if you're ranked really low, do you want a team that consistently is a 3 out of 10? Because you're going up against a team that's consistently a 7 out of 10. So this is where it's actually a smart idea to pick the team that was 9 out of 10, 0, 0, 0, 9 out of 10. Because maybe they hit their high and you can actually end up upsetting the number 1 seed. So take riskier picks if you know you're outgunned. So I'm just going to quickly go through an alliance selection scenario real quick, and then we'll go open up the questions for this portion of the presentation. So let's say you have this sample ranking. Now, there are many factors you need to balance in alliance selection. And this is going to be an oversimplification. And we are going to say that each of these teams has an out of 10 rating. It's very concrete. If they have a higher rating, they're better. Again, there's much more to it than that, but that's what we're going to assume for this. So we notice here, let's assume we are team A. Okay. The first thing is you can oftentimes split the rankings into different zones. So immediately I see 3 different zones here. I see the top 2 who both have a 7 out of 10. Then you have this middle zone where you have some average performing teams. And then you have this bottom tier where you have a couple of teams who are both excellent. In fact, in terms of our rating system, they're better than the number 1 and number 2 seeds, but maybe they had a difficult schedule and they're ranked a bit lower. So I'm team A, and I decide, you know what? I'm going to pick team F. They're the best team. So during alliance selection, I pick team F, and they accept the offer, and now we're in alliance. So our overall ranking is a 15 out of 20. Team B then goes, okay, you pick team F, but team G is just as good, so I'm going to pick them up, and they accept. Notice, you now have a tied rating with that alliance. So flip a coin, theoretically, you're both evenly matched. And then the third alliance forms, and they're ranked a bit lower because they only have a 10 out of 20. Now, let's redo that scenario, because oftentimes picking the best team isn't necessarily the smartest choice in terms of your line selection. Here's an example. Instead of team A picking team F or G, instead they pick team B. Now, their overall ranking of the number 1 lines is 1 point lower at a 14 out of 20. However, now team C is going to be picking. They pick team F, and notice they dropped 3 points, and instead of being tied in your performance, now they're 2 points worse than they were before. And then team G picks team G, or team D picks team G, and they improve in their rating. However, their rating isn't as nearly as good. So this is an example of it's not always the best decision to just pick the best team at the event. You need to weigh how a line selection going to play out. You want to play out different scenarios of maybe this team will decline this person. If we reach down and pick this team, we can win the event. It's a very complicated process. Okay. And I basically said all of this. Again, you cannot easily summarize a team's performance with one rating. There's a lot of things you need to balance. Let's move on to questions. What are the best ways to get funding to buy parts and enter tournaments? So again, this is fundraising. This is a difficult answer, or this is always tricky for teams. So you can try fundraisers. So maybe there's little fundraisers you can involve. You can try to make things and sell things. You can apply for grants. If you're with a school, this is generally easier. There's also REC grants you could apply for if you're a newer team. I don't know all the details on those specifically. Maybe I can include those in the chat somewhere. Yes, thank you, Baron. He posted a link in the chat that has some resources on how to fundraise. That's a very complicated topic on its own on how to fundraise. So I will leave it up to the REC Foundation to better explain that because they are much more qualified too. Oh, that's a fair point. So that is another point with a burned out motor. So with a burned out motor, it actually could be a couple of different things. It could be a bad wire. So if you think you have a burned out motor, make sure you first swap out the wire and see if a new wire fixes it. And then if it's still not working, try plugging that motor into a different port. So that way you can confirm it's actually the motor. Because sometimes the ports on the V5 brain burn out. And this is for various reasons, but it's unfortunately quite common on the brain where the ports die out. How much should the adult/teacher be involved with line selection? Basically not at all. So the REC student outline that outlines the various acceptable behavior kind of makes it clear that adults should not be in the process of trying to help with a line selection in basically any way. It should be up to your students to determine who is the best team to pick and why should we be doing that. Now, before an event, you can give them all the things I presented here today and explain, here's some various factors you should consider. And maybe even after the event, a great teaching moment might be, okay, let's look at what the rankings looked like at the event. And here's maybe some different scenarios that could have played out. So you can use that as a teaching moment after the event. But during an event, it is up to the students to determine who to pick. So basically, if you're an adult coach, hands off with the alliance selection. Just let them do their thing. Okay, I think we have time for maybe 1 or 2 more questions for this particular section of the presentation. Yeah, if the different wires or ports didn't work out, then it might be the motor. So at that point, swap out the motor and see if something changes. Again, your best bet there is probably contact VEX technical support so they can figure out the dead motor problem. Okay, so if we don't have any more questions, we will go ahead and move on to our last section of today, and that is going to be programming and sensors. So I am not going to be able to teach you how to code in the span of 40/50 minutes, but I will try to give you as many resources as I can to help you do that. So here are the main programming languages that you can use for V5. There's VEX Code and VEX Code Pro. So that is software that is developed by VEX. And the languages you can use with VEX Code are Blocks and Python. So Blocks is a graphical programming language so that you can visually see how your code's working out. VEX Code Pro, you're just going to be programming with C++ essentially. And what I would recommend is, and again, there's different philosophies on how to teach code. I'm a visual learner personally. So when I first learned how to code, it was with NXT-G. This was for the Lego Mindstorms kits, and that was a graphical programming language. And for me, it really helps me connect the dots of, okay, I can visually see how I'm programming the code. Blocks is that way. So if you're a visual learner, you might find that useful. I know other folks who find that block or graphical programs aren't the best way to learn code, and they jump straight to text-based. That's also okay. It's going to depend on the needs of your students. Just know that if you are using a graphical coding language like blocks, that it's going to be very limited in its functionality. So that's kind of meant as a first step if you have no idea what code is, and then that can help ease you into actual text-based coding. So another common platform is Prose. So that is C/C++ development. A lot of people that are really into coding prefer Prose just because I think it allows users to get more down in the dirt. One thing to note is that Vex is actively supporting Vex Code and Vex Code Pro with brand new sensors, whereas Prose is an open source software that has to be updated by the developers over time. So you may have to wait an extra week or two after a brand new sensor coming out before you can utilize it in Prose. But I know most people that really know their stuff with programming really prefer Prose over Vex Code Pro. Last one is Robot Mesh Studio. And by the way, all three of these are free, so you don't have to pay for any of these. Robot Mesh Studio is another free software you can find. They use Blockly, another graphical user interface or graphical programming software. They also let you program in Python and C++. The reason why I include Robot Mesh Studio here is they have a lot of great tutorials publicly available on their YouTube channel for free on how to code. They assume you don't know anything, so that's some resources. Again, I have them all linked here. So with Vex Code and Vex Code Pro, there's a lot of resources and curriculums provided by Vex on how to learn how to code. With Prose, that's more so if you already know how to code and you want an advanced platform to do these sorts of things. And that software is developed by Purdue University. Okay, so like I said before, I've received a lot of questions on how can we teach our students how to code. My biggest piece of advice is there's a lot of different rabbit holes you can go down with in terms of things to learn how to code. My biggest piece of advice is set a particular goal on, we want to learn how to program this, and then learn what it takes to do that. So that way you're focused in, you're trying to learn how to do one particular thing. And once you learn that, you can move on to another part. Now, there are a lot of free curriculums out there that you can use in the context of Vex Robotics to learn how to code. You have the Vex STEM Labs, which I have linked here. Those are great for a classroom environment. And also if you're trying to just learn on your own, the Vex V5 Knowledge Base, they have a lot of articles on how to use Vex Code and how to learn how to code there. Like I mentioned before, Robot Mesh has an introduction to learning how to use Python with programming. There's also Robot Mesh Virtual Academy, which is a virtual environment where you have a virtual robot, similar to the Vex Code VR, except it does cost money, unlike Vex VR, which is currently free. Also, just general C and C++ tutorials are great to follow. The same principles that you learn when you're learning how to code will apply in the Vex Robotics competition. And the gold standard in all of this, if you have someone that's able to do this, is in-person training. Maybe you know a software engineer that is able to show the students how to code. That is sort of the gold standard. It's difficult to come by, but these are also some great resources. Okay, so what are some general programming best practices? So as I kind of mentioned before, well, actually I did mention this before. I mentioned the thumb drive before. Try to have your code backed up somewhere in the internet, so that way if a local hard drive dies on your coding computer, that you don't accidentally lose it. The most common way of doing this is using GitHub, so that allows you to push updates and allows people to very easily get your code. Or you can use Google Drive if you're not updating it as frequently. GitHub is preferred here. Google Drive, maybe if it's only like one person that's working on your code. Create reusable functions. So instead of having to copy the same 5 lines of code to make your robot drive forward, make a function and then just have some inputs into it to make sure, so you don't have to go back and have this super long chain of code because you just didn't create functions at the beginning. Also, please make sure you're clearly commenting your code. This is also very important for the judging aspect of it, because you will include snippets of your code in your notebook, or maybe during the judge's interview, the judges might ask you, hey, can we see your code? Can your programmer walk us through it? And they see you have clearly organized everything and you've commented everything. One, it's going to make your life easier for maintenance, so you're not just scrolling through a bunch of text. You have nice comments everywhere, clearly laying everything out, but it also makes it easier on the judges to understand your code. And I mentioned this before with the robot design, but create timeouts. So if you have something that says move the robot arm until it hits the limit switch, and you expect it to hit the limit switch in about 2 seconds, and it's so far 5 seconds have passed, and you're like, well, the arm really should have reached there by now. What you can do is make sure you have a timer interrupt, so that way it exits that loop, so you don't accidentally have that motor continuing the push when it should have stopped, and that will help prevent burnout your motors. Okay, driving straight. Probably, and I'm not being sarcastic here, one of the hardest things to do in the VEX Robotics competition. So, there are multiple factors that contribute to your robot driving perfectly straight. One thing is that not all motors are going to turn at exactly the same rate. Now, this has gotten a lot better with V5 because they have built-in PID control to make sure that they are going the same speed. However, it's not going to be perfect, and different motors might perform differently. An example is, and this is with the old Cortex platform, so this doesn't necessarily apply, but we would run tests on all of our motors to see at what rate do they spin. So we give them full power, we make sure they were connected to an active power port, so that way there wasn't differences in power or differences in the charge level of the battery, et cetera, et cetera. And we would notice that some motors would spin at 100 RPM like they were supposed to, but we had some real bad motors that would spin at maximum power at only 80 RPM. So that's why we sometimes had robots that would drive super crooked, or they would sway to one way, because we actually had a motor that was really underperforming. Again, not as much of an issue with V5, but something to keep in mind. Maybe you have a bad motor out there and it's moving it in a bad direction. Another thing is mechanical problems are usually going to be the main culprit for your robot driving crooked. And that's because there's probably friction on one side when maybe there isn't on the other. Things shift over time, and maybe your robot was driving straight at the beginning of the season, but now it's starting to veer off a little bit. So you want to make sure that you're constantly checking your drive shafts, that there's no friction on them. Another thing to keep in mind is wheel slip. So when you quickly accelerate, so think about it in your car for a second. If I am starting from rest and I slam on the gas, my wheels are going to skid in place and I'm not actually going to drive forward. Same thing here in the VEX Robotics competition. If you accelerate too quickly or cut the brakes too quickly on your motors, you're going to skid on one side or the other. So you want to try and make sure you have smooth acceleration and smooth deceleration to help try and prevent wheel slip. Another thing is using closed loop control to help correct error. So you can look at, okay, how am I currently positioned right now? And your software can adjust accordingly. And we'll go over that very soon. The second most difficult thing in the VEX Robotics competition, if not more difficult, depends on how your robot is consistently turning the same every single time. Now, the most common type of drive you will see is a tank drive with 4 Omni wheels. And Omni wheels are just wheels that have little rollers on the sides, so that way that you can push it side to side. Now, with Omni wheels, because you don't have any points of traction effectively with traction wheels. So in the picture there, you can see that there's a mix of both omnidirectional wheels and traction wheels. So when you have traction wheels, your turning point is going to be in between the 2 traction wheels, generally speaking. So if you have an all Omni wheel drive, that's going to drastically reduce the amount of turning scrub you have. So that's friction between the wheels and the ground. And at that point, your center of gravity is drastically going to influence where the turning point on your robot is. So let's assume that picture there, all 4 of those wheels are omnidirectional. If the weight was evenly distributed, the center or the turning point would be directly smack down in the middle of the robot. However, let's say one side is a bit heavier than the other. You're going to push the turning point a bit farther back. So that's something to keep in mind when you have an all omnidirectional drive. And one thing that you can do is you can have a mix between omnidirectional wheels and traction wheels on your robot to force the turning point to be at a particular point. Now, of course, it can still be influenced by the weight distribution of your robot, but it's probably going to stick in between those because that's where your turning scrub is. Now, in terms of trying to consistently turn exactly the same every single time, there's a couple of things you can do. One is have a gyro sensor. So that is a sensor that is able to detect how much you have turned in one way or the other. The other thing that's becoming more common among teams now is to have these passive tracking wheels. So you can see that on the top right-hand corner, there's this little 2.75-inch omnidirectional wheel that's attached to an encoder. And what that does is, because it's not hooked up to a motor, so that wheel is going to be rubber banded such that the wheel is constantly digging into the ground. Because remember, with your drivetrain, you have your motor and then you have your wheel. And there could potentially be some wheel slop. So when your motor spins one rotation, your wheel on your drive isn't necessarily also going to rotate one complete rotation at the same rate. Your motor might spin one rotation and your wheel actually only spun 0.095 rotations or something. Whereas with these tracking wheels, because they're rubber banded down and they're not actively powered and they're directly hooked up to an encoder to count how far they've spun, it gives you a much more accurate representation on how far you've actually traveled. And what teams do is typically put those in between the two wheels on their drive, as you can kind of see in this pixelated picture on the bottom here. And what that does, it allows you to get a more accurate sense of how far each of my sides have traveled. This is also helpful for driving straight, by the way, not just for turning. So those are becoming more commonplace. Okay, consistent strafing. So if you did decide to go with an omnidirectional drive, like I said before, weight distribution is going to be very key here. You want to try and make sure that the weight distribution across your drive is as even as possible. If it's heavily tilted one way or the other, instead of you perfectly strafing to the left or the right, you're going to do this thing where you kind of do like this arc around where the robot's heavy. Another thing is friction needs to be constantly monitored on your robot. If any one of the four of your wheels is slower than the other ones, you're also going to arc instead of perfectly strafing to side to side. Now, in terms of getting it to perfectly strafe, you're going to want speed feedback. So you want to know how fast are each of my individual wheels spinning. You also want to know what angle is my robot currently at, because even if you get everything perfectly mechanically, there still needs to be some software accountability to make sure that you stay perfectly straight as you're strafing sideways. So the speed of each wheel helps ensure that you're traveling at the same rate, and it also lets you adjust. So let's say I start curving a little bit to the side, the gyro can see, okay, I'm kind of veering off counterclockwise. I'm going to speed up the other side of my drive so it corrects a little bit. So you need to have both forms of those feedback with sensors in order to do this. Okay, closed loop control. So closed loop control is just a fancy way of saying that you have a way of getting sensor feedback and you're feeding that information back into your code to make an informed decision and adjust accordingly. The way I like to think about it is closed loop is I'm closed off to the outside world. I have my sensors that are kind of reaching out there, collecting information, but ultimately my system's closed up. I'm only looking at things with the information I've received. Open loop control is I don't have any sensor feedback. Oh, I just bumped into a wall. I meant to bump into the wall. I just got pushed to the side and now I'm veering off in the wrong direction. That's fine. It's open loop. We're all good. So open loop is going to be things like you're using timers, like drive the robot forward for 2 seconds with no sensor input. Closed loop is generally going to have, well, it does have some sort of sensor feedback. That's how I like to explain it, at least. The most common method that high-level teams use is a full PID control. So PID control stands for proportional integral derivative, and is a way to it is one method of control system you can use to give feedback. Now, proportional, in the simplest way I can explain it, is that let's say I want to drive my robot from one position to the next, and I'm 2 feet away from it. What I'm going to do is I have some sort of sensor that says I'm currently 2 feet away from the object. I'm going to then multiply that 2 feet by some constant value, that's proportional value, and then that value is going to feed into the speed of my motor. So that's going to be the output of the proportional. And then as I get closer to the object, the distance is going to decrease. So my robot's going to slow down over time as it gets closer to the object. That is proportional control on its own. I and D and the PID they're calculus-based terms, but you don't necessarily need to know calculus fully in depth in order to implement them. I know a lot of people who had PID control on their robot before they took calculus 1 or 2. So there's a lot of great videos and articles online explaining what PID control is. The biggest thing is I wouldn't necessarily recommend it for beginners if you've never coded before. Start with proportional control. And again, lots of resources on how to do that. That's a great place to start, and it's better than no sensor feedback at all. Okay, so how to have a consistent autonomous routine. Biggest thing from before, remember how we spoke about how to tolerate error mechanically and with software? So do that here. So if you have mechanical ways of, if your robot accidentally messes up, it'll still be successful. Great. As I said before, so ramp up, ramp down. This is referring to slowly accelerate and then slowly decelerate. You want smooth actions. You don't want to have 0 to 100, 0 to 100, because that's just going to ask for inconsistencies. Another thing you can do, especially if you have a longer autonomous routine, like in the programming skills challenge, you can square on the wall. So what do I mean by that? So the field perimeter, especially at the World Championship, is going to be very, very rigid. Meaning if I slam the back of my robot into it and the back of my robot is completely flat, let's say I'm off angle a little bit, but then I back into the wall and I can square up onto the wall. That's a great method most teams use. They'll either do it a lot, and that way they can zero out all their sensors once they know they're lined up again, or maybe they'll just do it once halfway through the routine. Either way, it's a great method to zero out all your sensors and make sure you know for sure my robot's lined up and straight again. Another method you can do to try and make your autonomous routines more consistent is how you actually program the autonomous mode. So what Phoenix Lights do is they actually start the routine extremely slow. So again, in autonomous, you have 15 seconds to run your robot during a normal match. During programming, it goes the full minute, but in the context of autonomous during a normal match, what they will do is they will program everything extremely slowly. The routine might take 45 seconds. Maybe ask, okay, how is that useful? Here's where it's useful. What you do is you slowly increase the speed of different parts of the program over time. What that does, it helps show you where are the parts of the autonomous routine where I can sacrifice some consistency in order to go a bit faster. Because ultimately, the faster you go, the less consistent it's going to be. So by starting slow and then slowly increasing the speed of things, you can get the routine under 15 seconds. And you can also make informed choices about, okay, where are the best places we can sacrifice some consistency in order to make the routine faster? And you can record all those steps. In fact, you should record all those steps in your notebook saying, all right, here's all the actions. We sped up this, then we sped up that, and helps document the process. Another thing is pause, take a breather. Oftentimes, teams will be really quick to pick up this game object, and then they'll spin really quickly, and then, oops, they accidentally dropped it. If you take that half a second to put a slight delay in your programmer, pick up the ball, let it settle in your robot, and then turn and go off somewhere, you're much more likely to have the robot or the autonomous routine be more consistent. Okay. I believe this is the last one before our sensors. Yes. Okay. Different autonomous routines. So you're going to have different autonomous routines that you want to run during the competition. At minimum, you need to have a program for the blue side and a program for the right side. Theoretically, you just need to take one program and mirror everything, but you know, sometimes there might be slight differences between the left and right sides. So you want some sort of way of being able to select your autonomous routine without having to download new code. It always pains me when you're talking with a team before a match and they say, what color are we for this upcoming match? Where are we going to be? Oh, okay, let me download the new code of the robots that we have the autonomous routine. Yikes. The much better way is to have all your autonomous routines already on your robot, and then you have some sort of way to select your routine before the match starts. Two main ways you can do this. One is you can create a custom graphic user interface on the V5 Brain. Now, for any of you that are beginners, I highly recommend not doing this. You're going to waste a lot of time messing around. So this is a way that you can like use the touchscreen and like make custom buttons and like, oh, I'm going to select all these cool things. It's also kind of, there's more important things you can work on. So unless you really want a custom graphical user interface, just do this next one I'm about to recommend. The thing I would recommend doing is having a potentiometer on your robot and putting a dial on the potentiometer, and then you turn that dial to whatever autonomous routine you want. Now, potentiometer is an absolute position sensor, meaning that when the robot turns on, it knows its position. So when you turn on the robot, it says, I'm at 30 degrees. When you turn on the if you move it, turn off the robot. As soon as the robot turns on, I know I'm at 60 degrees. So you can take advantage of that. So in the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see a picture of a little dial. So there's a potentiometer underneath that gear. But what you can do is you can program it so you say, okay, if I spin the dial to 180 degrees or 200 degrees, that's going to run the red main auto. And you can label the gear with like maybe like a little piece of tape and just write red, blue, autonomous 1, autonomous 2, et cetera, et cetera. So that's a very easy way of implementing an autonomous selector, and it's extremely simple to code. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead. I'll actually pause here. I'll see if there's any questions before I'm going to go over, give an overview of all the sensors that are useful. Oh yeah, also someone mentioned that the brain has multiple programming slots, so you can download multiple programs. So you can just also download that as well. The only downside there is if you make like a change to your driver control code, you then have to go through and update it in all your programs. Can you describe the value of using GitHub and how to incorporate it? So GitHub basically is, if you ever use Google Drive, basically it's just a cloud storage device where you upload your programs. The reason why it's useful is you can save GitHub locally to your computer, and you can access the code from there. So if you make changes to it, what you can do is you can push the code. So let's say you're working on the code locally, you make some changes. After reviewing to make sure no one else has made a push to the code, you make some updates and you push the code to the database. So that way it updates for everyone that also might be working on the code. That's the benefit of it, is that you can, it's more easy to easily update on everyone else's devices. Yes, because GitHub is primarily, I'm reading some advice. It's good for collaboration. And how do you incorporate it? I would just go to GitHub's website. It's relatively easy to go through. There's some guides on how to use it. But I don't think I can really get into the thick of things. Do you recommend using a vision sensor to sort ball colors? Will tournaments lighting affect the sensor? Great question. I actually have some slides coming up within 2 or 3 that are actually going to address that exact question. So if you have more questions about it after I go over them, feel free to ask again. Okay, we'll go ahead and just do the sensors portion then. So here are all the various sensors you might be using on your robot. So first is a limit switch. So these are going to be binary on or off sensors. So either they're not, so there's a switch, so it's either click or no click. I personally really like the limit switches because they have the little lever arm and you can bend it to the particular way you want it to be. Now you can't remove that from your robot. That is considered a modification to the sensor, but you can bend that metal strip to maybe comply with your robot design. The sensor you see at the bottom right-hand corner that I put an X on is the bump switch. From the teams I've been on, we've had difficulty with their consistency. So when we press them just by hand, they weren't properly outputting when we tried them on a few of them. I've heard from other teams they work just fine for them. So I guess take that input with a grain of salt. Maybe they work just fine. And all the teams that I've been on have had really bad luck with them. But I know limit switches work. Plus, limit switches make a really nice, satisfying clicking sound. So if sometimes you can get your hands on the limit switch and just casually click it as you're walking around somewhere. Might get a little annoying to some people, but it is a satisfying click. In terms of how you want to use limit switches, again, these are most useful for maybe like an arm. So you want to move an arm and you want to make sure, or you want to tell the code, okay, move that arm until the limit switch is clicked. So arm moves up, limit switch, click, and then the signal turns on and you know to stop the arm. So that's going to be the case use of the limit switch. Next, the potentiometer, like I mentioned before. So again, this is an absolute position sensor. It has a range of 250 degrees, meaning you cannot continuously spin this motor. It's most commonly used on robot arms where they have a limited range of motion. The biggest thing to keep in mind with a potentiometer is that swapping out a potentiometer is not going to correspond to one-to-one values. And what I mean by that is, so let's say the potentiometer is at 0 degrees and it's outputting a value of 0, because I believe it outputs a value between 0 and 4,000. So at 0 degrees, it outputs a value of 0. At 250 degrees, it outputs a value of 4,000. So in between those points, if your potentiometer breaks, which unfortunately potentiometers, the VEX potentiometers are very finicky, and we've had so many of them break even though we were using them correctly. So is what it is. The thing you have to keep in mind is that if you swap it out, let's say I have the arm, I want to move an arm to 30 degrees, and the value at 30 degrees is 1,000. If I take a potentiometer, swap it out, and again, I perfectly get the arm to 30 degrees again, the value outputs might be 1200ths of a thousand, even though the arm's at the exact same spot as before. So you just want to be careful of that when you're swapping out the potentiometers, because they do tend to break. This is why it's useful to have a single point and have the different positions for your arm reference that point. So what do I mean by that? So let's say there's 3 different points that you want your arm to go to. Point A, which is at the bottom, point B, which is in between, point C is somewhere at the top. What you can do is you can look at, okay, what is the value of the potentiometer at point A? That's going to be my point of reference and my origin. Then point B is what's the distance of what's the position of point A plus the distance between points A and B. And that way, everything is relative to your origin. So theoretically, when you swap out a potentiometer, if it has a slightly different value that it's outputting, hopefully it's going to be more. You just have to theoretically tune that bottom point at point A, and then all your other points are based off of a difference. So then you don't have to go through and adjust the value of every single one. You just have to adjust the angle of one, and all the other points are a little relative to it. There might still be some slight tweaking, but it's going to be better than if you had just said program them individually. Yes, and that's just because of the nature of how potentiometer works. It basically has a little resistive strip, and then it's going to increase the resistance, and just depending on how that particular potentiometer's resistor is, it could be different. Okay, encoders. So these are going to be very common for continuous revolution. So encoders can spin and spin and spin and spin forever. They are going to have relative position. So with a potentiometer, excuse me, let's take a sip of water real quick. I don't have pauses in here when you all would talk to me in person. I could just take a sip of water as you ask questions. Oh, the joys of online. Anyway, we work with it. Encoders are going to be relative position. And what that means is when you turn on the robot, the encoder is going to wake up and it's going to have a value of 0. It's going to be relative to a particular point. So you can start spinning the encoder one way and it'll count up in the positive direction. So let's say you go forward 2 rotations. So starts at 0, you go 2 rotations. And then you rotate the encoder backwards 3 rotations. So now it's going to count down. So it's going to go back to 1, to 0, and then it's going to be at -1 rotations. So everything is going to be relative to the point of where the sensor started. And this is why it's important that when you turn on your robot and you have encoders, because oftentimes you'll have encoders on your drivetrain, when you turn on your robot and you're lining it up during the match, keep in mind you're actually the encoder actually building their values up at that time. So that's why it's really important before your autonomous routine starts, you zero out all your sensors again. So that way your point of origin is to where your robot finally started. That applies to all relative position sensors, not just encoders. So again, they are going to, encoders are most useful for angular position. So again, you can also use them on an arm. Just instead of having an absolute position like a potentiometer, you will have a relative position, most often referenced to when like the arm's at the bottom. They're also very useful for speed control. So you can see, okay, what is the difference in how far this turned over time? And from there, you can derive the speed and use that for things like your drive or a flywheel, etc. Now, there are 2 types of encoders. There's actually an encoder built into the V5 motor itself, and then there's those big red quadrature encoders. Sorry. And here's the benefits of using either or. The thing you have to keep in mind with a V5 motor is that oftentimes you will have the motor and then a drive shaft, and then maybe that drive shaft is driving a gear to your actual end manipulator. Now, there's some slack in the process there. So before, remember how I mentioned, if a motor turns 1 rotation, that doesn't necessarily directly translate to your mechanism also spun exactly 1 rotation. In fact, that's probably not going to be the case at all. If you put a quadrature encoder on the end effector, so in other words, it's directly on the mechanism, so there's no gears in between the sensor and your mechanism, it's going to have a more direct 1-to-1 comparison. So that's not to say that the built-in encoder in the V5 motor is useless. There are applications for them, for maybe things that don't need to be as precise. But if you want a very precise reading, the quadrature encoder is recommended. Like I said before, make sure you're zeroing out the encoder selectively. So maybe after you square up on a wall, maybe you want to reset and create a new origin point that you're referencing from. Or if you have an arm, every time the arm comes back down, zero out the sensor to make sure everything's fine and dandy. Okay, so a brand new sensor. This is the rotation sensor, and it's going to be coming out in the third quarter, meaning pretty much any day now. So sometime this month or next month, it's going to be releasing. So this is an absolute position magnetometer, and what it is, it's effectively combining the best of both worlds. It's combining the absolute position of a potentiometer and the continuous rotation of an encoder. So theoretically, this is like the one and all the package that can do it all, right? What that means is that when the robot turns on, robot wakes up, it immediately knows I'm currently at 270 degrees, and with a potentiometer, it could only rotate between a 250-degree range. This one can keep turning. So you can use it for absolute position things, or you can use it, still use it for things like speed control, because again, you can still take the difference of how fast is this going. So theoretically, this can replace both of them. We will have to see how well it works once we actually get our hands on it. So for now, it looks very promising, and it could theoretically replace both potentiometers and encoders. It also has the benefit of accepting a high-strength shaft. So the previous sensors could only accept a standard size shaft. This one can actually accept the large high-strength shaft directly. Okay, line trackers. So these are sensors that detect surface reflectivity using infrared light. So they will send out light, they'll see how much reflects off, and then give you the reading that they read. So this is most useful for object detection. So a lot of teams use them in Turning Point, which was a game where you had balls in the robot and you wanted to know whether or not, say, a ball had been loaded into your mechanism properly. The biggest thing to note with line trackers is that they do not work in direct sunlight at all, just in no way, shape, or form. So there was a tournament. There were a couple of tournaments where the competition fields were in a nice cafeteria, and you have the sunlight beaming onto the field. And from the perspective of the event management, like, man, this is a great looking event. Yeah, you can see all the nature in the background. The issue is that all the teams that were using the line tracker sensors, their sensors didn't work because they don't work in sunlight. So those teams weren't particularly happy about that. But it's one of those things where if you know about that ahead of time, it's why I don't necessarily recommend the line tracker sensor. And instead, I would recommend using another sensor that's coming out very soon in this third quarter, and that's the optical sensor, which is effectively going to be a color sensor for you. Now, why is this better? Well, for one, the line tracker sensor is just reading basically the dimness of something. So is this bright or is this dark? The optical sensor is actually going to give you an RGB value, so red, green, blue. So that is useful for object sorting this year. So, you have the red balls and you have the blue balls. So you might want to know what colors are currently in the robot at this moment. Because this is effectively a color sensor, that is going to be much more effective at detecting if there's an object there or not. And what you can do is that if there's like no balls in your robot, you can just have like a black backing. So you can read, okay, black. Now I see red, so I know I have a red ball in the robot. So theoretically, this is going to be much better for object detection and for ball sorting. But again, we will have to see until we get our hands on it. But theoretically, this is going to be a very useful sensor, and I am fairly excited about that. Next sensor is the ultrasonic sensor. So this is a sensor you can use to detect range. Now, ultrasonic sensors work by sending out an ultrasonic sound wave, and it is a time of flight principle. So it sees how long it takes for the wave to go out and come back to the sensor. So these sensors are going to work best when you're looking straight onto a flat object. If they're at an angle or you have a oddly shaped object, ultrasonic sensors tend to not work that well. Now, and that's why I, generally speaking, don't recommend you using them too much. They're great for if you want to generally get to an area and you don't need to be that precise, an ultrasonic sensor could work. If you're trying to get drive a particular distance down to half an inch or a quarter of an inch, ultrasonic sensor is not going to be useful for that. It's better to use that count encoder ticks. Another sensor that can be very useful for distance sensing that's coming soon is the distance sensor, and that is a laser rangefinder instead of ultrasonic. So it's the same principle, shines a beam of light that won't be visible to the human eye, and it sees how long it takes to reflect back. It's effectively the same application uses as the ultrasonic sensor. The main difference is it may have issues with transparent objects because it's light, so if it shines through, yikes. So most notably, the field perimeter has a clear part on it. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see how well it works. Again, theoretically, it could be better in some cases. In some cases, you might want to use the ultrasonic. Okay, the V5 inertial sensor. So this is a 3-axis gyro and accelerometer built into one package. I don't really know of any teams that use the accelerometer in it for competition use. Maybe for classroom use, you can use it. But ultimately, this is you're going to want to use the sensor for the 3-axis gyro, and that's going to give you the angular position and 3 axes. And they even put the coordinate system on the gyro itself, so you can account for that. So this is an excellent way to see how is my robot rotating. It's most commonly used on the base of the robot drive to see how many rotations have I turned. It can also be used, if you want, on a robot arm to see how many degrees has my arm moved. However, I would mostly recommend this for applications of your drive because a potentiometers, or an encoder or potentiometer is going to be much better for something like your arm. Now, gyros don't really like vibrations for just this how the sensor works. So just like I would recommend mounting, I think it's on the next slide, your V5 brain and radio on rubber links. Actually, it was previous in the presentation we mentioned that. Anyway, just like those are going to be mounted on rubber links to help absorb shock, I highly recommend trying to put the gyro sensor on one of these to help absorb shock. Now, the gyro sensor is also another relative sensor. So it's going to be referencing from your origin, and you can zero out the sensor selectively. And the reason you want to do that is over time, it's going to drift and you're going to accumulate more and more air. So every turn you make, there's going to be a slight amount of air there. And over time, if you don't zero out the sensor, it can build up to be big, as in the example right there. Now that one only has 2 turns, and that's kind of exaggerated, but hopefully it shows off the point. All right, I think this is the second last slide. So the vision sensor. I hate to be a party pooper, but I would not recommend this sensor for competition use. I think it's an excellent resource for a classroom environment. However, the best teams in the world really struggle to get this working in any meaningful way. And there's a few reasons for that. But first, why would you use it in the first place? So the vision sensor is going to be best for getting your robot to line up with game objects on the field. So say you want to try and censor yourself onto a goal, it's a good use for it. The reason why competition teams tend to not use it and don't necessarily recommend it is because of a couple of factors. One, the lighting conditions between your practice field and the competition field are going to vary drastically. The lighting conditions are also going to just change throughout the day, especially you have natural light coming in. So you could have it be somewhat dark in the morning and then get brighter in the afternoon, whatever. And you need to be constantly calibrating the sensor in order for it to work properly. The other issue is that it's a pretty low resolution, so it's only useful at a very close range. And these two factors combined make it really difficult to be useful in a competition application. The last thing is that because your vision sensor is often going to be looking outside of the field and towards, the audience and the drivers and etc., there are ways with vision processing that you can filter things out in the background, but because the resolution of the vision sensor is kind of low, it's more difficult to do. And as a result, the vision sensor, let's say you're trying to track, a blue ball this year, and then someone in the audience is wearing a blue shirt and it's far enough away that it kind of looks like a circle, and all of a sudden your robot's like, blue ball, I see it. So just keep that in mind, because that's why it's not recommended, because you're going to have so many outside influences, the resolution's low, and the lighting is drastically going to impact the performance. As an example, in the bottom right-hand corner, that is team 185A. They had 3 vision sensors. I think it was 3. If it was 3, it was definitely 2 vision sensors, and they had a turret. So they would pick up a ball, and they would have the vision sensors automatically target the flags in that particular game. The issue is they get to the World Championship, they try to calibrate it, and it didn't really work. Even with the curtains they put behind at the World Championship to try and reduce the amount of background noise, they ended up switching to just manual control on it. And that's one of the best teams in the world. So if they can't get it working, your time is probably better spent trying to make the robot more consistent with other means. Okay, so all that being said, we are currently at the end of the presentation. So I will go ahead and be answering questions now. Let's see if there have been any that have been posted. So Benjamin, did I answer your question about the vision sensor? If I didn't, please let me know and I can elaborate further. Oh, by the way, with a vision sensor, if you do decide to use it for whatever reason, the time you want to calibrate it is most events or all events should have a calibration period time before qualification matches start. So usually this is before robots are actively running on the field. And if you ask the head referee or event partner, hey, can we please get on the field to calibrate our vision sensor? They can help you make sure that happens before matches get going. But just know that, you know, lighting conditions change over time. So I, again, wait for some questions. And I will just casually rehydrate myself after speaking for the last 2.5 hours. Stay hydrated at competitions. All right, yeah, awesome. Thanks, Benjamin. And hopefully I will be able to head ref some competitions you're at. So please say hi to me if you see me. All right, so I will go ahead and just put this slide up. So thank you all for attending today. Hopefully I will see you all at the World Championship in Dallas. It's going to be a fun time if you can make it there. I will stick around for more questions. And oh, yes, thank you for reminding me, Sarah. So the slides, if you received my email that gave you all the information for the event, within 1 week of, actually, I think I'll just send it right after the presentation's over and we end the live stream, but I will send you all the slides via email. If you do not hear from me 1 week from today, please just pester me and say, hey, where are the slides? And Baron will also link them. Okay, so you should have access to those. Assuming this live stream went relatively well, we will also send you a recording of this live stream. If it requires some editing, then we'll edit it up a little bit and then we'll send it out to you. But I think it went relatively smoothly today, so I think you can use the same link and just rewind it. Your drivetrain constantly curves to the right, and it is a tank. So, Benjamin, I would recommend, let me go back to that slide real quick. Again, it's difficult to address these things without actually seeing your robot, but first thing I would look at is see if there's any friction. Best way to do this is to pull the axle out of the motor and spin it by hand. And if you notice that one side is noticeably harder to spin, you might have sources of friction. That could be due to alignment. That could be due to maybe your axle is crooked, or it could also be maybe the motors themselves aren't as good. So it is a bit difficult to determine exactly what it is without actually seeing a robot in person, but I would reference this slide to help you with that. And so if anyone is going to be heading out and doesn't necessarily want to stay for the rest of the Q&A, I totally get it. Thank you for coming today. I hope you found it useful. Again, I will stick around for 5 more minutes to answer any more miscellaneous questions that may be coming in. But if you need to head out for whatever reason, thank you for attending today, and I hope you found it useful. And I will awkwardly sit here and see if there's any questions. And your Mecanum wheels skid when strafing. So again, I would go back to the previous slide. Again, Mecanum wheels are very tricky to get working properly. We use them on our first robotics competition team, so I can't necessarily talk about them. Well, I can't. The same principles apply. And they're just very finicky to get working. That's why I generally recommend just stick with a tank drive, because they just work. You know a tank drive is going to work, whereas with a Mecanum drive, you're going to be tweaking that thing all season. And that time can be much better spent with driver practice, which, by the way, in this particular game, this game is all driver practice. Sure, there's the fundamental robot design that you need to nail, but this is a very driver heavy game where you're going to be very dynamic and get a lot of practice to be successful. I'm glad you all found it useful. I try to make sure that, again, it's this difficult balance of trying to make it useful for newer teams and also experienced teams. So hopefully I was able to balance that for all of you. Yeah, Aaron, and that's why you'll get the slides ahead of time, because I know this is a lot of information. Trust me, I don't expect anyone to just immediately absorb all of this. That's why the slides and the recording of the presentation will be available afterwards. Okay, I think we'll give it one more minute, Baron. If we don't get any more questions, we can go ahead and end the live stream. So one more minute. If I see more questions, I'll be happy to respond, but because we are planning for 3 more minutes on the live stream, but if there's no questions, then go and wrap things up. Mouse. There's my mouse. Okay, I think we are good to end the live stream. So again, I said it once, but thank you all for coming, and I think that'll be it for today. So if you have any emails or any more questions, please feel free to email me. I'd be happy to answer your questions, especially before school starts, because when school starts, oh goodness, I'm going to be busy. But yeah, please feel free to reach out to me. Oh, okay, we got a quick question. Can you push a ball into the bottom of a goal? Absolutely. There's no rules preventing that. Okay. Thank you all. I think we're going to go ahead and end the live stream now.